Book 6. Going Nuclear. 1. Stonewall stood on the rim of the crater and looked down into what he imagined the rancid heart of Eureka must look like. The atomic bomb had blown a massive hole in the ground, centered where the reactor and bomb factory had been. Devastation around the edge had been bad enough, diabolical pressure waves hammering through the earth to throw up steep, meandering ridges, then its raging fireball melting the surface sand and soil to a layer of glassy lava that crunched and shattered under his boots as he walked unsteadily across it. But inside, the bomb had detonated almost 9 hours ago now. Even through the thick insulation of his radiation suit, Stonewall could still feel the heat of the explosion. His helmet's lead-glass visor tinted the outside world a mundane grey, but the bottom of the crater was still casting a subdued carmine radiance, it was so hot. It even seemed as though the very bottom of the crater, where the ground shimmered erratically, might still be molten, but he was too far away to be certain. Gazing across the seething desolation, he felt something akin to vertigo. It didn't have anything to do with height. This hit was pure fear-based. The Geiger counter clipped to the suit's belt was wailing painfully. "Well, crud!" he exclaimed. It had been more than a decade since he'd last been here, some security inspection. Now he was struggling to match the landscape with his memory. The low hills on the horizon were unchanged, but the rest of it— distant forests that had once washed the foothill slopes like teal seas were now smouldering black tracts, scrubland and lakes, all gone, devoured by this new-born radioactive wasteland. He remembered that trip here, driving up to the triple razor-wire fence, with Dobermans loose in the runs between the wire and watchtowers every 500 meters, constantly staffed, no matter the time of day or weather. And there, sheltered inside the fences and minefields, the twin concrete domes of the breeder reactors, surrounded by squat bunkers, where the Liberty mission bombs were painstakingly assembled. All gone, reduced to vapor and ash that was now drifting out of the dark, grumbling clouds that stretched as far as Port Lynn, 300 kilometers south. "What happened?" he asked the suited figure next to him. "Could the reactor have blown?" "No, sir," replied MacDonnell, the Port Lynn PSR station chief. "Reactors don't explode. Even the most catastrophic failure would only result in a meltdown. Not theirs. This was a 300-kiloton atomic explosion, one of ours, and the detonation was deliberate. There are too many safeguards built in for it to be accidental." "They got in," Stonewall said. "Yes, sir. They've been trying for 200 years. That doesn't excuse this lapse. We'll never know exactly what happened here." Stonewall raised an eyebrow as he glanced across the crater again. "You think? My people would have fought them to the end. They must have brought overwhelming numbers. There's nowhere on Bienvenido more heavily guarded." 3 more places, actually, Stonewall mentally corrected. The other 2 bomb factories and Cape Ingmar. "There's one person who could blast her way past an entire regiment if she wanted to." "The Warrior Angel?" MacDonnell asked. "Even if she's real, why would she want to do this?" "Because this is the only weapon we have that she fears, and the politicians have begun talking about overload." "I've no idea, so let's just concentrate on this being a faller raid. We have a report of a convoy heading out about an hour before the blast." MacDonnell pointed toward the southwest. "Some farmers saw trucks driving away." "What sort of trucks?" "The report said they were standard nuclear regiment vehicles." "Which means nothing. Was there a convoy scheduled?" Even through the radiation suit's heavy cloth, MacDonnell's shrug was visible. "The only people who knew that were in the facility." "Eureka. Get on to the Nuclear Directorate immediately. They will know if that was a genuine scheduled convoy. No nuclear materials move anywhere on this planet without their authorization. And I also need to know how many bombs were stockpiled here." It wasn't common knowledge, but the Port Lynn facility also assembled the lower-yield 20-kiloton bombs designated for Operation Reclaim, the ones that would be used directly against fallers if they did take over Lamoran. "Yes, sir." They walked back over the ruined land to the nuclear regiment troop carrier that was waiting at the end of the thick black strip of gritty charcoal that had once been the road. This carrier was hermetically sealed and carried its own air supply to maintain a positive pressure inside, allowing it to operate in radiation zones. One of the technicians had plugged it into a surviving sweep comms box at the side of the broken road. Stonewall went through the decontamination airlock, taking his time for the wash and flush cycles to clean the suit. This wasn't the kind of procedure you rushed. Once inside, he ordered the driver out of the cab and closed the door before calling Adolphus, who was still in the emergency bunker under the palace.
"So what's happened?"
the Prime Minister demanded. "Worst-case scenario, a fallen nest stole some of our nukes."
"Crudding Urarchus! How many have they got?"
"I don't know. The Nuclear Directorate can tell us how many were stockpiled here. I'll have that information within the hour. There was some kind of convoy seen driving away just before the explosion. It doesn't look good."
"What will they use them against?"
"Certainly the capital. I suggest we activate our nest alert isolation procedures. That's a good cover. Just don't allow any vehicle to approach closer than 30 kilometers, and that includes trains. We should also set up red blocks outside the other bomb facilities, and Cape Ingmar."
"I'll authorize that immediately."
"Thank you. I'll get a team of agents from Portland's PSR office to start hunting for the convoy vehicles immediately. In fact, I'll just get all of them on it. Recovering the bombs has to be our top priority. I'll need Air Force cooperation."
"You have it. But what do we do about the panic? It's getting bad in Varlan. Everyone knows a nuke went off."
"No, they don't. They know there was an incident at a nuclear facility. That's all. Nobody can get within 100 kilometers of the explosion. There are no photos, no eyewitnesses. Your press statement should be that a reactor failed and leaked, and that the scientists are getting it back under control. It's a terrible tragedy, but we're on top of it."
Yes, of course."
"I'll come straight back to the capital to coordinate the search.
Do you think we should move to Bayan now?"
"It's not that bad, sir. Not yet." Chang left his crutches on the folding canvas chair as he took a walk around the lighthouse's big lens pillar. As much as he willed his damaged leg to be normal, putting weight on it was still enormously painful. One circuit, limping around, was enough, so he sat back down, cross that the exertion had made him perspire. Outside, the weather was mirroring his mood. A strengthening wind was bringing dark clouds in from the polar sea to slide across the land. It was still a couple of hours until sunset, but the dwindling light hastened the evening forward. Breakers were surging all the way out to the horizon, as if Bienvenido were heading into conjunction with Valatar. From his vantage point, he could see Port Chana's entire fishing fleet sailing back into the harbour, which was quickly running out of mooring buoys. Many of them were riding high in the water, having abandoned any notion of completing their catches as the storm approached. The boats were a complication he could do without. They were forming quite a bottleneck as they slowed just outside the long, curving harbour wall to wait their turn to enter. The landing craft Lanara was anchored at the mouth of the Honorato estuary, with a full complement of Marines on board under Major Danny. They were ready to intercept the Gathora III at Chang's command. What, until that afternoon, would have been a fast charge forward, was now going to be altogether more complicated. The advancing storm was a problem Chang hadn't planned for, though he was quietly pleased it was blowing in from the south. Nobody really believed the Prime Minister's official statement that the Portland facility had suffered a reactor leak, not an explosion. Whatever had actually happened, the atmosphere was full of radioactive particles, invisible, deadly, and that frightened people. Had the wind been blowing in from the north, he didn't like to think of Port Chana's reaction. A nighttime curfew had been running for the 2 days since the Red One code was issued, but that was about the only material impact the Faller's daring raid had on the city. Psychologically, it had been a lot worse, as Carilla had gleefully explained while she reported on conversations dominating the general band. The elites knew almost as much as Chang did, and were happily spreading the rumor that the explosion was simply to cover the theft of more atom bombs. that it signalled the start of the Faller apocalypse, and that Adolphus was preparing to run to Bayonne and abandon everyone. Their propaganda made Chang very angry, in no small way because half of it was actually true. It didn't help that basic foods were getting harder to find, and prices were shooting up, despite government prohibitions on such blatant profiteering. People were stockpiling. Absenteeism was hitting government services and public transport. Through all the city's disruption and worry, Captain Fadja's observation team had stoically maintained their watch over the Faller nest in the harbour, who in turn never faltered as they spied on the Gathora 3. "They're getting ready to depart," Jennifer reported. She lowered the big binoculars as Chang bent down to look through the camera's viewfinder. Sure enough, the Gathora's crew were on deck in bright yellow sou'westers, untying the hawsers that secured the ship. "In this weather?" Chang demanded. "The ship wasn't scheduled to depart until tomorrow." "Oh no, but this is good cover. The Lanara will have trouble tracking them in the storm."
"Crud. We need to keep Gathora under observation. Neither of them is on board yet."
"So do you think Gathora will rendezvous with them out to sea?"
"Possibly."
"She has to get on board somehow. I had a good look around their cabins. The only people on there right now are the crew." Chang had been mildly suspicious about how easily Jennifer's mission had gone, but kept quiet about it.
"If the warrior angel didn't want you to see her, then you wouldn't, and Jiu alone knows what capabilities Paula has."
"Who is Paula?"
"The Commonwealth girl."
"I thought her name was Essie." "That's what we were told." Chang kept his eye to the viewfinder, hoping his stillness wasn't betraying him. Fat chance. She was PSR trained in interrogation. She knew all the body's tells.
"Especially mine. Stupid. Stupid!"
"Chang, why did you call her Paula?"
Nothing for it. He would have to confess.
He looked directly at her, seeing the mass of suspicion churning in her thoughts, and her hand was slipping into her jacket, but not to her holster.
"That's a comfort response. So what is she reaching for?"
"Because she told me." "Who told you?"
"The warrior angel."
"You are cradding joking. You spoke to her? When?"
"A couple of days ago, just before we got the Red One code."
Jennifer sagged as if she'd absorbed a physical blow.
"And you didn't tell me!" she raged. "I have a Section 7 mission here, Corporal. You're not cleared for it."
"Screw you!"
"It was only for a minute. Stop panicking."
"You met her?" Jennifer grunted, as if repetition would make it more acceptable. "Talk to her. What did she say? And don't give me any Section 7 classified crud. This is me."
"She asked me to arrange it so she could talk to Stonal."
"Why?"
"She wants to make some kind of deal."
"A deal?"
"I know. Wild, huh? But Stonal actually wants to talk to her too. So maybe not so crazy after all. This is politics at the master class level."
"What did Stonal say?"
"I haven't been able to contact him. His office says he's travelling."
"Do you think he's been—"
"Taken out." It had occurred to me. What better way to start the apocalypse than eliminating our top officials, especially PSR ones?
"But the second in command would just replace him."
"Yes, which is why I've been holding on. His office says he'll be back to talk to me this evening, Varlan time. Another 4 hours."
"But—" She gestured at the Gathora 3. "They're leaving now."
"I know."
"She's on that cradding ship, isn't she? I missed her."
"No. She was talking to me just before your infiltration mission."
"How soon before?"
"A few minutes."
"So, she was up here?"
"No. I was in a cafe to meet Captain Fadja."
Her hand came down on the sniper rifle, knuckles whitening as her fingers closed on the stock. "Were you up here covering me or not?"
"You got off without any trouble, didn't you?"
"You cradding bastard!"
"Contact with the warrior angel is our #1 priority."
"How did she know how to find you? Wait, does she know we're watching the Gathora?"
"I don't know."
He fought the impulse to glance at his hand. The organic circuit tattoo was invisible, but the guilt was strong in his mind.
"And in truth, I don't know what it does. She could be tracking me through it."
Jennifer shook her head slowly, regarding him as she might a wild beast. One hand went snaking down the side of her uniform jacket, then stopped. "Who are you working for, sir?"
"She can get us out of here."
"What?"
"The Warrior Angel. She told me. The wormhole Laura Brant repaired when she killed the Prime. It's still there, under the palace. Still working. Paula can use it to evacuate people to Aqueous if the apocalypse starts. I can probably get her to take us."
"You are cradding kidding me."
"No. I don't think the Warrior Angel can hold off the apocalypse. She practically admitted that. That's why she wants to talk to Stonewall, so she can use the wormhole to save some of us."
"This is bollocks. How did she know where you were? Even I didn't know you weren't up here."
"I don't know," he answered with hot indignation, trusting that would cover his guilt. "Because she's the Warrior Angel, and Carilla's probably been reporting our every movement to her. Like we wanted. Remember?"
"This is crazy." Voices suddenly started shouting out of the radio.
"Code 5! Code 5! We're under attack. Explosion! Second floor hit! They're using a bazooka!"
"Return fire! Return fire!"
"Nail the scum!" called the regiment. "Get some support here!"
Chang started at the radio in shock. It was tuned to the local PSR frequency.
"What's happening?"
"They're attacking the office." An aghast Jennifer grunted.
"Who's attacking?"
"It has to be the Fallers. Is it the start? Is this it?" He stared at her, not wanting to even think the possibility. The secure telephone started ringing. Chang had gotten a PSR technician to install it a day ago, splicing a line into the lighthouse's main cable and doing whatever it was technicians did at the main exchange to make it secure. He knew he couldn't trust radio communications with Faja. Both Elites and Fallers would be monitoring radio frequencies. He turned down the radio and picked up the handset.
"Chang?"
Faja said.
"Here. Do you know who's attacking the office?"
"No, but they're moving."
"Yeah, I know. We've been watching them cast off. I don't like the timing."
"No," Faja said. "Not the Gathora. The nest." More shouting burst from the radio. Another bazooka round had been fired. There were casualties, structural damage. PSR officers were returning fire, strafing the street outside. Chang closed his eyes, seeing the outside of Cameron's, the sudden deadly sweep of machine gun fire riddling the vans of the tactical team.
"What?"
he barked. "The nest! They're moving! They're out on the dock!"
"Crud!"
He looked through the lighthouse's high window and beckoned urgently at Jennifer to give him the binoculars.
"How many?"
"We've confirmed 5 of them, heavily armed." He stood next to the curving glass and trained the binoculars down on the long dockside. Sure enough, 2 men and 3 women were walking along the crane rails, leaning into the wind, each openly carrying what looked like a heavy-caliber machine gun.
Same type as they had at Cameron's.
He moved the binoculars to the Gathora 3, seeing white water churn at the stern as the propellers started up.
"But the ship's already leaving. They've pulled in the gangplank. What's the point?"
He looked up from the binoculars, working out distances. Reckoning put the nest members a good 700 meters from Gathora 3. Then he saw the muzzle flash. A second later, the crack of gunshots arrived, muted through the glass.
"Crud!"
Through the binoculars, he could see a dock worker was sprawled on the floor, red blood pooling. The nest ignored him as they walked past.
"What in Urarchus?"
"What is it?" Jennifer demanded.
"I don't know. The nest is going active, but Gathora is leaving."
"There's more on the move," Faja announced.
"Where?"
"Warehouse 3." He slid the binoculars around. Sure enough, a flatbed truck was driving along the docks, 7 men in the back, all holding weapons. 2 of them had a bazooka. It was too much to ignore. He picked up the radio microphone and switched to the second channel.
"Chang calling Major Danny. Come in, Danny." "Danny here." The receiver cracked. "We have an active nest on the docks. I need you to deploy. Landing strategy 4. Repeat strategy 4. Take them out." "Roger that, Chang. What about Gathora 3?
Jennifer was looking at him expectantly as the first drops of rain began to smear their way down the thick glass wrapped around the top of the lighthouse.
"Strategy 4 only,"
he said firmly.
"Confirmed."
Jennifer let out a feline hiss of censure. He replaced the handset and turned up the radio volume. The speaker spewed out anger and determination as the PSR office fought back against the treacherous attack. When he looked out into the wide estuary mouth, he could just see the Lanara start to move. "You're letting her go," Jennifer said.
"She's not on board."
"How do you know?"
she challenged. "There's a whole nest out there, gunning down civilians. We're PSR officers."
"Are we?"
"For God's sake!"
The phone rang again. Chang snatched it up.
"Yes."
"Chang," a female voice said, "the Fallers have arrived."
"What? Who is this?"
"Corilla."
"What the crud are you doing with Fadja?"
"I'm not. Friends spliced me into your phone line."
"How the—"
"Chang, listen to me. The Fallers are in Port Chana. They just arrived on a train from Port Lin."
"What? How do you know that?"
Instinctively, he stared out across the warehouse district. The train station was on the other side of the huge corrugated roofs. So close. "We've been looking for them just as hard as you, Chang. For Jiu's sake, they've got the missing nukes. They're taking them off the train right now, putting them on trucks." "No," he whispered. "Listen to me. The nukes are here in Port Chana. That attack on your office, it's a diversion. You have to order the regiment and the Marines to intercept the vehicles." "This is the real diversion," Jennifer said forcefully. "The Elitas want us to let the Gathora go. Corilla's an Elita, Chang. She's lying to you." "No," he said, trying to consider all the variables rationally.
"The threat is real. I've already given intercepting the nest full priority, and we cannot ignore Corilla's claim about the nukes. The attack on the PSR office only makes it more likely."
"Unless it's the Elitas who are shooting at us?"
"That's too much paranoia, Jennifer. They have no reason to."
"To divert us from the Gathora."
"They know everything," he snapped at her. "Don't you understand that? They are not the enemy. They're not the ones shooting at us, and they are the ones who will stand beside us when the apocalypse starts. But this is the Fallers."
He switched the radio back to the second channel.
"Danny, I've had intel that the Fallers might be bringing the missing Red One packages to the party." "Cradding Geo," Major Danny grunted. "Confirm that. Suspect packages in the picture. Do you have a location for me?" "Not yet."
"They're storming a ship," Jennifer said, tight-lipped.
"Who?"
Chang asked. "The nest. Look." He peered through the thick, curving glass. Big cold raindrops were slamming into it, smearing his vision. More muzzle flashes penetrated the sleet. They were coming from one of the ships, moored to a wharf.
"That's the Xiu?"
"I think so." The Gathora 3 was surging past the end of the harbour wall. He looked down at its bridge, almost expecting to see Florian and her inside. Instead, all he could make out were a few smudged figures. The ship was travelling fast. Fishing boats were desperately trying to move out of the way, scattering in mimicry of the shoals they themselves had chased scant hours before. Lanara was hurrying in the other way. They passed within 100 meters of each other, causing even more chaos among the fishing fleet stragglers. Their wakes clashed, sending swirling, surf-topped waves curling out across the harbour. Angry foghorns sounded in protest. "Ah, great Geo," Jennifer whispered. It was the fear in her voice that made Chang turn. He wasn't used to that. Anger, yes, but this. 4 canvas-covered trucks were rolling along the side of the docks. The first one stopped beside the Xiu. Chang looked on in disbelief as a monster lumbered out of the back. It was huge, the size of a horse, with a grey-blue hide made up of rigid armour bone plates. 4 thick legs supported a squat body, while a pair of multi-jointed arms protruded from shoulders below the raised neck. A crown of short, sharp horns bristled from the fat skull. It was carrying what to Chang looked like a pump-action bazooka. The weapon was huge. A human would have trouble just trying to lift it. This thing swung it around as if it were made of paper. "Breeder Fallers," Chang breathed in shock. More of the vile creatures were emerging from the other trucks. There were even some of the hulking humanoids he'd encountered at Xander Manor. "Oh, cutting you ruckus," Jennifer moaned. "This isn't happening."
"Danny!"
Chang shouted into the microphone as the heavy, squalling rain pounded across the harbour. "Danny, the nest has breeder fallers. Repeat, breeders. They're huge and armed." "Roger that." Danny's voice came from the radio, completely emotionless. "We can see them."
"Why don't they just use the nukes?"
Jennifer murmured shakily.
"Because they haven't seen the warrior angel go on board either,"
he replied. One of the monsters on the dockside swung around and brought his weapon up, lining it up across the harbour.
"No!"
Chang growled as he realized what it was being aimed at. There was a gigantic muzzle flash. The projectile hit the Lanara amidships, sending a seething orange flame cloud roiling out.
"Fucking Urarchus!"
The monster pumped the weapon's mechanism, fired again. Chang slapped the sniper rifle's safety off, settled the stock against his shoulder, and peered through the telescopic sight as he swung it around.
"Don't hurry. Be smooth."
The monster flew across his narrow field of view. He tracked back.
"That is thick hide. The bullet might get through, but it won't do much damage."
He steadied his breathing.
"Has to be a headshot."
Crosshairs found the monster. He adjusted slowly, taking his time, watching it prepare for another shot on the Lanara, anticipating the moment when it would be still. His fingers squeezed the trigger just as the monster fired. He saw one of the spiky horns shatter. Then the monster was jumping about. "Well, that annoyed him," Jennifer grunted as she watched through the binoculars. Chang did his best to ignore the vicious sarcasm in her voice, concentrating on the furious, juddering monster. He worked the bolt, flipping the spent cartridge onto the floor, and sent the next sliding into the chamber. When he settled himself again, the monster had stopped shaking itself and was scanning around slowly. Chang took 2 measured breaths, then inhaled and held himself still, watching the faller. This shot hit just below the creature's left eye and blew out a large chunk from the back of its skull. The body collapsed instantly.
"Nice!"
Jennifer exclaimed, the tip of her tongue flicking out to moisten her lips. Chang looked up from the scope, seeing the big fallers scatter for cover across the docks. 2 of the monsters hunched down behind the hoods of their trucks, their pump-action weapon barrels sticking up vertically, like dull exhaust pipes, betraying their positions. Out on the Lanara's deck, Marines were deploying, crouching behind the superstructure, opening fire with heavy-caliber weapons. A couple of them had grenade launchers they were readying. Movement by the trucks. Chang peered through the scope, seeing one of the beefed-up humanoid fallers scuttling between vehicles. He took aim, fired. Blue blood erupted from the faller's chest, and it spun around before crumpling to the ground.
"Oh, yes!"
Jennifer cried.
"Good shot!"
Chang worked the bolt again and checked the scope, just in time to catch one of the monsters rise up and level its bazooka at the lighthouse. The gaping hole at the end of the barrel seemed to expand in a single distorted lurch, filling the scope with lethal blackness.
"Move!"
They both lunged for the narrow doorway as the tip of the lighthouse's spire exploded. Blast pressure cracked most of the thick curving glass into a crazed mosaic, searing in through the open window to hurl the rifle and camera against the huge lens. Jennifer went tumbling into Chang, the pair of them falling painfully down several stone steps together before thudding into the wall.
"Keep going,"
Chang shouted. Wincing against the pain that flooded in from too many places, he half fell down several more steps, Jennifer pressing awkwardly into his side, as if she was trying to push past. The next bazooka shot hit the top of the lighthouse full-on. A barrage of stone and dust and smoke slammed down the spiral stairwell, sending them crashing forward. The submarine surfaced just a few meters off the Gathora 3's port side. A rope ladder was lowered for Florian, Rai Evine, and the anadroids to clamber up. Cassandra and Paula used their force fields, expanding them out like sparkling bubbles to give them neutral buoyancy in the air, so they could float up onto the deck. Florian heaved himself over the gunwale, just as the crew were applauding Cassandra's elegant landing. He scrambled for a hold on the smooth metal as he straddled the top. His balance began to go. Then Paula came over and helped him right himself before he lost all dignity.
"Thanks,"
he grumbled. Rye, naturally, came over the gunwale in a nimble gymnast movement. Marek was equally at ease, and he was carrying a huge backpack. Florian stood beside Paula as he looked around. The decking was still wet from the morning's final squall. Away on the northern horizon, the last dark storm clouds were tumbling away. Dmitri was shaking hands with Captain Jaimoir, a lean 35-year-old, with his olive skin darkened by years of sun and sea weather. A handsome man, Florian admitted to himself, with curly black hair, cropped short, and a knowing smile that was all perfect white teeth, like a badge of confidence. Maybe too much confidence. Jaimoir stepped forward and kissed Cassandra, a lot more than a welcome touch on both cheeks. Florian stared in surprise, then angry embarrassment, as she twined her arms around his head and returned the kiss with abandon. Most of the crew were grinning. Cassandra led Jaimoir over and introduced him to Rye, then Florian. Florian couldn't meet the man's eye as they shook hands, instead standing with his head bowed like a surly teenager. "So, you came through the storm all right?" Cassandra was saying when Florian began to pay attention again. "The Gothora has been through a lot worse. I was more worried about Porchana. What happened back there?" "A nest hijacked the shoe," Cassandra told him. "They're coming after us." "Not through that, they're not," Jaimoir said, indicating the storm vanishing aft. "We blocked the radar signals from the Air Force planes while they were still flying. If the government doesn't know where we are, the Fallers certainly don't. Not after sailing inside that beauty's chaos. Then we're probably safe, but I don't want to take any chances. We need to sail straight for Lukatica. Build some distance." "Aye, aye, ma'am." He saluted. "How come they didn't nuke us back in Porchana? We were still in range when they hit the docks." "Because they didn't know if Cassandra and I were on board," Paula said. "They appeared to have several atomic bombs with them. To detonate one would be to eliminate the others. They have to confirm our presence before using them." "You were there?" Jaimoir asked. "Yes, observing. I like to know exactly what I'm facing. But with your weapons, I could have taken out the nest on the docks, yes," Paula said, "which would have confirmed to the Fallers that someone with advanced Commonwealth technology was present. My field scan function detected 7 atomic bombs brought to the shoe. If there was another outside my detection range, they could have detonated it. At that distance, I would probably have survived, but Porchana certainly wouldn't. Non-intervention was the safest option." "Too bad you didn't wholly follow that option," Cassandra said with a playful grin. Paula shrugged. The Lanara was a sitting duck as it came in, and Chang was already shooting the breeder creatures, albeit not very successfully. There was considerable confusion. It would be reasonable for the nest to believe the ones I eliminated were killed either by Chang or another unknown PSR sniper. I was strategic in my target selection. "Chang!" Cassandra shook her head in bewildered admiration. "That man has more lives than a cat." "We'll show you to your cabins," Jaimoir said. His arm closed possessively around Cassandra's waist. "Sadly, there's a lack of space, so you're going to have to bunk up in my cabin." She kissed him spryly. "Oh, dear. The hardship. I'll be happy for you to inspect the mattress, to see if it's good enough." "Inspect or test?" "Both, I think." Arm in arm, they went through a hatch and into the superstructure. "Jaimoir has been working with us for 2.5 centuries, Valeri said quietly, so only Florian could hear. "He is one of our most valuable allies. This is just the latest Gothora he has captained. All of them have been most useful transporting us and our equipment around Bienvenido." Florian stared at the hatchway. How old is he?" "He and Cassandra were friends before the Great Transition. He has been receiving regular rejuvenation treatments in our medical capsule." "Right. Great. Good to know. You are welcome to share my cabin for the voyage. It won't be too cramped for you. We don't sleep." "Yeah, that's good. I'll just wait out here for now. As you wish." Florian felt the engine starting up, the deck vibrating beneath his feet. He leaned on the gunwale, staring out to the horizon. It was over 1,000 kilometers to Cape Weckal, the closest part of Lukatica. Cassandra wanted to go farther, down toward McBride Sound, before releasing the new G-Eagles on their reconnaissance flight. He peered over the side as a crewman pulled the rope ladder in. The submarine had already dived, its smart core taking it back to the cave below the farmhouse. So he was committed now. Weeks, possibly the rest of his life, on this ship, with the two of them. Cassandra hadn't even mentioned Jaimwa before. Surely that would have been a simple courtesy. Gathora 3 picked up speed, the fresh sea air blowing against his face as if seeking to cleanse him. "Sorry." Florian turned as Paula gripped the gunwale beside him. She'd put on a thick, dark ginger sweater against the cooler temperature. Her ebony hair flailed about as she gazed across the waves. "For what?" he asked. "Some women don't quite realize the effect they have on men." "Oh, she doesn't dislike you, Florian. You haven't been cast aside. It's just that she and Jaimwa are very old friends." "I get that. In any case, she's in love with someone else. She has been for a very long time. Most of her life, in fact. I'm not sure that's entirely healthy, but it's helped her get through these dark times. So I'm certainly not going to condemn her for that." "It's not Jaimwa, then? He's not the one?" "Oh, no. Somebody else. Somebody completely unobtainable. So if she'd bothered to give you some serious thought, she'd probably understand how you felt right now, because that's how she feels all the time, and she'd be mortified at what she's done to you. She's not a cruel person, Florian. I know. You were having fun, weren't you?" He nodded bleakly. "She said that. Just fun. I suppose I didn't really listen. Self-denial makes life easier for all of us at some time or another. Just try not to make a habit of it." He kept his gaze on the undulating water. "Do you think we'll find the Viscount?" "If it's on Lukatica, we'll find it. I reviewed the sensors installed in this batch of G-Eagles. They're good. That's not our real problem. Time is. Yes. If we guessed wrong, if the Viscount came down at the North Pole, I'm not sure we'll have long enough to reach Valaterre. The Fallers are prepared to use nukes against us. Against me. Hiding in the shadows is over. After the Vermilion came down, their flying machine still worked for a while. Surely they would have found the Viscount." Paula pursed her lips. "History is always written by the victors. Reading between the lines of the landing chronicles, I suspect Captain Cornelius might not have had too much interest in finding a second source of Commonwealth technology. After all, his family quickly established control over the only supply of advanced medicine and machinery on the planet." Florian gave her a surprised glance. "That's awful. My job means I've been exposed to a lot of the underside of human society. I'm afraid that kind of behavior isn't as rare as we'd like to think it is, especially in more primitive cultures. And this colony sank into semi-benign feudalism surprisingly quickly once its shiny gadgets were taken away." "You really think the captain would do that?" "My ancestor. I'm offering possibilities, that's all." Stonel stood on the side of the docks as the rain splattered on his heavy coat and looked down at the body. It needed 2 of the coroner's usual sheets to cover it completely, which was a big clue. Tipping his trilby back with a forefinger, he said, "Show me." Chang used the end of his crutch to push the black fabric aside. The breeder Faller really was a monster, although death had given its armoured body a strangely withered appearance, with the hard plates collapsing on one another, as if the guts of the thing weren't big enough to fill it out completely. Half of its head was missing, exposing tatters of grey-white brain meat. Rain had washed the blue blood from the stone. "One of your shots?" Stonel asked. Chang shrugged. "Could have been. I got one of these and one of the giants." He looked around, as if getting his bearings. The cluster of burnt-out trucks were black metal hulks, slick with water, burning only as long as their fuel had lasted.
The Marines got the rest.
Stonewall looked over at the slipway where the Lunara had shoved itself aground. Its front ramp was down, biting into the concrete. There were several ragged blast holes torn into the hull, and bullet craters smothered the armoured superstructure. It was a miracle the Marine landing craft had ever made it to the slipway. Only he didn't believe in miracles. More than a dozen patrol cars were parked in an effective barricade across the end of the docks, their red and blue lights flashing, sheriffs standing guard in their rain-slicked ponchos, holding shotguns and rifles at the ready. And that was just the inner cordon. No civilians were allowed within half a kilometre of the harbour. Such security was pointless now. All Port China knew what had happened here. Marines fought breeder fallers and won. At least we didn't get nuked. The news had already reached all the way back to Varlan. If the government denied it, they'd face a serious credibility problem, which is hardly a priority right now. "How many of them reached the Sioux?" he asked. "Maybe a dozen," Jennifer said. "Captain Fadger maintained a good watch, but it was an Urachus of a firefight. Enough to operate the Sioux, then?" "Yes, sir." He looked her up and down, a diminutive figure in a drab-brown raincoat, her felt PSR cap soaked, a nasty gash down her cheek from falling masonry in the lighthouse. Immune to the weather, immune to the gore and chaos of the battle, determined to do her duty. "So, to summarize, you think the Gathora 3 had taken on cargo belonging to the Warrior Angel, but neither she nor Paula was on board. Then the Fallers, armed with our atomic bombs, grabbed the Sioux and took off in pursuit." Jennifer hesitated for an instant. "Yes, sir." "So where are they all going?" "We have no indication of that," Chang said. "I got the Air Force to send out 2 GV-15s within 40 minutes of the Gathora putting to sea, but there was no sign of it." "What's the Gathora's maximum range?" "Running until the tanks are empty. Probably about 3,000 kilometres, possibly a little farther." Stonewall stared out across the grey, choppy water. "The Warrior Angel can obviously move her equipment around on land without drawing attention, so having a cargo on a ship indicates to me they are heading somewhere away from Lamaran. So what's out there?"
"Clev is probably outside the Gathora's range," Chang said. "But there are 2 small islands to the southwest of it they might be able to reach."
"Their version of Bayan, Captain?"
"No, sir. That's not where she plans to retreat to if the Faller apocalypse succeeds."
"And how do you know that, Captain?"
"She contacted me in person just before the Red 1 code was issued. She wanted to talk to you."
"Indeed." Stonewall tried not to show surprise, but he was impressed with the captain. His gaze slipped over to the lighthouse. The top quarter was missing, leaving the base surrounded by scorched rubble. "I might have made the right choice after all." "Did she tell you what she wanted to discuss with me?"
"Yes, sir. If it was looking like the Fallers were winning, she wanted access to the wormhole under the palace. She said Paula could open it and evacuate some people to Aqueous."
"Who?" he asked sharply. "Who would they take?"
"That's what she wanted to negotiate, but she wasn't going to leave without a fight."
"Whatever is on the Gathora 3 must be part of that fight, then, and the Fallers know that."
"Yes, sir."
"Can you contact her, Captain?"
"Carilla might be able to," Chang said.
Right now he wasn't about to disclose he had Commonwealth technology embedded in his hand.
Geo alone knows how Jennifer will react to that. "The Elitas are more organized than I realized. The bastards tapped right into our secure phone lines."
"Talk to Carilla. Tell her I'll meet the Warrior Angel." "She'll be on the Gathora by now," Jennifer said. "You're probably right, but contact the Elitas anyway, and get the Air Force to put their GV-15s back into the air. Send them out to their limit. I want to know where those ships are heading."
"If it's not the islands, it has to be Lukatica," Jennifer said.
"That's the only other thing out there in range."
2.
Nothing in the crypt had changed. In ordinary circumstances, Stonewall might have welcomed that. Faustina looked up from her desk as he strode in to face the space machine containing Joey Stein's memories. There were no other technicians present. They hadn't been allowed back in after Joey started to communicate. The detailed plans for the sensor system he'd handed over were being worked on in a dedicated laboratory. "Is everything all right?" Faustina asked. "For Geo's sake, woman, wake up to the world for once. The Fallers have acquired atomic bombs. The apocalypse is about to begin. So, no, everything is not cutting all right." She paled, taking an involuntary pace back from him. "Switch it on," he said, gesturing at the radio. "It is always on," she replied flatly. "That bad, huh?" Joey's voice asked. Stonel stood perfectly still for a moment. It was so unlike him to make such an elementary mistake. Stress, he decided, far too much stress. But knowing about the atomic bombs doesn't strengthen Joey's hand. He raised his gaze to the dark circular mechanism of the wormhole at the back of the crypt, then brought the radio microphone up to his lips. "Joey, can you control the wormhole?" "No, 'fraid not, pal. Laura code-locked its SmartNet. I don't have the software to hack it." "Hack?" "The key. I don't have the key, or anything that can make a key." "Would Paula be able to unlock it?" "Very probably, yes." "I see. Is that a problem?"
"No, it is her bargaining point. If the Fallers do overrun us, she was talking about evacuating people to Aqueous."
"Yeah, makes sense."
"Why would Paula and Cassandra go to Lucatica? That's our southern polar continent."
"I don't know. What's there?"
"Nothing at all. There hasn't even been an expedition there for well over 1,000 years.
"Oh, shame. It would have been cool if it boasted a fortress of solitude."
"A what?"
"Skip it. Bad joke. Paula doesn't do things without cause, and certainly not at a time as critical as this. If she's going to Lucatica, it'll be for a very good reason. Are you sure that's where she's going?"
"She sailed from Port Chana 3 days ago. The Air Force planes got a small radar return at extreme range before they had to turn back. A ship was heading due south."
"A ship?"
"The Fallers were following her. It could have been them."
"Let me guess. The ones with the atom bombs?"
He resists sighing. "We believe so."
"You have to warn Paula. You cannot let the Fallers eliminate her. She is this planet's last chance, pal."
"She knows. It was the Elitas who told us where the atom bombs were."
"Wow, and you're Bienvenido's top spy. That has to hurt."
Stonel gave the space machine a fixed smile. "I've already told you. If we are overwhelmed, you also lose."
"Oh, don't worry, pal. I'm very aware of my position."
Stonel was shown into Adolphus's small office in the emergency bunker below the palace, even deeper than the crypt containing the wormhole. It might have been the lack of daylight for days, or those same long days breathing nothing but the mechanically purified air blowing out of the overhead grills, but it seemed to Stonel that the Prime Minister's illness had advanced. The man's skin was a shade lighter than it had been when the Red One code was given, and despite the stable temperature, sweat was glinting on his forehead. Age, too, had suddenly advanced across his features, wrinkles biting deeper into flesh.
"Though that's probably just fear," Stonel conceded.
Despite the utilitarian concrete walls, Adolphus had made sure the furniture was grand enough to reflect his status. The desk alone took up a quarter of the space. 7 telephones were lined up on top of it, all of them red. 3 teleprinters clattered away constantly in the corner. Adolphus waved Stonel into a seat.
"What happened in Port Chana?" he asked.
Stonel gave him a careful summary, very aware that the Prime Minister was looking for the slightest excuse to evacuate to Bayern. "My recommendation is to keep the Hell fleet of Air Force GV-15s flying along the south coast on a continual basis, day and night," he finished. "We need to know if those ships head back to Lamaran. If we spot them, especially the Sioux, we should probably deploy the nuclear option. It has the advantage of being offshore,
so there will be no civilian casualties.
We've finally cornered her, haven't we? Adolphus said. And this wretched Commonwealth diplomat female?
It is logical to assume at least one of them is on board the Gathora, yes.
But why? What are they doing on Lucartica?
I have to admit that is one question I cannot answer.
Bring in that traitor, Carilla. Interrogate her properly.
Stonewall tented his fingers and deliberately took a few seconds to reply. 2 things. I seriously doubt Carilla will know. She is a simple go-between. It's an elementary precaution not to inform someone like that of the big picture. Second, I don't believe it's in our interest to eliminate the Warrior Angel and Paula right now. We will undoubtedly be facing the Faller apocalypse before long. Bion and Operation Reclaim were the best solution we could come up with before now. But Paula is offering us the prospect of Acquiesce. That should not be treated lightly.
And she would willingly take us with her.
That would have to be the keystone of the negotiations, obviously. But we need her alive in order to negotiate.
You ruckus. And you've no idea why they're on that ship?
No, sir.
What about the space machine? Does it know?
It says not, and frankly I believe it.
I want to talk to it.
Sir?
You heard me.
Adolphus drummed his fingers nervously on the desk.
It knows Paula better than anyone. It has to be able to give us some insight. And maybe we were too hasty in turning down its offer of more knowledge. I need to know what it knows to make a full and proper decision.
A security team inspected the crypt first, so the Prime Minister's arrival didn't come as a surprise to Faustina. Stonewall could tell she was intensely curious, though.
I'm grateful for all you've done, Adolphus told her, but I'm afraid you will have to step outside. Matters of state, you understand.
Her curiosity deepened, but all she did was give a small nod. Of course, Prime Minister.
Before you go, Adolphus added, please turn off all the recording apparatus in here.
Faustina coloured slightly and walked over to a table with an array of electrical cabinets on it, including several tape recorders. She switched the equipment off one piece at a time. You're on your own, she told them. Adolphus hadn't taken his eyes from the grey-white cylinder since he'd arrived.
How do I speak to it?
Stonewall handed him the radio's microphone.
Can you hear me?
I certainly can, Joey replied. Stonewall wasn't sure, but it sounded like Joey was treating Adolphus with a reasonable degree of respect, which he'd never been shown.
I am the Prime Minister of Bienvenido. I would like you to tell me what is on Lucartica that's so vital.
I honestly don't know.
Can you take a guess, please? You know Paula better than anyone.
I won't argue with you over that statement, but my familiarity is minimal. I know of her by reputation, so I can only use logic and tell you that if Paula is heading for Lucartica at a time like this, then it has to be supremely important.
Yes, we worked that part out ourselves, thank you. I asked you to guess.
I can't.
You mean you won't?
No, I mean I can't. My thought routines are running in a kind of computator, not a biological brain like yours. It is literally impossible for me to make intuitive leaps. I can only deal in facts and logic.
Adolphus turned to Stoneham. Is that true?
He made an effort not to reply. It's logical. It's highly possible. Yes.
So what should we logically do about it? Adolphus asked.
You could simply ask her what she's doing, Joey replied. If it is an action that will result in defeating the Fallers, you should offer to help.
But we don't know exactly where she is.
You have ships and planes, don't you? Search for her.
Yes, but our planes have limited range, and sending ships to find 2 ships somewhere in the whole Polaris Sea is a hopeless task.
I appreciate your point of view. In which case, I suggest launching a Liberty spacecraft into polar orbit. It is possible to see a ship's wake from low orbit, given clear conditions. An astronaut overhead should be able to establish direct radio contact, albeit for short periods.
That is a possibility,
Adolphus said slowly. Stonel was surprised to see him hesitate. The Prime Minister never usually lacked for confidence. "It would be useful to know what the Warrior Angel is doing, sir," he said, "and where she's going. She was about to talk to us when the Fallers raided the bomb factory."
"Everything will change,"
Adolphus said, and his thumb wasn't pressing the microphone talk button. "We do need to contemplate a degree of change at this point, sir. To be frank, what have we got to lose?" Adolphus nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the space machine. His thumb touched the microphone button.
"Why should I trust you?"
"You have something I want," Joey replied.
"What?"
"Survival. As your spy chief here keeps pointing out, if you lose, so do I."
"I lose anyway."
"I don't understand."
"I'm ill, Joey Stein. Very ill. I won't survive this."
"I'm sorry to hear that. But you are the Prime Minister. This world is relying on you to make the right choices now. This is what you've spent your life working toward. I know, politicians, you all care about your legacy. You care about it a great deal. Don't you want future generations to remember you as the Prime Minister who defeated the Fallers?" Adolphus took a step closer to the space machine, his eyes fixed upon it.
"I want to live."
Shock immobilized Stonel. Now he understood what this was all about.
"Sir, we can't trust—" "No," Adolphus snapped. "You don't get to advise me on this. This is not an affair of state. This is about me. Machine, you can cure people. Can you cure me?"
"What is wrong with you?"
"I have growths. Tumours. They've spread. Our doctors can't do anything."
"I can cure cancer in a few hours. A total rejuvenation will take a month."
"Hours?"
Adolphus whispered. He blinked against the moisture in his eyes.
"It would be done in hours."
"Yes." "You can't, sir," Stonel said. "We do not know what this machine is capable of." Adolphus twisted around to face him, his lips open in a snarl.
"I'm dying, and this GU-sent miracle can save me, so don't you tell me what I can and cannot do."
"I am responsible for your safety. This is Commonwealth technology."
"And what exactly is the worst it can do? Kill me a few weeks early, just before I get crodding eaten alive by Fallers? No. This is my choice, my risk. You take your orders from me, Stonel, and this is my order. If I'm not out in 6 hours, then you push this thing down into the bottom of the deepest hole you can find. Kill it, and all the hopes it has to get back to the Commonwealth. Do you understand?"
Stonel wanted to say no, wanted to stop this insanity. This was exactly what Slavasta had warned against. It would start with a cure for cancer. But Adolphus would never stop there. This was an addiction whose culmination would be rejuvenation, and the space machine had the blueprints for medical capsules. More could and would be built. Bienvenido would become dependent on Commonwealth medical technology. But such things couldn't be built in isolation. There would be spin-offs in every technological discipline. Commonwealth ideas would seep into society, and everything Bienvenido had built so painfully for itself over 3,000 years would be lost. He could stop it here and now, physically intervene. Adolphus in this state couldn't put up any kind of meaningful struggle. But then what? He'd be relieved of duty within an hour. And I'll be facing the apocalypse by myself. No flight to Bion, and certainly no evacuation through the wormhole. "Yes, sir. Under protest."
"Protest noted. Machine, do you understand?"
"Very much."
"All right, then."
Adolphus took a calming breath, dabbing a shaking hand at the sweat that had risen on his forehead.
"What do I need to do?"
"Undress. Get inside me."
"That's it?"
"Yes. You won't be awake for the procedure. When it's over, the tumours will be gone." "Why can't you just give him the medicine?" Stonell asked. "This isn't a drug, pal. This is micron-level surgery. The tumours are broken down by active filaments and physically removed." Adolphus put the microphone down and walked over to the space machine. After a moment, he bent down and started undoing his shoelaces. He took his clothes off methodically, folding them neatly in a pile, clearly trying to be as dignified as possible. When he was naked, a circular aperture opened on the side of the space machine. Stonell didn't see any kind of door mechanism. The hole simply expanded like a pond ripple. A soft sapphire light shone out, revealing a chamber that made him think of a padded coffin. It certainly wasn't much bigger.
6 hours,
Adolphus said, and turned his back on Stonell. He twisted about awkwardly, nothing more now than an ungainly old man trying to clamber inside the space machine. The door contracted in a single smooth, silent motion. "Crudding, you raucous," Stonell muttered through clenched teeth. The Prime Minister, the man who controlled all of Bienvenido, was captive inside a Commonwealth artifact, the kind of event he dedicated his entire life toward preventing. He glared with a hatred he hadn't known in years at the intruder he himself had brought into the very seat of power. Clearly, Joey's medical ability had been gnawing at the Prime Minister's thoughts for some time, and I was the one who'd told him about that ability. My fault, if I'd just kept my mouth shut. Oh! Stonell exhaled as a realization struck with the force of a runaway Fowler monster. Father always said they were smarter than us, that their huge, long lives give them so much knowledge, Pa. I never appreciated how true that was. Nobody negotiating for their life would declare that medical ability right at the start. It's a perfect bargaining chip, the kind you play much later in the game, and I was the one who delivered the information. He gave the space machine an altogether more cautious look. "Well played," he murmured in reluctant admiration, and left the crypt. Faustina was in her office. She looked up in surprise as Stonell came in. "Have you been talking to the space machine?" he asked. "Only to facilitate the sensor data you asked for." "Before that," he said, "before you called me in, when it first started communicating, what did you tell it?" "Only some very basic information, such as where it was, who I was. That's all." "Did you tell it about me?" "No, I just said I'd have to call a senior government officer to talk to it." "What about the Prime Minister? Did you tell it he was ill?" "He's ill? What's wrong with him? What's happened?" He stared at her face, trying to find a hint of treachery. Nobody this smart can truly be naive. It has to be an act to keep her out of palace politics. Yet all he could see was an old woman starting to get very uncomfortable, not understanding what was wrong. "Nothing's happened," he said smartly. He turned to the guard outside. "Science Director Faustina does not leave this office until I return. Is that clear?" "Sir." The guard saluted, showing just how dedicated to his duty he was. 20 minutes later, Stonell was shown into Therese's office. Unlike Adolphus, she hadn't spent the last few days sheltering in the emergency bunker. However, his staff had informed him that she kept 3 armored Zika limousines in a palace garage, ready to drive her to the Air Force Command Airfield just outside Valen, so she could evacuate for Bayonne at a moment's notice, and her family was already at the base. "Thank you for seeing me at short notice, Deputy Prime Minister. I'm always happy to see the head of Section 7, she replied courteously. "What can I do for you?" "We may have a slight problem." Florian wasn't used to the sun being so low in the sky at midday. He hadn't expected it to be so bright this far south either. Everyone on deck wore sunglasses as they stared out across the calm water to the ice cliffs that marked the top of McBride Sound. The air blowing off the glacier lowered the temperature even further. Florian could barely believe that was possible. He was wearing 2 sets of full-body thermal underwear, along with 2 sweaters under his goose-down parka, cotton gloves and thick waterproof overgloves, fur-lined boots and triple-layered socks, a scarf over his mouth and nose, visor-like sunglasses to stop his damp eyes from freezing up, and he was still cold. But the polar continent was amazing. Its coastline alternated black rock with dazzling ice, and it was so clean, as if Jiu had only just created it. He saw a tall section of ice and snow tumble in slow motion down into the sea, sending up a crown of spume. Gloved fingers struggled to lift his sunglasses off so he could get a better look. He blinked against the biting cold gusting over exposed skin. "It's blue," he muttered. "What is?" Jaimoir asked. "The ice," Florian said, nodding at the distant cliff. "It's blue. Pristine water," Jaimoir explained. "There are no contaminants here, no factory chimneys churning out crud. It gives you the purest water on the planet. So when it freezes, and the sun shines on it just right, it has a blue tint. Amazing." He could have gotten the same information from his files, but it was far more fun to listen to Jaimoir. In truth, Florian had found it hard to dislike the captain. There was something massively engaging about the man's happiness and humour. The captain was always so positive about everything. Florian had never heard him raise his voice in anger at any of the crew. "I was that happy too, when Cassandra was in my bed every night." He almost wanted to ask, man to man, "Do you ever get dejected when she leaves you behind?" Somehow he couldn't imagine Jaimoir moping around the ship when she wasn't on board. For himself, he still hadn't absolved Cassandra for her total disregard of his feelings, and to be honest with himself, he really missed her and the comfort of being with her, that smile as bright as any polar ice when it was directed at him, knowing Jaimoir was now receiving all that attention and sex. Well, most of his time on board had been spent alone and sulking. It was like being back in Opal after his discharge from the regiment. He'd gone back home, thinking everything would finally be better, only to discover he was even more miserable as he realized how alone he was, and probably always would be. Back then he'd run away to Albina Valley. Here on Gathora 3, there was no escape. "Come on!" Jaimoir put his arm around Florian's shoulders. "Now that we can see land, we're ready to free the G-Eagles." "Free them?" "Yes," Jaimoir laughed. "Well, unpack them." Another cheery grin, and he was striding toward the mid-deck cargo hold. The thick lime-green canvas cover was being rolled back off the top of the cargo hold. Florian peered down into the shadowed space below, seeing barrels and big crates, with their South Coast wide shipping labels prominent, arranged neatly across the floor like some strange city layout model. Valeri and Marek had been going through the contents since they came on board, checking that everything was working. 5 crates had been opened up, their sides lying flat like square wooden petals. They exposed the stacked metal grid shelves inside, holding inactive G-Eagles. The big avian devices were semi-organic copies of a bird that existed on Querentia, Paula had told him, another planet in the void, and the one Nigel had thought he was heading for. In storage they were curled up tightly, with a slim electric cable snaking into their open beaks to charge up their power cells. The anadroids were moving between the crates, removing the cables. One by one the G-Eagles activated, testing their synthetic muscles with lazy twitches and spasms. Heads turned from side to side, allowing sensors to run through their analysis routines. Wings extended. Even though Florian knew their technical specifications, witnessing their actual size was impressive. They began to take off, flying up out of the hold with swift, powerful beats of their wings, circling higher and higher above the Gathora. Now it was their speed that struck him. The impression of supremacy was inescapable. He didn't know what kind of birds lived on Lucartica, but they wouldn't be challenging the G-Eagles. Not that they'd ever be flying low enough to attract attention of local wildlife. Their cruising altitude was 4 kilometers. Paulo walked over to him. "Quite a sight." "Yes." His U-shadow was processing links from the G-Eagles, allowing him to look down on the Gathora 3. The visual and thermal image was phenomenal, with every detail clearer than any human iris could ever produce. As the first G-Eagle gained altitude, so the view of the ice-locked land grew. There was very little rock or solid ground visible amid the expanse of smoothly rumpled snow. Somewhere to the southeast, a range of low mountains cluttered the horizon. Directly south, the vast mouth of McBride Sound signalled the start of the deep water channel that extended another 130 kilometres south. The western headland was a cliff, even bigger than the glacier wall, currently off their starboard bow. "How long are they going to take to scan the whole continent?" he asked. 3 weeks for all of it. So statistically a lot less, until they find the Viscount. If we guessed right. Yes, if we guessed right. But then it's a 50-50 choice, isn't it? He saw Cassandra emerge from the superstructure with Valeri. Both of them stopped for a moment to look down into the midship hold. G-Eagles were still flapping their way upward, more than 20 now, out of their total of 50. Several of the crew started cheering. Florian looked over toward shore, where they were pointing, and zoomed in. A sea-bear had broken surface to clamber onto the ice beach at the foot of the glacier. Almost as large as a terrestrial elephant, with grey-white fur, the animal normally weighed in at about 5 tons, supported by 4 legs, with wide webbed paws that oddly reminded him of a Vatni's limbs. With a flash of guilt, he realized he hadn't even thought about Mure for weeks. He wondered how he was doing, if the Vatni village by the lake was okay. How would they face up to the faller apocalypse? The sea-bear had a big koiran clamped between its jaws. The poor fish was still thrashing about. Florian winced as the sea-bear bit the fish clean in half. The 2 chunks flopped down on the ice, dark carmine blood gushing out. "That is one brute of an animal," Paula said. "Funny how polar continents always evolve the most menacing creatures."
"Penguins are menacing,"
Dmitri said. Paula gave him a thoroughly disapproving glance. "Always?" Rai Evine asked. Florian hadn't noticed the astronaut approaching. "Rule of thumb," Paula told him. "Have you seen many?" "Enough to know never to get close." "That sounds like good advice," Florian muttered, as he watched the sea-bear eating, its jaws making short work of the koiran. "Let's hope they haven't turned the Viscount into a lair," Rai said. If the Viscount did crash here, those things would certainly go a long way to explaining why there were no survivors, Paula said. "About our force field skeletons," Florian began nervously. "Don't worry," Paula told him. "I was exaggerating. Your suits are easily strong enough to stand up to anything an animal can do to you. If a sea-bear tries to bite you, it'll break its teeth." "Fangs," Rai corrected with a grin. "Oh, nice. Thanks," Florian grunted. The last G-Eagle flew away into the frigid, cloudless sky. Florian could already see the rest soaring up into their scan formation. Ultimately, they would hold position 2 kilometres apart, producing a line 100 kilometres wide. They would fly back and forth across Lutatica, scanning every square metre of the surface. "Ah," Paula said, "they'll launch the com-drones now?" A dark grey, flattened teardrop shape, 3 metres long, ascended vertically out of the hold, emitting a faint whirring sound as its internal fans spun at full power. Flexible vents in its trailing edge flipped down, and it began to accelerate upward, climbing at a much shallower angle than the G-Eagles. It was followed by a second. As they rose above the ship, their wings began to extend, ply-plastic flowing out and becoming thinner. Within a minute, the wingspan measured over 20 metres, and it was still expanding. The drones, like the G-Eagles, had been manufactured in the remaining semi-organic synthesizers below Cassandra's farmhouse. They would operate at 25 kilometres altitude, far above any possible bad polar storms, where they would fly a slow holding pattern above the Gathora, acting as a link relay between G-Eagles and ship. "Are we going down McBride Sound now?" Rai asked. "No," Paula said. "If the Shiu found us in there, they'd have us cornered. It's always harder to find a moving target, so we'll sail along the coast at random, and if the Shiu does come close, the drones will spot it long before it sees us. We'll be able to stay out of sight and range." "Makes sense," Florian admitted. Part of him wanted to confront the Fallers. He knew Paula and Cassandra would be able to take out the Sioux, yet at the same time he was anxious to find the Viscount, to actually see a real Commonwealth starship. And when they did travel over Lukatica to see if any of the equipment still worked, Jaimoir would be staying here on the ship. Not that that's important. Tumors were the easy part. A mass of filaments, thinner than human hair, slid into Adolphus's body, surrounding the lethal cancer cells like a conquering army, breaking them up and siphoning away the constituent molecules, repairing the tissue damage left in their wake. The Prime Minister's brain was an altogether more complex problem. That required a very different set of filaments, even more intrusive. These sought out critical path synapses, carefully infiltrating the electrochemical exchanges in order to manipulate the unconscious personality. Memory downloads were an old Commonwealth medical technology, developed in tandem with rejuvenation and relife procedures millennia ago. Extracting Adolphus's memories was no problem for the medical capsule. It took 2 hours to successfully download his mind into a secure store. Once the external duplication was complete, the filament set about erasing those same memories and thought routines from his brain. Also, a well-understood procedure, though usually there was a lot more time available. The medical module's SmartNet told Joey this rushed procedure was likely to leave a considerable amount of Adolphus's subconscious remaining. The final stage was inserting Joey's memories and personality into the waiting brain. This process was a modified version of psychoneural profiling, which had long been illegal in the Commonwealth. But Joey wasn't entirely surprised to find Nigel had loaded the ability into the medical module's SmartNet. With the download underway, the medical module made its final alterations. A genome reading showed Adolphus had advances somewhere in his heritage, but the sequences passed down through the generations had weakened and corrupted, leaving only a few specialist cellular clusters with about as much functionality as an appendix. Time was now becoming critical, so Joey settled for several old-style Ock tattoos for communication and sensory augmentation. They were quick and simple to add to the Prime Minister's body. While they were being written onto his new, old skin, the life support pod synthesizers extruded some small weapons modules, slim cylinders that were neatly inserted into the fleshy hands and forearms. Then the filaments withdrew, knitting together the minute holes they had created as they snaked out, and Joey began to regain consciousness in Adolphus's body. It was wrong on so many levels. There was a headache, for a start. His thoughts were slow, memory triggers sluggish. Without macrocellular clusters running secondary routines, he lacked so much mental agility. Even simple math was almost impossible. Coordination was a bitch, too. Then there was his body. It was old, the first shock. Overweight. He actually grimaced as he felt folds of fat sagging against his skeleton. Joints ached without even moving. Every time he breathed, he wheezed, as if he never got enough oxygen into his lungs. And his heart, the way it was hammering away in his chest, made him worry he was about to have a major coronary event. Hopefully that was just an adrenaline panic reaction to his own semi-dazed awareness of his new identity, location. Exovision icons burned across his vision, slowly stabilizing. He opened a link. "You all right?" Joey in the pod SmartNet asked. "I will be," Joey in Adolphus's brain replied. "Weird, huh?" "You have no idea." "Can you move?" "Let's find out." "Open the pod doors, pal." "Huh. Well, at least plenty of our memory transferred okay." Joey in Adolphus's brain opened his eyes to see a soothing, pale blue light. Then the ply-plastic door dilated, and the altogether sharper light from the crypt's overhead bulbs assaulted him. He slowly climbed out, knees creaking as he stood up, goosebumps rising everywhere, blinking the world into focus. Stonal was standing there beside Laura's ancient exopod, watching him suspiciously. Adolphus had been inside the medical capsule for 5 hours, and Stonal had walked out of the crypt as soon as the Prime Minister had climbed in, only returning after 90 minutes. But Adolphus wouldn't have known that. "Where do you think he went?" he asked Joey and the pod SmartNet through their link. I don't know. Faustina said he was badly agitated when he quizzed her. He doesn't trust her anymore. Just be careful. There's nothing more dangerous than a paranoid spook.
He can't touch me. I'm the Prime Minister.
And let's not add that to history's list of famous last words, shall we? Sir? Stonal inquired. Are you all right?
Yes,
Joey croaked, cleared his throat.
Ask it if I'm cured.
Stonal raised the microphone. Was it a success? 100%. The tumours were excised. He's clear.
Oh, thank Crudding Geo,
Joey exclaimed with appropriate gratitude and relief. Being trapped in a time loop was weird, but listening to his own voice, coming from a duplicate personality, while in a stolen body, possibly qualified as weirder.
It might even impress Ozzy.
He picked up his shirt. His new fingers were chubby and not very flexible. It took time to do the buttons.
How did people ever live growing old?
What now? Stonal asked.
That's got to be a test. The first of many, no doubt.
Make contact with the Warrior Angel. You were right. Change is inevitable now. But we must be careful how it is introduced. We have to retain control over the process. Of course. I'll call General Dolores and order a Liberty flight launch into polar orbit. That might take a while.
They always say that. This is an emergency, and the astronaut regiment must be made fully aware of that. I will fly out there myself to supervise. That should convince them.
You are going to Cape Ingmar?
It's one of the most secure places on the planet, so my personal security won't be an issue.
And it's also where they communicate with the Liberty capsules, is it not?
Yes.
So that is how I can talk directly to the Warrior Angel. I wish to ensure this Paula woman has access to... He waved his hand at the wormhole. Once we have a deal for evacuating essential government personnel and a marine task force to Aqueous, we can proceed with combating the so-called apocalypse. I don't like it, but I can see the time coming when we have to combine forces with the Warrior Angel. After all, your father did the same thing with her to destroy the Prime that landed on Fanrith, didn't he? Stonal nodded. Joey almost smiled at how the spy chief's jaw muscles were working hard to keep his expression neutral. That's settled, then. I'm going back to the bunker now. I need to talk to the Marine commander. I want an armed ship to sail for Lucatica tonight. I'm going to authorize them to carry nuclear weapons. If that Liberty does its job properly, it can guide them to intercept the Sioux. That should convince the Warrior Angel we're serious about an alliance. Yes, sir. Joey bent down to tie up his shoelaces, keeping a keen eye on Stonal. If the spy chief had any suspicions, he wouldn't waste time. He wasn't the type. Right then. He stood and took the microphone from a frowning Stonal. Thank you, Joey. You're welcome, came the reply. I'm going to have the science director bring in regular progress reports on the sensors you gave us. It's essential we have them as soon as possible. If you can offer any insights into speeding up the production process, I'd appreciate it. Of course. And our arrangement? Joey gave Stonal a conspiratorial grin, praying his facial muscles were working correctly. If you're helping us, we will all survive together, won't we? I suppose so. And if the worst comes to worst, well, you're right next to the wormhole. Florian was woken by a hand gently shaking his shoulder. It was dark in the little cabin, and quiet. His U-shadow told him it was 4:30 in the morning. The Gathora's engines were off, but the cabin heater was thrumming like a trapped buzzsaw. He squinted up as visual enhancement routines showed him Cassandra standing over the cot. The smile on her freckled face made her look heart-achingly lovely. "They found it," she said. "Huh? The Viscount. Access the drone link." Florian sat up fast. His U-shadow established a link with the drones circling so far overhead. The G-Eagles were also circling, 700 kilometers away. It had been 5 days since they launched, and they'd covered nearly a third of Lucatica in that time. Then, around midnight, their field scan sensors had picked up a big density anomaly, and 10 of them had closed in to confirm the find. spiraling down to 100 meters altitude to produce a more detailed examination. Their visualization was a three-dimensional image, mainly of translucent emerald, which was the ice cap, showing a depth of just over 3 kilometers resting above the bedrock. A dark purple shape, over a kilometer long, nearly cylindrical, was buried under the surface at a 40-degree angle, with its highest point 30 meters beneath the fresh snow crust. Several other purple shapes were scattered around it, at varying depths. His navigation routine pulled up a map of Lukatica and overlaid the G-Eagle's location. It was nearly 700 kilometers west of the Gathora's current position entering the Straits of Tyre, and 200 kilometers inland.
"Great Geo," he breathed. "It's real. Paula was right."
Cassandra's lips twitched.
"Commonwealth people do make a habit of that.
And it's intact."
"Well, almost. There was some break-up, but that happened to Vermilion too. It certainly didn't smash apart when it came down, which is supremely good news. There should be a lot of equipment we can salvage."
He started to wiggle his way out of the thick sleeping bag, careful not to tip off the edge of the cot. He'd done that a couple of times the first night, it was so narrow.
"Great Geo, will there be weapons drones? Maybe we won't even need Paula's plan to visit Valaterre. And there will be full Neumann-level synthesizers. We can extrude a whole drone army. And flyers. They had atmospheric flyers, I know. I checked the general inventory. Nigel had copies, and—"
She stopped him with a kiss. Florian gave her a surprised look. She was smiling happily.
"That's the Florian I remember,"
she said huskily. He knew his expression was twisting to guilt, and maybe some resentment too. Laughing softly, she kissed him again.
"But—"
Her forefinger lifted his chin.
"We need to celebrate,"
she said solemnly, "and no matter which way this expedition plays out, it may be our last time."
"Oh.
Don't we need to get ready to go?"
"The blimp takes a while to inflate. We have time."
The anadroids had brought the anchor mast up first, a fat, ply-plastic rod, barely 2 meters long, that they fastened to the deck, just behind the superstructure, using molecular epoxy. The envelope case was next, a big heavy trunk that took 3 of them to lift. It opened easily, and a mini avalanche of tissue-thin fabric slithered out. Valeri connected the nose cone's tether cable to the top of the mast, and they were ready to begin. Helium was stored in heavily compressed tanks, designed to look like oil barrels. They started to inflate the 15 separate gas cells inside the envelope. As the mass of super-strength polymer rose into the air, the ply-plastic gondola unfolded beneath it. The anadroids attached ducted fans to both sides. By the time Florian and Cassandra arrived on the deck, thin ring light showed them that the blimp was 2/3 inflated, suspended like a flaccid, silver-grey moon above the Gathora. The anchor mast had telescoped upward to keep level with the blimp's nose as the envelope continued to expand. Most of the crew was gathered together around the mast, gazing upward in admiration.
"That's huge,"
Florian declared. The blimp was already longer than the Gathora, its cruciform tail hanging a long way out beyond the stern. "Needs to be," Fergus said. "The temperature around here kills the lift, and it's got to carry 8 of us, along with our supplies."
"I've never seen anything like it,"
Rai said.
"Me neither," Paula said. "Not outside history files, anyway. But it was easy for the synthesizers to manufacture, and all it has to do is get us there."
"No problem," Fergus said. "Viscount is only 700 kilometers away, and the weather is reasonable. It shouldn't take more than 12 hours. Florian tried to see the coast, which his U-Shadow navigation routine was telling him lay 12 kilometers to port, but it was too dark, even for his enriched retinas to make out. He wasn't entirely sure he wanted to spend 12 hours flying over that hostile wasteland in what was essentially a balloon with engines, even if it had been manufactured by Commonwealth synthesizers. The envelope skin looked so thin, like a soap bubble, and just as delicate. He knew that the gas cells inside were even thinner. A single peck from a Yaegal would probably send them all plummeting to icy oblivion. It took another 20 minutes to complete the inflation. When the gas cells were full, the blimp strained at the anchor post, its tail tilting up at 15 degrees, even with full ballast tanks. The anadroids passed up their equipment cases, stowing them in the gondola. Then it was time to embark. Florian slipped his small rucksack straps over his shoulders and climbed up the short rope ladder. 2 crew were holding it steady for him. With everyone watching, he couldn't show any weakness, though he'd spent the last week worrying if he'd actually have the courage to do this when the moment arrived. It was one thing to plan to hunt for the Viscount. Actually finding it was making everything acutely real. The Faller apocalypse was imminent. Paula was going to try to reach another planet, which was actually a prison, where there might be aliens who could save them, and he was at the heart of it all. So when it was his turn, he didn't hesitate. The gondola was a narrow space, 4 very basic seats on either side, with bulky equipment packs stowed underneath, and a tiny toilet bucket at the back, without even a curtain. Florian crammed his rucksack onto the overhead luggage rack. He'd been allocated the rear port-side seat, which he squeezed into, grumpy to find how little legroom the design gave him. The fuselage walls had long rectangular windows, and the curving prow was completely transparent. There were no manual flight controls, of course. Dmitri had nominal pilot duties, so he was linked to all the control surfaces and engines. Cassandra was last in, and the door contracted behind her. Almost immediately, the overhead air vent started blowing out warm air. The minute frost crystals nesting in the fur of Florian's parka hood melted.
"Let's go," Paula said. "Wait," Cassandra said. "We haven't named the ship."
Calling this a ship is pushing it, Florian thought, as he wrestled against his restrictive layers to unzip the parka. From being freezing a couple of minutes earlier, he was now getting uncomfortably warm.
"How about Discovery?"
Rai asked.
"It's what we're doing, after all."
"Very practical," Cassandra said with a grin, as she wiggled out of her parka.
"Never would have guessed you were an astronaut."
"It has a good lineage," Paula said.
"Launch the Discovery,"
Cassandra told Dmitri, disengaging from the anchor post. Florian felt the slight judder as the cable released. Then he could just make out the circular fan ducts swiveling around to a 45-degree angle. The hum of the motors built, and they were rising surprisingly fast. A pre-dawn light was just creeping over the horizon, allowing him to see the Gathora 3 below, its deck lights burning bright against the dark wash of the sea. He linked to the Discovery SmartNet and accessed the sensors embedded around the envelope. His perception was greatly enhanced. Individual crew members were easy to make out as they walked across the deck, making ready to sail. The anchor post was shrinking back down.
"Will they wait for us?" "They're going to head northeast for a couple of days at slow speed," Paula said, as she folded up her parka. "That way, if anything does go wrong, the Discovery will still be able to fly back to it. And if everything goes right, we'll be using a wormhole to get back to the farmhouse,"
Florian concluded. The excitement of that made every risk worthwhile.
"How long will it take to get them working again?" "We won't know that until we get there and assess what kind of state the wormhole generators are in. I'm hopeful the anadroids should be able to get one functioning within a week. Then we can transfer everything we need directly back to Port Chana. The Discovery certainly can't carry much." "How much Commonwealth machinery do you want?" "How long is a piece of string? It's not how much we bring back. It's how long it will take to prepare the equipment to analyze Valater. Once we have that information, then we have to build something that can break the barrier. That's going to be the tough part." "Will it be a quantum buster? Whatever it takes to—"
Paula broke off, a gentle frown forming on her head.
"That's odd. Cassandra, are you accessing Discovery's sensors?"
Cassandra looked up.
"What am I looking for?" "Wide scan around the Gathora. Do Saybears normally behave like that?"
Florian hurriedly accessed the Discovery's sensors again. It took him a moment to find what was puzzling Paula. 7 Saybears were floating in the sea, forming a loose circle around the ship, none of them closer than 2 kilometers.
"No,"
Cassandra said.
"not at all. They only swim to hunt, and when they're in the water,
They're always moving. That distance is interesting, Marek said. They couldn't be seen from on board. Fallers, Paula said. They have to be. That level of cooperation is beyond an animal predator. Crud, Cassandra grunted. How good is their eyesight? Ray asked. Can they see us? Faller eyesight is always at least as good as the animal they're mimicking, and usually better, Cassandra said. They would have seen the Discovery inflating, and they'll certainly see us now. So they'll know where we're going, Florian said. We should circle over them and shoot the bastards now. Non-human form fallers are clearly more prevalent than we realized, Paula said. If we kill these, we'll have to kill every animal our sensors detect on the flight as a precaution, and that's no guarantee they still won't be able to track us. I'm warning Jaimwa, Cassandra said. The Sioux might already know our position. Florian finally managed to remove his parka as Dmitri turned the Discovery due west, following the coastline, and increased power to the engines. The blimp moved forward steadily as it cruised up to its operational altitude, a kilometre above the listless waves. Florian watched through the long window as the dawn light stretched out across the endless, undulating snowfields to port, tinging them a sullen rose gold. 3. Of all the hundreds of launch simulations she'd endured, not one of them prepared pilot Major Anala M. Yulei for the actual thing. The Silver Sword rocket lifted Liberty Mission 2674 from the pad in a fury of sound and motion. 4G acceleration crushed her down into the couch, but still managed to shake her head from side to side, inside the helmet. The instrument console became a blur. Flight Com's voice was an indecipherable buzz in her earphones. Booster separation came with an almighty jolt, and she let out an involuntary grunt. 30 seconds later, a loud crack ricocheted around the cabin, and the aerodynamic shroud segments guarding the capsule fell away. After a further 2.5 minutes, the core stage was exhausted. The third stage ignited. That was when everything she'd trained for changed. There had been a week of intense simulations. The flight manuals were rewritten, launch pad technicians worked for days without sleep, preparing the rocket, and there was no missile payload. All for this, a direct order from the Prime Minister. This Liberty flight was to help track down fallers somewhere on the Polar Sea. Her super-classified briefing from General Dolores and the Cape's senior PSR general explained that these fallers had acquired atom bombs from the recent reactor incident, and they were pursuing the Warrior Angel in a hijacked ship, the Sioux. No, you don't need to know why, only that she is no longer regarded as an enemy of the state. So it would be Anala's job to update the Pericato, a marine ship that had been assigned to pursue the Sioux. Major Danny was in command, and Pericato had been equipped with short-range nuclear missiles they could deploy against the fallers, eliminating Sioux's stolen bombs. The third stage burn lasted for 4 minutes and 15 seconds before it jettisoned. At the end of it, the Liberty capsule was in a polar orbit 180 kilometers above Bienvenido. Anala would pass over Lukatica every 91 minutes as the world turned beneath her. By the time she rotated the capsule, so her largest port was oriented to the planet below, she had passed over the north of Indeland, to approach the shore of Nomestock, the northern polar continent, with its massive skirt of ice. Contact with Flight Com had ended just before third stage shutoff. Their array of receiver stations across Lamaran wasn't set up for this kind of flight. Communications would be dropping in and out several times each orbit. After checking that all the capsule systems were nominal, Anala started to remove the pressure suit, but the sight through the port kept distracting her. No one had ever seen Bienvenido from polar orbit before. The Terminator line, bisecting the pristine white cover of ice, was so much sharper here than it ever was over land or ocean. Her breath caught as she saw the pale green light curtains of a borealis storm serpentining across hundreds of kilometers of darkness. And, amazingly, Dolores was right. She could indeed make out individual ice floes adrift in the placid turquoise sea, no bigger than ships. Perhaps she would be able to see the Gathora III and the Sioux after all. That had always seemed the most ridiculous aspect of the mission, the one that had sent her anger surging to dangerous levels that almost triggered insubordination.
I gave up a mission to kill a tree for this pitiful tourist flight.
But the Prime Minister himself had shaken her hand as she went into the gantry lift.
I cannot overemphasize how important this mission is, he told her. Bienvenido's very survival may depend on it.
You can rely on me, sir,
she answered, all the while wanting to slap his pudgy old face. Years of discipline kept her outwardly calm and respectful, but how it hurt. Now, though, she wasn't so sure. To change a Liberty flight was an act of the purest desperation, and knowing Ernesto Fallas had stolen some atom bombs, that they'd already detonated one, was making her reevaluate her priorities. The government needed this mission, needed her skills, her professionalism.
And, oh, the view.
The North Pole passed by, and the capsule was heading back out over the western Delos Sea toward the northern coast of Ratchwith, which was deep into night. Volcanoes glowed among the spines of the mountains that ran east-west along that landmass. She could see the slim streams of lava eking down the slopes, poisonous ebony vapors billowing high to throttle the pure white water clouds scudding in from the sea. Out over the Ashlar Ocean, she acquired the New Angeles station, and Flightcom's voice made a welcome return to her earphones. It was a frantic 5 minutes while she confirmed instrument readings and they scrutinized her telemetry. "Systems nominal, Liberty 2674, Flightcom reported as the capsule flew over the Huang Archipelago. "Space Vigilance Office reports your orbital track is good. You have a go from the mission flight commander."
"Roger that, Flightcom," she acknowledged.
"What's your view like?"
Adolphus asked. Anala was so startled by the breach in protocol, she took a moment to reply, remembering mission 2673, when Colonel Matej had spoken directly to Rai, once the missile anomalies had begun.
"View is good, sir. I'm in the Umbra right now, but I can see town streetlights across Afla province, and earlier I could see ice floes."
"Good, good. Best wishes, comrade."
"Thank you, sir."
There were only a few more minutes of communication with Flightcom until she crossed over Rakwesh province to soar above the Wingrush Sea. Then contact was lost again. Lukartica was bigger than Gnomestock, with several mountain ranges curving up out of the snowfields to straddle the Terminator line. Then she was above the Polar Sea, with McBride Sound just visible to the west before the world curved away, and her first assessment was coming up fast. Nixie tubes in the navigation board produced the coordinates, and she adjusted the sextant accordingly, peering keenly through the lens. "Back with you," Flightcom announced.
"I can see the Bericato,"
Anala exclaimed, trying to keep her voice level and emotionless. But right in the center of the lens was a long wake, coming from the marine ship that sent her heart racing.
"It's heading southwest."
"Good job, Liberty 2674. Attempt contact, please."
"Roger that."
She pushed off and flicked switches on the communications board, changing frequencies, pushing more power to the omnidirectional antenna's transmission circuit.
"This is Liberty Flight 2674, calling Marine Polar Expedition. Do you read me, Major Denny?"
Anala called 3 times, watching the ship sliding away underneath, then behind her, before she received an answer. "This is Major Denny, receiving you, Liberty 2674. Strength 7.
"Roger that. Flightcom, confirm contact with the Marine Expedition."
"Well done, Liberty. We're going to get you to do some service module housekeeping now. Next time you pass over the Polar Sea, you will be free to begin Operation High Bird."
"Roger that. Cloud cover minimal at this time. Some heavy weather accumulating to the north, but it looks like an easterly wind."
"Okay. The service module manager wants you to stir locks, tanks 3 through 7, then check the pressure readings."
"Roger, Flightcom."
She spent the next 20 minutes on the dull but essential tasks that occupied 90% of every astronaut's flight, clicking switches, taking readings, firing the reaction control thrusters in tiny bursts. The Liberty glided along Lamoran's eastern seaboard. She could see the Salalsav Mountains, guarding the desert of bone from any clouds coming off the Easteth Ocean. Picked out the small white V's of boats off the coast as they powered their way between ports, using the common trade routes just a few kilometers out from land. Practiced searching them out with binoculars. Then she was actually passing over Cape Ingmar, seeing the familiar pattern of hangars and launch pads, so much smaller now. Second observation assessment, seeing if she could locate her 2 recovery ships heading north. The sea was eerily uniform. Then she saw a pair of tiny white splinters side by side, minute wakes. "Got them," she called, and read out their coordinates so Flightcom could confirm the sighting. 2 ships alone amid the vast blue ocean. Nothing else ventured so far from Lamoran. That chilled her. The South Pole passed below the capsule, and Anala fired the reaction control thrusters to perform a minute attitude correction, stabilizing the craft so the port was aligned directly down onto the planet. She gripped the fabric handhold at the side of the toughened, multi-layered glass and stared at the coastline, now slipping into view. This was her 18th pass over Lukatica, and she was fighting fatigue as the track carried her directly along the eastern side of McBride Sound, which was just on the Terminator line. She peered down at the crinkled edge as the sunlight crept across it, seeing white dots of ice floes drifting imperceptibly from the glacier walls they'd fallen from. Still no sign of the shoe's wake.
"Where in Urarkas is it hiding?"
The radio crackled with static as the omnidirectional antenna picked up a carrier wave. She blinked, frowning as her concentration was disturbed. The Liberty wasn't far enough north to pick up a signal from the Pericato yet. "Hello, Anala," a voice said in her earphones. "I always knew you'd make it into space."
"Oh, great Jew! Rai?"
Flying above the sea for 8 hours was a relatively smooth experience. It was only when the Discovery turned south and began its journey across Lukatica's empty snowscape that the blimp began to quiver. Dmitri was combating the squalling winds and sudden flurries of loose snow that whirled up into the air like slow-motion fountains. The engine pitch became a constant variable, while the fans tilted up and down repeatedly as he fought to counteract the buffeting. Inside the gondola, Florian could really feel the side winds and unexpected downdrafts knocking the Discovery about. By then he was using motion sickness counter-routines the whole time, to little effect. He hadn't risked eating anything for hours. That was the first time he began to acknowledge that Commonwealth technology might not be omnipotent. Twilight had already claimed the short polar day, so that, just as the rumpled snowfields dwindled to grey and the outside temperature dropped still farther, the Discovery was reduced to 500 meters altitude. He really didn't think that was high enough. His U-Shadow lacked routines for smoothing down his anxiety. There were plenty of proficient chemical remedies for that in the various medical kits they were carrying, but unfortunately none of them were near his seat. So he just clamped his jaw shut and summoned up some of his old Mindscape files. He thought he could refine them with the new crafting and blending tools the space machine had gifted to him. But once he started to review them, he realized how crass they were compared with what he could do now. Instead, he had his enriched perception of the pitiless white and blue world that was Lukatica combined with symphonic music, creating a new and fabulously baroque mindscape, becoming a bird, and flying clean and straight over the ice-conquered universe toward a sliver of dawn that was forever receding. It had edge and eeriness, with the rhythm slowly increasing along with the bird's speed, cold wind flowing over leather wings, exhilaration merging with danger, the thrill building along with expectancy. He barely had to compose anything. The hypnotic mindscape flowed into creation so naturally.
"You need to start getting ready."
Florian was abruptly back in the real world. He suspended the file and looked around the cramped gondola. Everyone was stirring, reaching for their rucksacks. His U-Shadow showed him the blimp's sensor imagery. Dmitri was holding them steady, into a 23-kilometre-per-hour wind coming from the pole, barely 100 metres above the wind-sculpted snow ridges, and below them lay the imposing bulk of the Viscount. Florian pulled down his rucksack and took out the small package that was his environment maintenance suit, which looked like a neatly folded black polythene bag. Reluctantly, he stripped down to his cotton underwear and told his U-Shadow to open the EM suit. Tiny ridges of ply-plastic running along the fabric turned flaccid, allowing it to concertina out into what resembled a pair of shiny overalls, similar to the kind garage mechanics wore, but with integral boots. Everyone else was getting into theirs. With a shrug, and because it was chilly, with nothing else to protect him, Florian pulled it on, including the hood. Icons popped up into his exovision, and he set temperature levels and tightness. The fabric gripped him firmly, and his skin immediately warmed, a sensation like standing out in the summer sun. Some old, grumpy part of his mind didn't believe it would stay that warm once he stepped outside the gondola. "Force field skeleton?" Paula reminded him. This part he was actually looking forward to. The protective skeleton suit was similar to the EM suit, but with its generator systems occupying integral ribs that came close to imitating a human skeleton. It fit snugly, and he ran through its functions just like he'd practiced back at the farmhouse.
"Everyone ready?"
Dmitri asked. "Let's go," Cassandra said. Exovision schematics showed Florian the Discovery compressing helium from its gas cells, storing it in small onboard tanks. The propulsion fans whined loudly, holding the blimp stable as it sank toward the ground. Lights came on around the base of the gondola, shining down on the glittering snow.
20 meters,
Dmitri announced, picking up some microburst winds. "Get us anchored, please." The gondola door expanded, and ice particles swirled in. Florian watched Marek and Valeri slide down the rope ladder. He switched to the gondola fuselage sensors. Valeri stood still under the tail, running a full field function scan, alert for any nearby hostiles. Marek collected the cables that had unwound from the nose. Both of them ended in field anchors, small globes of malmetal. He shoved one down into the crusty snow. 8 separate pinions shot out, curving down and around through the hard-packed subsurface ice like fast-growing roots, holding the cable fast. Marek walked 30 meters and applied the second cable's anchor. "Secure," he reported. Florian felt the fans slowly spin down.
"It's holding,"
Dmitri said, "well inside stress parameters." Fergus was next down the rope ladder. Florian ordered the EM suit's hood to cover his face. It flowed over his cheeks and chin like a dry liquid to protect him. He followed Rai down through the pool of light underneath the gondola, and, amazingly, the EM suit did regulate his body temperature at a steady 37 degrees. Air temperature was registering as -42.
"Damn,"
Rai sent across the general link.
"I wish our spacesuits were this good."
Florian looked around. There was the base of the gondola glaring above him, glittery, dense snow under his feet, and nothing else. Beyond the illuminated patch, the polar night was absolute. They were too far south for any backscatter illumination from the tree ring. He couldn't even see a G-eagle, though 20 of them circled overhead. Paula and Fergus walked out of the light and vanished. Visual enhancement and infrared cut in, allowing him to follow them as they moved off.
"Heads up,"
Dmitri announced. He dropped the first equipment case out of the gondola. Florian and the others spent the next 10 minutes picking up and stacking the cargo he threw down to them.
"That's interesting,"
Valeri said. "The drones are picking up a new radio signal." Florian couldn't help it. His stomach muscles tensed up, and he started searching around for sabers.
"Where?"
Cassandra asked smoothly.
"Above us,"
Valeri said. 178 kilometers to be exact. There's a Liberty capsule in polar orbit."
"No way,"
Rai muttered. And now Florian was tilting his head back, searching through the haze of wind-borne ice particles. His U-Shadow pulled the exact coordinate from the drone, and bracketed the tiny grey dot as it slid low across the western horizon. "They're looking for us," Cassandra said. "They must be pretty desperate to use a liberty."
"You'd be surprised how much you can see from low orbit," Valeri said. "At one time in the 21st century, there were hundreds of spy satellites orbiting Earth, every nation busy watching their enemies."
Florian glanced at the gondola and its intense white lights. "Will they be able to see us? We are kind of bright." "Let's not risk it," Cassandra said. "Dimitri, kill the lights until the capsule's over the horizon." The lights went off. Florian had to turn up his infrared reception. "The pilot is talking," Valeri said. "She must be in range of a ship somewhere." "We'll get the drones looking for it," Cassandra said. "She?" Rai asked. "Can I hear the broadcast, please?" Florian listened. A female voice, amid plenty of static, which his U-shadow worked to filter out, giving him a clipped conversation, typical of military types. Rather, half a conversation. The drone over the Straits of Tyre couldn't pick up the ship's answering transmissions. "It's Anala," Rai exclaimed. "I know her. She was next on the flight list. They must have changed her mission because of us. Gee, she'll be pissed at that." "Going behind the horizon," Valeri said, as Anala's voice collapsed into a distortion hash, then fell silent. "Okay, lights back on," Cassandra said. "We'll have to go dark and silent every time she's overhead. Load the orbit parameter into your U-shadows, everyone, please." The gondola lights returned, and Dimitri threw down the next case. "Rai, would she be an ally?" Cassandra asked. "She's a good officer," Rai said. "I don't want to ruin anything for her." "Fair enough." "We're ready," Paula said. "Florian, Rai, activate your force fields, please." Florian did as he was told. Back when they were planning this, nobody could quite work out what would happen when a disruptor pulse struck ice. Explosion? Vapor jet? Geyser of boiling water? 500 meters away, a mellow purple-white haze flared out, forcing the surrounding snowscape into sharp focus. He could see two figures silhouetted against the aurora. Then a wide circle of snow burst upward, atop a furious blast of steam, as if a rocket motor had just ignited. Static seethed through the smog, sending weird twisters of light flickering along the plume. Lightning forks skewered out, discharging into the snowfield. 3 of them lashed the Discovery's envelope, and Florian flinched, ducking instinctively as they crackled overhead. Then the purple radiance faded away. A few more static waves rippled through the dispersing cloud, and darkness swept back in. "That cut down about 8 meters," Paula said, "but it was a low-power pulse. Second one now." Purple light flashed across the snowfield again. For the whole flight, Paula and the anadroids had been studying the scans being relayed to them from the G-Eagles. They'd decided to aim for the middle of the colony starship, just behind the point where it had bent on impact. Viscount had a simple enough design, consisting of a long spindle to which various modules and compartments were attached, allowing for multiple redundancy and easy manufacture. The front, which was mainly force field generators, regrav units, and the ultra-drive systems, had taken a lot of damage when it came down. From the scans, it seemed like the majority of cylindrical cargo modules that were clumped around the rear section had survived, if not still attached to the starship's primary axis, then strewn around the landing zone before the snow and ice engulfed them. It took Paula 3 hours to tunnel down to the Viscount's hull. Twice she had to stop for 10 minutes, while the Liberty flew overhead. Then there was another hour of more delicate disruptor pulses, clearing a route through the clustered modules to an airlock. Valeri and Fergus opened a maintenance hatch next to the airlock, and spent 1/4 of an hour trying to reactivate the malmetal. "No good," Fergus said eventually. 3,000 years in the ice has screwed it completely. Paula turned her disruptor pulse to the lowest power level and punched cleanly through the airlock instead. They followed her in, shining wide-angled torches that filled the interior with a uniform white light. Every surface was covered in a carpet of fine ice granules. creating a shimmering, disorderly chamber of opalescent rainbows. Florian found it bad enough trying to keep his balance as he walked along the sloping corridor. The chromatic dazzle made it worse, and visual clues didn't help. The corridor was clearly a radial one, extending out from the starship's central spindle. When in flight, gravity was always oriented toward the aft end. That meant he was walking along one of the walls. Viscount was dead. He accepted that at some deep, instinctive level. Beneath the victorious layer of ice, the starship's structure seemed almost pristine, suspended perfectly in its frigid tomb, waiting only for the kiss of warmth to awaken. But the extreme cold hadn't preserved it. The long millennia of exposure to nothing but sub-zero temperature and darkness had permeated every molecule, bringing only extinction. "I'm concerned about cold fatigue," Valeri said. "My scan is showing diminished molecular integrity in the structure all around. The starship is fragile, so please, tread lightly." Florian stopped mid-step, but everyone else carried on, so he shrugged and followed, just taking extra care now to make each footfall a light one. They came to the end of the corridor. 3 malmetal doors glimmered softly beneath their ice cloaks, opening onto the transit tubes that ran through the ship. The anadroids ignored them and went to work on a small hatch beside them. When the cover was removed, it exposed a neat array of slim cables and pipes, worming into various plastic boxes. Fergus began to plug modules into the exposed electronics. Florian tried not to flinch every time sparks shot out of the ancient cables. Small wisps of smoke began to curl upward. Several times, lights around the malmetal doors flickered a pale green-white before fading away again. He wasn't sure, but one time he thought the malmetal itself twitched. Grains of ice drifted gently down to the floor. With that first hint that the starship might not be completely dead, he kept looking around to see if Fergus could animate anything else. "Got it," Fergus announced. "The wiring in here is so much powdered crud, but I'm shunting power into a nexus. It's frying some processors, but a couple are tough enough to withstand the surge if I bring the voltage up slowly. Here we go."
"What's he trying to do?" Florian asked Paula quietly.
"Power up a local node."
The Viscount had a distributed network, so unless there was a catastrophic data loss when it came down, the node should be able to tell us exactly where we are.
"Where are we?"
"In the ship. Once we know that, we know the location of every cargo compartment in relation to us, and we have the Viscount's complete manifest."
"Ah, right." "There's considerable damage to the micronet," Fergus said, "but there are valid caches. I'm initiating the boot-up in SafeBase. The software should be able to work around the damage." Florian started to worry. If pushing a few millivolts through a processor blew most of it, what hope did they ever have of reactivating a Neumann synthesizer or a wormhole? "Got it," Fergus said. A 3-dimensional image of the Viscount opened up in Florian's exovision. Their location amid the terrific complexity of shadowy lines was indicated by a purple star. "Okay," Paula said. "That gives us HGT 54B as the most convenient." The cylindrical cargo compartment she nominated glowed lime green in Florian's exovision. He sighed. They'd have to tunnel farther through the ice to reach it. It took another 70 minutes, with one pause to let the Liberty fly past, which he spent back up on the surface again. Every couple of minutes, the tunnel entrance would belch out a thick jet of steam that melted yet more of the wall. When he ventured back down, the tunnel wall was impossibly slick, like a glossy diamond. Dmitri had to use a molecular severance rifle to break up the surface and give them some traction, otherwise they would have slid down the entire length. The new excavation branched from the airlock where they'd entered the Viscount, curving around parallel to the hull, then angling down. It ended in the silver-grey wall of cargo compartment HGT-54B. Heat and seething steam had already shredded the surface of its protective foam. Valeri and Dmitri started applying power blades to the remaining insulation, shaving off long strips that crumbled apart as they fell to the floor. Before long, they came to the metalloceramic bulkhead itself. "Fragile from cold fatigue, of course," Valeri said. He inserted his blade carefully and cut a neat circle about 1.5 meters wide. He and Dmitri gingerly eased it out. Somehow the blackness inside the cargo compartment was even more profound than it had been in the starship. Dmitri climbed in. The other anadroids started handing him equipment packs. "You are probably safer sleeping in there," Marek said. "I will stand watch on the surface in case any sabers show up, faller or otherwise." Florian gazed at the intimidatingly black hole again. He hadn't even realized how late it was until the anadroid mentioned sleep. In there. He wasn't sure why, but the cargo compartment was stirring a mild claustrophobia, making breathing more of an effort than usual. "Yes," Paula said. "I don't want us split up." "All right." Once he clambered inside, the 40-degree angle the whole starship was resting at became obvious. There wasn't much room, which didn't help Florian's feeling of confinement. The cylinder was divided up by sheets of reinforced carbon grid mesh, forming smaller sub-compartments that held the cargo in place. A hexagonal cross-section corridor ran down the center, allowing full access. Movement was difficult, the steep angle turning everything into a half-climb. HGT-54B was carrying industrial production systems and 4 wormholes. Several of the heavier mnemonic synthesizers had broken free on impact and smashed into their neighbors in a disastrous domino effect, but that still left more than 40 manufacturing systems intact. They were all covered in thick protective membranes, themselves layered in ice, but not as thickly here as directly inside the starship. Paula and Dmitri were clambering along the central access corridor, shining their torches into sub-compartments, seeking visual confirmation of their field function scans. "The wormhole generators are all intact," Paula called out. The anadroid started setting up heaters, simple metal cylinders 1 meter long and half as wide. One end was an intake grill, while the opposite end had long ply-plastic strings dangling like particularly feeble tentacles. Rye handed out meal packs. He and Florian sat on a broken metallurgical extruder, while their self-cooking wrappers grilled ham and cheese sandwiches, and watched the anadroids clambering along the corridor, stretching the ply-plastic strings along and feeding them into sub-compartments. Once a string was in place, it expanded out into a hollow duct and stiffened into place. The heater fans started up with a mild hum. Warm air gusted out of the ducts. "It should take about 10 hours of this heat soak to get the ambient temperature back up to 0, Dmitri said. "That should help with the reactivation. I don't want to rush it." "Why won't the wormhole generator work in the cold?" Rye asked. "It was designed to operate in temperatures a lot lower than this," Valeri said. "But cold, along with the time it's been down here. We don't want to take any chances. You saw what happened to the electronics in the ship. Our chances will be improved if we can get some heat in here first. Plus, it makes it easier to make repairs." Florian glanced about the dark, cramped space, and worried what warmth would do to the frozen machinery, how expansion would shift things. He glanced at a couple of synthesizers that had crunched into each other. They weighed several tons each. The notion that more of them might be dislodged while he was sleeping added to his claustrophobia, and he gave up on the sandwich. Trying to sleep now would be useless, but he was tired, so he unrolled his ply-plastic mattress on top of a biochemical refiner and lay down, wondering if he should compose a new Mindscape file that might divert his anxiety. Florian woke up when drops of cold water dripped onto his nose. All the ice in HGT-54B had melted, leaving the resultant droplets clinging to every surface, like persistent morning dew. He hadn't noticed the air getting hotter, thanks to his EM suit, which had maintained a constant body temperature while he slept. But now water was running across every piece of cargo, slicking their protective membranes as it formed slow runnels. The black grids dividing up the compartments were drizzling a light mist. Water was pooling at the bottom of the corridor, and for the first time since leaving the gondola, Florian could smell something, a curious bad air scent, similar to the musk of a wild-ton fungus. Overnight, the anadroids had rigged the inside of the compartment with lights. They'd also stripped the protective membrane off 2 of the wormhole generators and cleared some space around the big circular machines. The slim metal cases they'd brought with them were open, showing off an impressive collection of intricate tools and electronic gadgets. Sensor pads had been applied to the generator casings.
Morning,
Marek said cheerfully. Florian checked his time display, surprised he'd slept far more than 7 hours.
Where is everyone?
He asked. Only Marek, Fergus, and Valeri were left, gathered around the wormholes like devoted acolytes.
On the surface, Marek told him. There's a breakfast pick back, if you want one.
Maybe later. How are you going with the wormhole generators?
Warming nicely now. The protective membranes had cold welded to them. Took some scraping to get off. We should be able to start initializing Zing in a couple of hours. Their systems seem to be mainly intact.
Mainly?
Yes. We knew they wouldn't be perfect.
Florian glanced around the cargo compartment again. Secondary routines flashed up turquoise identifier icons across the machines cocooned inside their glistening membranes. The potential locked away in this one space was phenomenal. Some of the synthesizers were even capable of full replication, building duplicates of themselves. If you coupled this single small trove of Commonwealth technology with all the knowledge Joey had given him, Bienvenido really would be building hyperdrive starships within 20 years, and this was only one small section of the Viscount's cargo.
I'm going up to the surface, he announced.
A ply-plastic door had been fixed across the hole cut in HGT-54B's side, keeping the precious heat in. It opened silently to let him pass. The lustrous ice tunnel was illuminated by small lights, spaced uncomfortably far apart. His universe closed in oppressively again, not helped by him being alone on the awkward trek up to the surface. The sun still hadn't risen when he finally emerged out onto the murky snowscape. Bright white light was shining down from the base of the gondola, fluorescing the minute ice particles swirling idly through the air. The gloomy, empty vista it exposed was even more incongruous, given the entombed Leviathan below his feet. He saw Cassandra, Paula, and Rai huddled together with Dmitri underneath the gondola. Paula looked around as he walked over.
"We may have a problem," she said.
"What's happened?"
"The drones located the ship Anala was talking to. It's the Pericato, a marine ship. And it's also got nuclear weapons on board. The drone sensors detected their radiation signature."
"Crud," Florian grunted.
"That's not the problem," Paula said.
"Oh? What is?"
"The drones also located the Shu. It's heading southwest through the Straits of Tyre. The course it's taking will bring it to the coast due north from here, the shortest distance from us. It seems the Fallers know we're here. My guess is they'll bring the atom bombs ashore and try to deploy them against us."
Florian just managed to resist turning a full circle to try to catch whatever Faller animal was spying on them.
"Can the Gathora intercept them?" "No. Jaimwar is farther north than the Pericato."
"So what do we do?"
"We're assuming the warheads on the Pericato are short-range missiles," Cassandra said. "The government developed the Aseri missile for Operation Reclaim, solid-fuel propellant with a 15-kilometre range. Good for taking out urban areas with a high concentration of fallers. Should be useful against the Shu, providing they know its location. At the moment, they clearly don't. They're not on an interception course."
"The drone also picked up Pericato's radio transmissions," Rai said. "Major Danny is in command."
"You'd think he would have had enough of the fallers on the Shu by now," Cassandra muttered.
"He wants another chance for his moment of glory, no doubt," Paula said. "Port Chana Harbour wasn't anyone's finest hour." "You're going to tell him where the Shu is?" Florian asked. Even with most of her face covered by the EM suit's hood, Paula's scowl was visible.
"It's our only option. I just cannot trust the Marines," Cassandra said. "Section 7 dreamed up a plan, Operation Overlord, in case they ever confirmed my location. It involves bombarding me with nukes, and the Marines would carry out the attack. Giving them our location, or even a hint of it, that's asking a lot." "It would take them several days to reach us here," Paula said. "The risk is small." "But why should we introduce any extra risks?" "Fortunately, we have another option, or at least we can come at the problem from a different angle," a grinning Rye said. "Someone else can tell Major Danny where the stew is. Someone he'll trust, and they won't give us away." "You mean your friend?" Florian asked Rye. "The one in the Liberty?" "I don't think we have a choice," Rye said. "We need to get the stew's coordinates to the Pericato, and so far, Anala hasn't seen the stew." "And you trust her?" Florian demanded. "Completely," Rye said. "But we need to do this quickly. Even if the Pericato sails to intercept Stew right now, it'll be touch and go if they can hit it before it reaches the coastline." "Time," Cassandra said in dismay. "We cruised along for 250 years, and now it's suddenly acute. I cruddy hate the irony." Florian linked to the drone that was circling high above the coast and saw the Tsu steaming southwest at full speed. A weaker sensor return gave him the marine ship behind it. Different sensors were tracking the steady radio signal of the Liberty capsule, skimming the top of the atmosphere. Choice really didn't come into it. This was simple logic. "For what it's worth, my vote is to call pilot Major M. Ulay." Anala stared out of the port in some crazy belief she could actually make out Rye down there somewhere. "Yeah, it's me." "Have you fallen?" she whispered. That wonderful chuckle of his filled her headphones. "No, but of course I would say that either way. That easy teasing, so him. Surely no faller could ever truly copy that." "So then why are you calling?" "Anala, I'm going to tell you why we're here in Lukatica." "Why?" she asked automatically. No one at her pre-flight briefing could produce a reason, other than that they might be seeking refuge from the Faller apocalypse. "We've been looking for the Viscount. Anala, we found her." "The Vic? No!" That wasn't possible. The Viscount was practically myth, just like the warrior angel. But now she's very real. "It's buried under the ice. Anala, we're trying to recover Commonwealth technology that'll stop the apocalypse." "You can do that?" "We hope so, if we have enough time. So we need you to perform your mission and take out the Tsu, without alerting the Navy to where we are." She stared out of the port, across the Terminator, where the planet was in total darkness. Beyond that line, there was no way to distinguish between the snowfields of Lukatica and the icy waters of the Polar Sea. Both were completely black, as if that portion of the world had gone missing. "How can the Tsu be a problem for you?" she asked cautiously. "They briefed me. A proper briefing, security level 1. You're with the warrior angel now, and she has weapons. The greatest weapons on the planet. And the Fallers have atom bombs. We can't protect the Viscount if they detonate them. Anala, the Marines have to intercept the Tsu. We know the Pericato is also carrying nuclear weapons. They have to stop the Fallers from reaching us. I don't know where the Tsu is. I can't see it. We can. Our sensors are tracking it, just like they're tracking you. You can guide the Marines to it." She listened numbly as he read out a string of latitude and longitude coordinates, Stu's speed and bearing. She so wanted to believe this was Rye, that there was hope, that the Viscount was genuine. But the other possibility was equally likely, that he had fallen, that the location was a lie, that she'd send the Pericato on the wrong course, leaving the Fallers free to pursue the Gothora 3. "I don't want to make this decision. That location you've given me is on the other side of the Terminator. It's in the dark, Rye. I can't confirm it yet. If you're right, The Sioux will be in daylight for my next pass. I can tell the Pericato then. That's too late, Anala. Major Danny has to catch them before they reach the coast. The only chance he has is if the Pericato starts after them now. I can't, Rai. I can't do that. This is what you've lived for, Anala. Everything you've worked toward. This is your time to hit the fallers, and hit them hard. I have to have confirmation. You cladding know that. You know. You trusted me before. Please, order the Marines to intercept the Sioux. We're so close to the Commonwealth systems. I've seen the starship, and it's magnificent. We can fly across space again, Anala. Real spaceflight, not just pissing about in orbit. We can get home to the Commonwealth. Don't let that future go. Don't let the Fallers win. But I need verifiable data, and if you are Rai, you know this. Even if you're not Rai, you'll have his memories and know it. The Fallers don't have the technology to call a Liberty capsule. This is Commonwealth technology I'm using. It's a radio signal, Rai, that proves nothing. What do you need, Anala? What will it take? I need to see the Sioux. She waited as the coastline slipped past underneath, cursing her own timidity. Ask General Dolores, Rai said finally. What? If you don't trust me, tell General Dolores what I've told you. Tell her we've given you the Sioux's position. She should know the truth. She has access to the highest government officials. Remember Stonell, the PSR official that interviewed me? He can confirm the Warrior Angel has been attempting to contact the Prime Minister. We were trying to do it through Captain Chang. We can be trusted, I promise. Ask her. You should be in range of the coastal tracking station soon. 4 minutes, she said automatically. Then she hesitated, deciding he deserved one last offering of trust. She owed him that. Owed his memory, if all she was talking to now was his faller copy. Rai, Adolphus himself is at Cape Ingmar. You are cradding kidding me. A slight smile lifted her lips. That surprised indignation seemed impossible to fake. She could even see the expression on his face, a face she really missed. No, I'm not. My mission is that important to them. Then that might make this a whole lot easier. There's something you can say that he'll know only comes from the Warrior Angel. So far, every orbit had seemed to take scant minutes. Now, of course, it took forever for the capsule to slide closer to Lamoran's southern coast and contact with the ground station. We have acquisition, Liberty 2674? Flight Comm's voice came through level and calm, lush in its own professionalism. Welcome back. Put the Prime Minister on, she replied. Now. Please repeat, Liberty 2674? Confirming request. Get the Prime Minister. I have a message for him. It didn't take much imagination to picture the flight center, with technicians at their consoles, trying hard not to look around, keeping their expressions neutral. Do your work. Always concentrate on the mission data, no matter what the crisis. Every minute of every day of every endless year of training hammered that home. And now this flight had come along, and nothing was the same anymore.
This is Prime Minister Adolphus.
Sir, astronaut Rai Evine has been in contact. He's with the Warrior Angel and Paula. She heard it, actually heard it over the radio. A commotion in the flight center, people calling out in shock. Dolores will have them all weeding the launch pads for a decade.
Where are they?
Adolphus asked. They say they've found the Viscount, sir. And, sir, they supplied me with proof of identity. They say that their opening offer to you was to use the machine in the basement. That if you heard that, you'll know it's them. That this is genuine. She paused, waiting without taking a breath.
That's a yes, Major M. Ulay. Only they would know that. You were talking to the Warrior Angels group.
It took her entire willpower not to gasp in relief. Sir, they gave me the coordinate for the Sioux, but I can't confirm it visually. The location is in the night side. They ask for the Pericato to intercept it immediately. Rai said if we wait for visual confirmation, the Faller's atom bombs could destroy the Viscount, sir.
Give Major Danny the Sioux's position and bearing immediately. He is to intercept at once. Authorization, ZZ57AA to use maximum force. Repeat, ZZ57AA. Please confirm.
Roger, sir. Authorization ZZ57AA.
Do it.
Anala flicked switches on the communications panel and called the Pericato before it passed out of contact range. Somewhere amid the all-engulfing dark, the marine ship changed course and went full steam ahead. Flightcom seemed to forget their standard mission format, supplying endless capsule housekeeping procedures. Instead, it was Adolphus who stayed online.
"Did they say what they were doing at the Viscount?" the Prime Minister asked as the capsule cleared the Lamaran coast just east of Porchana.
No, sir. Just that it has machines that can stop the apocalypse.
And are they all there?
I only talked to Major Evine. He indicated he was in a group.
I see. You are to be commended, Major Emule. You have carried out your duty in the finest tradition of the astronaut regiment.
Thank you, sir.
When you orbit Lucartica again, will you be able to see the Sioux?
I hope so, sir. If it is where I said it is, if that was Rai, if...
Excellent. I need comprehensive updates, please.
Yes, sir.
And try and find out exactly what the Warrior Angel is doing.
I understand.
It was another orbit that took an eternity, stretching her nerves far worse than waiting for the flight readiness exam results. The capsule seemed to crawl leisurely over the center of Lamaran, then traversed the entire length of Nilsson Sound, which was channeling a fierce storm directly inland. She lost contact with Flightcom after they'd managed to get in a final 12 minutes of systems maintenance, just as she reached the edge of the Fire Archipelago. Then it was a long communication blackout as the Liberty curved lazily above the North Pole and carried on over the East Ocean, skirting well to the west of Fanrith before soaring across Tonari's fjord-notched coast, both far beyond reach of any ground station. Then finally she was over the South Pole again.
So that went well, Rai said. Our drone caught the Pericato altering course. Adolphus accepted your proof without question, she said. Thank you, Anala. I know this was difficult for you. Rai, why is the Warrior Angel talking to the Prime Minister? And what is the machine in the basement? What's going on? The negotiations were a contingency plan, that's all, in case the Fallers win. They haven't even started talking. Not really.
The whole idea was crazy.
I know the government has always lied, but the scale of this deception, Adolphus and the Warrior Angel in secret talks? Whatever,
Anala said weakly. She checked the capsule's orientation on the navigation panel and fired a quick burst of the reaction control thrusters, refining it. Then she aligned the sextant.
Rai, what's on the Viscount that'll defeat the Faller apocalypse? I've seen miracles down here, Anala. Synthesizers like mini-factories, generators that convert mass directly into energy, everything you need to start a new industrial world. And weapons? Somewhere, yes. But Paula has a plan. She thinks she can stop the apocalypse from ever happening. Who's Paula? She's from the Commonwealth. That's what happened on my mission. That's what I saw. Her arrival. Great Jew, she murmured.
It was all so much to acknowledge. Right now she wished the capsule had another rocket stage attached, one she could fire and fly away from Bienvenido itself, coasting out into the dark beyond, exploring the Great Gulf, maybe finding a new world, free from the disasters afflicting dear old Bienvenido. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the Nixie tubes count down to 0. She gripped the handhold tight and peered along the sextant. There, just in the daylight, outside the Terminator, 80 kilometers from Lucartica's rugged coast, a tiny white V was cutting through the rolling waves, heading purposefully southwest, exactly where Rai had said. The saddest whimper escaped from her lips as she snatched the binoculars from their pocket under the sextant. It took a moment to scan, but the ship leapt into her vision. Small, little more than a tiny black fleck against the pale turquoise, but real. I see it!
Rai, I can see the Sioux.
Professionalism took over. She checked the sextant, made a note of the alignment, ready to relay the figures to Major Denny. "Good to hear that, Liberty 2674. Anala gave a bitter laugh. He knew she'd doubted, but forgave her anyway. That was the real Rai, all right.
"Welcome back, Pilot Major Evine.
Some people are crowding hard to please. You want an easy life in the astronaut regiment? Nah, never going to happen. Sorry I missed your commencing countdown party.
I didn't have one. This mission was put together fast."
"What? I'm outraged. Every astronaut is entitled to their commencing countdown party."
"I'm aware why you're disappointed."
"Weren't you too?"
"Possibly. Now cut the unauthorized chatter. I've got an update to give to the Marines."
She studied the figures she'd made.
"Thank you. Rai, the Sioux is making very good time. I'm not sure the Pericarto can get within range before they make landfall."
"Yeah. We have those numbers too."
Rai spent most of the morning sitting at the top end of compartment HGT-54B, watching the sensor images coming in from the drones. One of the high-altitude craft was out over the ocean, while the other was 100 kilometers inland. HG Eagles were circling the Sioux at a safe distance, providing a clear view as it battered its way through the waves. The drone sensors showed the Pericarto making a valiant effort to intercept.
"They're not going to make it," he said when the Sioux was 8 kilometers from the coast. The Pericarto was 22 kilometers behind and closing fast, but not fast enough. "Let's see if we can slow the Sioux down for them," Paula said.
Rai's exovision showed him the drone altering itself. The wide, slender wings that allowed it to glide at such altitude began to contract. At the same time, Paula cut the power to its fans. When the wings had shrunk to half their operational size, the drone stalled. The nose tipped down, and it began to fall. Still, Paula kept the wing retraction going until just the tips were left, sticking out of the oval fuselage as fins, providing a degree of stability as it streaked down, rapidly reaching its terminal velocity of 217 kilometers per hour.
"Too bad we can't get it supersonic," Paula said, "but the fans don't have that much thrust."
Rai was accessing a nose camera, watching the sea 12 kilometers below. Right at the center of the image was the Sioux, a small grey shape, starting to expand. Velocity leapt up.
"Don't forget the power cells," Valeri said.
"The safety limiters are already offline," Paula replied. "The smart net will short them out at impact."
5 kilometers altitude and the dive speed was exhilarating. Rai knew he was smiling. 2 kilometers, and individual features were becoming apparent on the Sioux's deck. Machinery, crates, human fallers, beast fallers. Paula switched the fans back on, shoving the drone down faster. Rai changed to the images coming from the G Eagles. Orientation flicked to horizontal, showing the Sioux silhouetted against the horizon, grey smoke from its twin stacks gushing up into the clear azure sky. The drone came plunging down silently, almost too fast to follow. It struck in the middle of the ship. 2 explosions, overlapping, the first a tangle of smoke and flame surging up, the second a sphere of bright light ripping outward. Debris hurtled into the air, chunks trailing filthy vapor contrails.
"Damn!"
Paula exclaimed.
"Missed!"
"Missed?" Florian cried out.
"What do you mean? That was a perfect hit. I was aiming for the mid-hold. If it had hit there, chances were good that it would have punched through the bottom of the hull and sunk them. Instead, it struck the back of the superstructure. The hull is intact. That was always the risk using a drone like this. And now they're alert."
The G Eagles showed Rai flames and black smoke churning out of the wrecked superstructure. He groaned. The Sioux was still moving. "You slowed it down," he said, but even he thought that sounded meager.
"That's what we wanted," Cassandra said. "The Marines stand a chance now."
3 minutes after the drone strike, Rai counted 5 of the huge faller animals standing on deck,
carrying their pump-action bazookas, looking vigilantly up into the sky. 8 of the blue-skinned giant human fallers were with them, also keeping watch on the empty sky above. 6 ordinary human fallers fought the superstructure fire. Rye watched the displays, checking speed and distance for the Sioux and the Pericato. "The Marines will be in range in 9 minutes," he said breathlessly. He'd watched the Marines prepare the Aseri missiles. 2 trailers were lashed to the deck, supporting large metal tubes. Marines in parkas had unwound thick electric cables from each trailer, laying them across the deck to a small canvas shelter at the front of the superstructure, where the launch control consoles had been set up. Then hydraulics had elevated both tubes to vertical. They were ready to fire. All they needed now was to get in range. "Uh-oh," Florian murmured. "What?" "Sabres," Florian said. "Dozens of them." Rye checked the feed Florian was using. He was right. 3 kilometers ahead of the Pericato, a pack of 40 sabres were spread out over a patch of water a kilometer wide. More were swimming out toward them. "I know that's not good," Paula said cautiously, "but I don't see what they can do to stop the Pericato." "Board it?" Cassandra suggested. "Unlikely at that speed. They'd get swatted aside." "Are they carrying weapons?" "Good question." Paula guided a G-Eagle down toward the mass of sabres. "Nothing," she said, as the G-Eagle scanned the huge amphibious creatures. "But they're there for a purpose. I don't like it." "Maybe we should warn Major Danny," Rye said. "That's a lot of fallers to deal with." "Anala isn't due overhead for another 40 minutes, Florian said. "We can use the drone and G-Eagles to relay a radio signal directly. Danny will probably listen to us." "We're missing something, I'm sure," Paula said, "but Florian is right. We have to warn the Marines." Rye listened to Cassandra contact Major Danny, warning him of the potential danger lurking ahead. But the Marine Major was proving recalcitrant. Talking directly to the warrior angel, trusting her, was clearly difficult for him. He didn't want to change course to take them around the Sabre pack, claiming that would allow the Sioux to reach the shore before the missiles were in range. As Cassandra tried to keep her exasperation in check, Rye ordered one of the G-Eagles to fly over the Sioux's projected landing point. "Crud!" "What's wrong?" Paula asked. "Look at where they're going to come ashore." The G-Eagle was showing a mass of sabres waiting patiently on the ice above the sea. More were lumbering toward them from the east and the west. "How many?" Paula asked in a subdued voice. "Must be over 100, Rye said, "and they're still coming." As the G-Eagle swooped along the coastline, he saw another 2 of the great grey-white shapes surge up out of the water onto a broad chunk of floating ice. "The fallers must have taken over Lukatica some time ago," Paula said. "They're going to come here, aren't they?" Rye said, hoping there wasn't too much anxiety in his voice. His whole life had been spent on the front line combating the Faller menace, but an army of Faller sabres charging the Viscount. "They are a good choice to carry the atomic bombs," Paula said. "Their size will give them considerable endurance, and they're quite fast." "The Sioux might not make it ashore," Paula said. "What's Danny doing?" "Being cautious," Cassandra admitted. Rye immediately switched links to the 3 G-Eagles flying watch around the Pericato. There was considerable activity on deck. Marines were appearing with Gatling guns that they were mounting on tripods. "Nice," Florian said. "They'll be able to take out the sabres in the water, so whatever the fallers were planning isn't going to work." "Let's just see how this plays out," Paula said. "Dimitri, how's the wormhole generator coming?" Rye looked down the length of HGT-54B to where the anadroids were clustered around one of the generators. Almost all of the casing had been removed, exposing the tightly packed internal systems. He was used to the infernal complexity of a Liberty module, but this was an order of magnitude above. Instruments that were little more than hairs were worming out of the anadroid's modules, infiltrating every fissure. Fergus and Valeri were perfectly still, absorbing the data being fed to them.
15% of the elements we've investigated so far are invalid, Dmitri reported. We're going to have to disassemble and rebuild. He nodded at Marek, who was carefully removing the casing from a second wormhole generator. Fortunately, we have a lot of spare parts.
How long?
Paula asked. A day, possibly. Hopefully no more.
But the Sioux, Florian stammered. The Pericato is almost in range, Cassandra said. They'll be able to launch in another 5 minutes.
Rai reviewed the latest speed and distance figures the G-Eagle data was producing. She was right. The Pericato would be in range of the Sioux while the ship was still over a kilometre from the shore.
They don't have to score a direct hit, surely, Rai said, almost in prayer. It's an atom bomb for GU's sake. They just have to detonate close.
The Sioux still had smoke wheezing out of the superstructure, and its speed had decreased further. It was having to alter course constantly, now that it was so close to the coast, to avoid the ice floes bobbing idly in the sea.
Anything within a kilometre should do, Paula said. Major Danny knows that.
Rai switched back to the G-Eagles over the Pericato. The ship was closing fast on the Saybear pack. One of the Gatling guns opened up, stitching a small line of white bullet plumes through the undulating sea close to the lead Saybear.
What was that?
Paula demanded. Rai couldn't answer. He was watching the pack dive cleanly below the surface en masse. Within seconds, all of them were invisible, plunging deeper and deeper into the icy water.
Where are they going? He marvelled. The G-Eagles picked up a signal in our link band, Paula said. It came from the Saybears. Have they acquired advancer macrocellular clusters?
Roxwolf said breeder fauners could pass any victim's traits on, Florian said in dismay. As long as they'd exhumed an eliter, they'd have the patterns of the clusters. The remaining drone reported a radio signal broadcasting from the Pericato. Where did they go? Major Danny asked. We lost sight of them.
I'm not sure, Cassandra replied. They just dived deep.
What's down there? Danny asked. Should we change course?
Rai watched Cassandra and Paula exchange a glance. Paula gave a minute shake of her head. No, Cassandra said. It is imperative you stop the Sioux.
Understood.
Can the Saybears get through a metal hull? Florian said. Cold makes the hull a lot more brittle than usual, Paula said. But even so. They all saw it at once. The Pericato juddered, and as soon as it settled, it began to curve around.
We're hit! Danny's voice shouted in near panic. Something under us! The rudder's gone!
The ship continued to turn. Did it breach the hull? Cassandra asked.
No. We lost steering. And... oh, Geo!
The ship lurched again. A G-Eagle swooped low, and Rai spread out every sensor read across his exovision. Something was moving under the Pericato. Large dark shadows flitted about, clumped together tightly, and there was a weird grey-blue stain spreading out from the stern. They're under you, Cassandra said. Danny, they're under the ship. That's Faller blood in the water, Paula said.
We're losing speed, Danny said. Something's striking the propellers. Our engine is struggling. The gears are overloading.
Kamikaze, Paula hissed. What? Rai asked. They're suiciding. The Faller Saybears are deliberately swimming into the propellers. It'll kill them, but it's wrecking the engines. Danny, you have to stop. They can only ruin your engines if the propellers are turning. Even as she said it, Rai saw the Marines were firing their Gatling guns into the water all around, hitting nothing. Stop firing, Cassandra ordered. You're wasting your ammunition. If you have any grenades, drop them into the water at the stern of the ships, Paula told him. They'll act like mini depth charges.
Like what?
Danny asked. Just do it. How far away are they? Florian asked nervously. 18 kilometres, Rai told him. The Sioux is 3 kilometres from shore. Danny, launch a missile, Cassandra said. You're not going to get closer. This is your best chance. The blast should be enough.
Distance. Take me. Launch codes!
Danny's voice was interspersed with the sound of the Gatling guns.
"Save your ammunition!" Cassandra implored.
"Oh, crud,"
Rai groaned. A saber had risen up out of the water at the stern of the Pericato. It gripped a metal rail running down the hull and held itself in place. Another jumped on its back, and in a moment was standing on its shoulders. Then the third came up, using the first two like a ladder, allowing it to move with incredible speed for something so bulky. Marines swung their Gatling guns around and opened fire, the heavy-caliber rounds ripping the beast apart as it shoved its way on board. But another followed it, and two more emerged from the water under the port prow, forming another ladder. The Gatling fired again and again. "Danny, fire the missiles!" Cassandra yelled. "Fire them!" Even though it had slowed considerably, the Sioux was pulling away. It was less than 2 kilometers from the shore. Pericato was 18 kilometers behind and dead in the water. "What I can! Arm them now! Defend my command!" Danny said. Rai saw a Marine race down the steps at the side of the superstructure. It could have been Danny. He wasn't sure. More sabres were coming up over the gunnels. The Gatling guns were firing constantly, and the deck was slick with blue blood and gobbets of faller flesh. He watched the desperate human figure duck a sabre as it was torn apart by bullets, then slip on the gore just as he reached the flimsy canvas shelter. One of the Gatling guns fell silent. 2 injured sabres had reached it at the same time. The Marines operating were ripped apart in seconds, their broken bodies flung at their terrified comrades. A second Gatling gun ran out of ammunition, its barrel spinning wildly as a sabre sped toward it. Marines tried to stop it with carbines. Rai grimaced and hurriedly switched to another sensor feed. A grenade went off on the starboard side, slaughtering humans and faller sabres alike. The Marines on the prow made a strategic withdrawal into the base of the superstructure, and 5 faller sabres hurried after them, tearing the metal hatch from its mountings. But they were too big to fit through. A fusillade of gunfire slammed out of the companionway inside, and the one reaching in to claw whatever fragile flesh it could find staggered backward, sticky turquoise blood streaming down its fur. 2 sabres arrived at the canvas shelter. It was pulled apart and flung over the gunwale. Danny and a missile technician were exposed, crouched over one of the launch consoles. Rai witnessed Danny's fist slamming down on a big red button an instant before a sabre claw sliced through his throat. An arterial fountain of scarlet blood shot into the air for several seconds. One of the Aseri missiles fired. Thick yellow smoke, illuminated by an incandescent flame plume, streaked out across the center of the Pericato, obscuring the massacre. The Aseri flashed upward out of the bedlam, a dark grey tube with a spiked nose cone. It scored a dense stream of glowing smoke through the clear polar air behind it, racing faster and faster. The noxious exhaust began to billow wide in its wake. At 2 kilometers of altitude, the solid fuel was exhausted. The missile was traveling at supersonic speed. It split in half, the forward section carrying on in a neat parabola, guided by slender fins around its base. Behind it, the spent engine casing tumbled wildly end over end, beginning the long fall back to the water. Rai's U-Shadow immediately acquired the feed from the G-Eagles above the Sioux. The ship was less than 2 kilometers from shore now, and making reasonable speed as it trailed wisps of smoke from the bottom of the superstructure. Sabres began launching themselves from the ice floes, sliding gracefully through the sea toward it. Several of them had established links to the fallers on the Sioux. 30 seconds, Paula said. The Aseri warhead was traveling too fast for the G-Eagles to obtain a decent visual lock, but their other, more sophisticated senses tracked it hurtling down out of the sky. It struck the sea 3 kilometers aft of the Sioux and detonated. Every link from the G-Eagles at the coast and around the Pericato dropped out simultaneously. The drone switched to links from the G-Eagles farther inland. An awed Rai watched the mushroom cloud rise, a dome of vapor as bright as any sun. Around it, the sea dipped for a moment before rushing back in, collapsing the crater. A column of dazzling white vapor surged up, then the blast's wavefront streaked out horizontally, shredding the choppy surface into a foamy miasma.
Rai held his breath as it struck the Sioux. The ship rocked about violently. Faulers and equipment were torn off the deck. Paint was already smouldering across the hull, bubbling and crisping to black. The bodies flung into the air ignited, burning to charcoal in less than a second before disintegrating. Then he could see no more, as the vast storm of superheated steam, roaring out from the explosion, crashed across the abused ship and carried on toward the shore. Saybears on the ice floes were hurling themselves into the water. "Will that protect them?" he asked. "I don't think so," Paula replied. "Look." The boiling surface of the steam whirlwind was distorting, bulging up in a giant ripple, as if some leviathan from the deeps was rushing out from the detonation point. "What is that?" Florian murmured in awed alarm. "Tsunami." They sent 5 of the surviving G-Eagles back toward the Sioux. The semi-organic birds took 20 minutes to fly through the hurricane-force winds howling out from the epicenter of the detonation. The whole area was still shrouded in hot, churning cloud bands, though the core was starting to clear. Sensors probed through the thinning vapor. The fringes of the clouds were cooling rapidly now, as the wind abated, turning terrain that had chilled to sleet by the time it reached Snowfield. Along with dozens of ice floes, the Sioux had been driven into the rocky shore. It lay there on its side across the shelf of a black pebble beach, its hull broken open from the impact. Waves lapped through the twisted fissures, flooding the engine room. Faller bodies were strewn across the deck, blackened lumps of meat slicked by the new drizzle of sleet. There was nothing left alive in the ship. The G-Eagles dropped closer to the ground, scanning the weirdly disfigured snowscape. The radiation flash had evaporated and melted the surface layer of snow, swiftly followed by the fiery blast wave that had flattened any loosely piled slope or tough serac, slamming shut the jagged crevices. For a brief minute, the surface had been awash with bubbling water, runnels carving a multitude of new channels. Then the deep polar temperature began to reassert itself, sucking away the temporary heat. The water refroze, producing a vast expanse of glazed ice flats that stretched from the shoreline more than 2 kilometers inland. There were strange lumps, cloaked in grainy ice, scattered across it at random. Dead Faller saybears, their fur singed and burnt away, ribbons of congealed blue blood spreading out from the corpses as if they'd sent out roots. Sensors picked up movement on the edges of the ice crust. 47 saybears were running south, spreading out across the mist-shrouded snowfield. Radiation points were coming from 7 places. "Eureka's curse them," Florian grunted. "They have the bombs. If they can keep that pace up, we have about 10 hours before they reach us," Paula said. Marek turned from the wormhole generator he was dismantling. "Looks like we're on, then." Marek's bioconstruct brain had no natural emotions, nothing that came from floods of hormones and neurochemical reactions. For a little over 250 years, he'd used appropriate response algorithms to mimic human reactions. Shock, disgust, sorrow, kindness, affection. 250 years of incorporating those effects into every situation. In doing so, they had ceased to become secondary routines as they merged into his primary thoughts. He rather enjoyed the notion that he was becoming more human, not simply knowing what a human should be feeling. His batch brothers, Dmitri especially, weren't convinced. The anadroids didn't feel pleasure or pain, just tactile information from their nervous systems, so they saw the quirky development as evidence of his gradual decline, along with his vocal glitch. Now, though, they had to admit he might have been right. He was scared by the approaching saybears and nukes, and that was a sensation he couldn't shield from them. It was flooding across their shared Gaia-field connection. But it had to be done. The approaching Faller saybears had to be tackled, and logically he, with his glitches and slightly wobbly coordination, was the most expendable of them all. He made his way out of HGT-54B to the surface, along with the 4 humans, leaving his batch brothers working on the wormhole. The sky had an unbroken cover of high, thin clouds, which diffused the sunlight to a uniform glare. A gentle wind was blowing from the west, suffused with tiny ice crystals that pattered against his EM suit. Overhead, the Discovery bobbed about, pulling at its anchor cables. The rope ladder flapped about beneath it. A grim-looking Florian caught hold and steadied it. Paula reached for it, ready to start climbing.
"No,"
Cassandra said.
"you have to stay here."
Paula hesitated, and Marek was intrigued by that. From what he'd seen over the last few weeks, and reviewing his much older, original Nigel memories, Paula did not suffer from doubt, not any kind. She was the most confident and determined person in the Commonwealth.
"There's 7 atomic bombs heading this way, and only 5 of us," Paula said. "You need me. Without you, there is no plan. None of us will be able to break the Valater barrier." "Neither will I," Paula countered. "The anadroids don't have imagination, but there's enough of Nigel in there that when they're given a problem they'll know what equipment to manufacture. It's going to be down to them. And if something unforeseen happens, something that needs a very human mind to analyze, no, one of us has to remain alive, and that's you. If we can't free the Royale, you're the one who can evacuate survivors to Aqueous. You, not me, and not these 2 boys. We're the ground troops. Let us do our job, and buy the anadroids enough time." "My combat experience," Paula began. "This is the whole world at stake here, Paula. I can't save it, but I can help you save it."
Paula took a breath and nodded reluctantly.
"Very well."
She let go of the rope ladder.
"Good choice,"
Marek said, and grabbed the ice-speckled ladder himself. He started to climb up.
"Same goes for you,"
Cassandra told Rye and Florian.
"There's not much you can do." "Oh, please,"
Rye said. "There are 7 atom bombs heading this way. Everyone we eliminate increases our odds of getting a wormhole working."
"I'm coming,"
Florian said. "No arguing." Marek reached the gondola. The ply-plastic door opened for him. He slung his pack in and sat down in the front seat. His U-shadow linked to the Discovery SmartNet and began the pre-flight activation sequence. As the other 3 took their seats, he began pumping helium back into the gas cells. When he looked through the big curving windscreen in front of him, he could see Paula releasing the anchors. Once she'd retracted the malmetal spikes, the cables wound back into the blimp's nose. The Discovery rose quickly, its fans spinning up to hold them steady. Then Marek directed the SmartNet to take them north.
"They're still spreading the bombs wide,"
Paula said through the link. A display from the G-Eagles showed how the Fauna Sabres were moving. More than 100 of the massive creatures were ranged in a ragged east-west line, heading south at about 20 kilometers an hour. They even saw that 3 of the giant humanoid fallers had survived the explosion and were riding on the Sabres. They were wrapped in what looked like several layers of blankets and carried their pump-action bazookas. The turbulent air from the bomb blast was dying away, and the low-level clouds breaking up, which allowed the G-Eagles to detect still more Sabres joining the main pack. Marek ordered a couple of G-Eagles to glide in closer, from the south. He directed one to the cluster of 5 Sabres gathered around a bomb. 2 of the Sabres were also carrying the bazooka weapons. Another had something that resembled a small artillery gun. Relative size made it a rifle for the creature.
"Crud,"
Cassandra grumbled.
"Your force fields will withstand those weapons," Paula said. "For all their size, they are just chemical-based."
"Paula's right," Florian said a shade too eagerly. "Your integral force field deflected the bazooka's strike back in Opal easily enough."
"So it did,"
Cassandra said dryly. "And our maser rifles have a much longer range. We can sniper a whole group and destroy their bomb before they know what's happening."
"Nice theory,"
Cassandra said. As the Discovery headed north, they watched as the Sabres continued to spread out. Each bomb had a guard of about 15 Sabres, with 3 or 4 clustered protectively around the one carrying the warhead. The others took up a perimeter formation, with some scouting up to 3 kilometers ahead.
"That's not going to make it easy,"
Cassandra said. The Discovery was flying northeast now. They'd decided to form a picket line in response to the continually widening pattern the advancing Saybears were adopting.
"Looks like they're going to try and surround the Viscount,"
Paula suggested when the Saybears were stretched out over a front 20 kilometers wide and still expanding.
"Come at us from all directions at once. It's a reasonable tactic." "Yeah, and it'll be tough to intercept every warhead,"
Cassandra agreed. She was first out of the Discovery, 40 kilometers north of the Viscount, where the snow and ice had built into rugged mounds, with slabs of ice sticking through, making the going difficult. It was farther from Viscount than Florian would have liked, but because the plan to intercept the Saybears meant Discovery probably wouldn't be around to collect them all again afterward, they had to be practical about the distance they could travel back by themselves. They also had to have a safe distance to protect the Viscount, in case the Fallers managed to detonate one of the bombs during the interception. The others all seemed satisfied with the 40-kilometer limit. Florian stared at Cassandra through the window as the Discovery started to fly west, a tiny grey figure trudging purposefully up the steep incline, casting a long shadow across the snow as the low sun sank ever closer to the horizon. 4 G-Eagles spiraled above her, and 2 more were heading in from the south to help watch for the approaching Saybears. Leaving her behind was triggering all kinds of feelings. Shamefully, the strongest was fright, mostly for himself.
"I'm next."
4. As soon as Anala passed over the South Pole, she knew something was wrong. She'd been hoping she'd be in time to see the Pericato launch its Aseri missiles. All the calculations showed it would get within range as she was approaching. Instead, she saw the atmospheric anomaly, a big swirling cloud mass, eclipsing the coast, roughly circular in shape, and rising so much higher than any natural formation. Winds were tearing its edges apart, flinging out long, tattered streamers. She clung to the handholds beside the port, staring numbly at the chaos raging ahead and below.
"Rai? Do you copy, Rai?"
"I'm here.
Thank God. What's happened? Did Danny fire the missiles?"
"He got one away. Anala, the Pericato was overrun by Faller Saybears. No survivors. We think it sank afterward."
"No survivors?"
she whispered. "No. Please tell Flight Comm they carried out their duties to the very end."
"Did they get the Tsu?"
She was practically shouting now, demanding reassurance. "Negative. The Sioux was flung ashore. The Fallers have recovered the bombs."
"Oh, great Kradding your Rakas! Where are they? Where are the bombs?"
"The Fallers are bringing them to us."
"Jew, what are you doing? Can you get away?"
"The Viscount is too valuable to abandon."
"Rai, no!"
"We're going to stop them."
"How can you do that?"
"Head to head. Don't worry. We have the Warrior Angel and her weapons."
"You can't go out there, Rai. You can't."
"I'm sworn to protect Bienvenido, and even if I wasn't a regiment officer, I'd still be doing this. Paula has a plan. She can save us all if she just has the chance."
"No, please."
"I'll be fine. Tell Flight Comm what's happened. You can re-enter and splash down now. Thank you for what you did."
"Rai?"
"See you on the other side of the sky, Anala." The farther the Saybears ventured into Locatica's interior, the more punishing the frigid landscape became. Snow slopes rose higher, ice outcrops were harder and sharper, the crevices deeper and narrower, sometimes covered with a slim, treacherous bridge of compacted snow, concealing them from sight. The Faller Saybears never knew they were there until their own weight collapsed them, sending them tumbling onto the terrible ice blades underneath. Even losing several of their number didn't bother them. They continued to advance inexorably as the sun fell below the horizon, plunging the continent into acute darkness. Night didn't slow them either. They must have been equipped with eyesight comparable to a human advancer. Once the pack was 50 kilometers inland, no more came to join them, leaving their numbers at just over 100. They were spread out across a front 35 kilometers long, with the flanks beginning to move ahead of the center. It was a long wait. Florian had been dropped off after Cassandra, 9 kilometers to the west of her, with Rai a farther 11 beyond him. After that, It was just Marek on board. The anadroid had spent his time rigging one of the maser rifles inside the gondola before jumping out. 5 G-Eagles were assigned to Florian. He kept them circling overhead, 2 of them barely 100 meters above the snow, so nothing was left to chance. He didn't want a faller sneaking up on him unexpectedly from the south. Discovery had dropped him in a zone that had snowdrifts cresting up to 30 meters. The valleys between them were scattered with ice outcrops protruding out of the crisp snow, from irregular lumps the size of boulders up to giant ridges that could have been coastal cliffs, they were so tall and jagged. Florian was also extremely wary about crevices, using a multi-sensor pack built into his EM suit to sweep ahead, watching for the treacherous, frail roofs that had so far claimed 4 fallen sea-bears. He found a good position on top of a snow ridge, which gave him a clear line of sight for a good 5 kilometers. Behind him, the downslope was clean, no ice, no hidden fissures, and the valley floor beyond was relatively clear. Once he'd struck, he could make a fast escape. So he pushed the snow into shape, like a kid building castles on the beach, and lay in the grooves he'd scooped out, wiggling to get comfortable. As always, the miraculous EM suit kept him a cozy warm. Its fabric had now flowed over all the skin on his face, forming a full mask, with a transparent band over his eyes. He was perfectly protected from the cold, and with his force field skeleton already active at low level, he was protected from any physical impact or energy blast. He settled down for the long wait. Not that he could see much. The night out on the exposed snowfield was as deep as it had been in the dead starship, but he had all his amplified senses, as well as those of the G-Eagles. The Sea-Bear pack's location was constantly being updated by the G-Eagles tracking it from above. During daylight, they'd flown inside the thin bands of cloud ribbing the sky. Now, with the long night engulfing Lukatica, they dropped down to a kilometer above the massive creatures and continued to gather excellent imagery. They remained invisible, even at that altitude, though Paula and the anadroids suspected the fallers could see them with infrared sight, if they had any. If they did, they must be able to make out the Discovery. Marek had been remote piloting it ever since he abandoned it. The blimp had flown a wide circular course, initially heading southwest, then curving around the Sea-Bear's western flank and approaching them from behind. Marek was steering it for the group in the center of the line. As it caught up with the cantering Sea-Bears, so Marek increased its speed, redlining the fans. The group of Sea-Bears guarding the bomb began to close up when Discovery was 4 kilometers behind them. Then 2 of them peeled off and headed back toward it.
"Now we get to see what kind of firepower they have," Marek said.
When the Sea-Bears were still 2 kilometers away, he reduced Discovery's altitude to 800 meters and opened a meter-wide hole in the transparent ply-plastic of the front windscreen. The maser rifle fired, pulsing twice in under a second. The 2 Sea-Bears dropped down dead.
"That was easy,"
Paula said. Discovery slid forward. One of the G-Eagles showed a Sea-Bear carrying one of the giant rifles, leveling the weapon at the airship. It began to fire repeatedly, the muzzle plumes temporarily overloading the enhanced infrared image. More data slipped across Florian's exovision. Whatever the huge gun was, it had enough range to hit the Discovery. The blimp was juddering badly from each hit. 8 gas cells reported losing pressure. Then one of the rounds hit a fan. Discovery's smart net was reporting critical damage. Through the glare of the muzzle fire, the G-Eagles could just make out the Sea-Bears dispersing, scurrying for cover behind thick jumbles of ice outcrops. 2 of them hunkered down deep in a fissure, lying on top of the bulky crate that contained the bomb. Another round hit the gondola, and the link vanished. A G-Eagle tracked the Discovery sinking out of the night sky, its envelope deflating as it went, until it was just a mass of flaccid fabric twirling around and around. It hit the snowfield with a gentle bump. The wind blew it along slowly to the northeast, until it caught on a snag of ice.
"They all stopped," Paula said. "There was quite a bit of link traffic between the bomb groups."
"Can the drone jam it?" Cassandra asked.
"Yes. Their traffic architecture is very crude. My countermeasures routine can easily tailor specific blockers. I'll bring the drone up and close down their communications. If they can't coordinate and don't know what's happening to one another, it should help." Jamming the Saber links certainly had an effect. The groups that had all halted simultaneously suddenly didn't seem to know what to do next. Two of them, the ones Florian and Marek were provisionally assigned to intercept, started off again at once. This time they redeployed their sentries, so there were always a couple trailing by several kilometers, alert for any more attacks from the rear. During the long wait, Florian tried temporarily deactivating his enhanced senses and exovision, certain his excellent natural vision would be able to make out a couple of meters of the snowfield around him. After all, he'd done a lot of nighttime work back in Albina Valley. But this was different. This was a total absence of light. He held his hand up in front of his face, and some primeval part of his brain couldn't accept that the hand was invisible. It scared him badly, and secondary routines hurriedly brought back his enriched vision. Euracus, the Fallers must be able to see in infrared. There was no other explanation for them knowing the discovery was closing on them, not in this darkness. The longer he watched the Sabers advancing, the more isolated he began to feel. He wanted them to come within range, so this would all be over. Yet some shameful part wanted to flee, to hide from the monsters in the all-engulfing darkness. He concentrated on tracking the group, bringing the bomb he was supposed to take out. Treat the whole thing as a mental exercise, he told himself, which should allow him to take his mind off the physical reality of his situation. After half an hour, it was obvious his group were on a track that would take them east of his current position, so he got up and started walking again. The plastic skis were in his backpack, along with the harness, a spare power cell, and his food. Everything he'd need to get back to the Viscount afterward. But despite the memory skill implant, he still wasn't confident enough to start skiing. An hour later he was atop a 100-meter ice cliff, with the wind whistling up the hard surface to buffet him. Right along the top, the snow was sculpted in strange, curving shapes that twisted upward 2 or 3 times his own height, like clashing waves solidified in mid-impact. The cavities and hollows provided perfect cover. If the Saber group kept to their current track, they would have to pass along the bottom of the cliff. He could stay hidden inside a snow cleft, shielding his infrared emission until the G-Eagles showed him they were all within range. He spent another 10 minutes scouting along the edge until he found the perfect place, one with a low gully leading away from the cliff that he could retreat along if things went bad. With that settled, he went inside one of the short cavities and began another wait. Marek watched through the G-Eagles as the Saber group trotted over the rough snow toward him. He'd taken cover halfway up a vast rock crag that was only partially cloaked in snow. The snowfield that splayed out from its base was a broken wilderness of shattered ice boulders and dangerous crevices. "Our optimal strike time will be 17 minutes. Mark," Paula told everyone over the general link, "you should all be able to open fire within 8 minutes of one another. Rai, you're going to be the last." "I can move forward," Rai said. "No. Their scouts might see you. Let's keep this as simple as possible. Once the attack has started, I'll use the drone as a kinetic weapon and take out the bomb to the east of Marek. That'll leave the 2 bombs on the flanks." It was good logic, Marek agreed. The flank bombs were now the farthest from the Viscount, so they would take the longest to reach the starship. That gave him and Cassandra a reasonable chance of intercepting them while Ryan Florian retreated to Viscount. His old Nigel personality approved. The boys had no experience in combat. Equipping them with maser rifles and molecular severance cannons for sniper duty was as close as they could get to guaranteed success, whereas he and Cassandra had a much better chance of taking out the remaining nukes. His retinas spotted the scouts 4 minutes later, when they were still 2 kilometers away. The main group of 5 Sabers clustered around the nuke was another 2.5 kilometers behind them. One of the scouts was going to pass within 400 meters of him. Marek stopped breathing.
The warm breath wafting through the polar air might just be a giveaway. His body had enough oxygen reserves to last for an easy half an hour. The scout lumbered onward, never breaking stride, its big head turning from side to side with mechanical regularity, and every 3 turns it would check the sky, too. Marek was impressed. Faller biology allowed the enormous sea-bear body to perform at the peak of biochemical limits. That kind of power and efficiency was a match for his own.
"I'm ready,"
Marek announced when the bomb was only 1,500 meters away. The scouts had passed by on both sides without slowing. Even so, a G-Eagle was marking them. The remaining outriders formed a loose circle around the primary group.
"Me too,"
Cassandra announced. "Another 3 minutes," Florian said. "The scouts of my group are passing me now," Rai said. "It's taking longer than I expected. The terrain here is rough."
"Marek, Cassandra, initiate now,"
Paula said.
"I'm launching the drone."
Marek spun around the rock that was concealing him. The Maser rifle's target image filled his exovision, shunting the G-Eagle links to peripheral mode. He fired at the sea-bear carrying the atom bomb and saw all its muscles go limp, sending the big body sprawling onto the ground, ploughing up shards of ice. To his dismay, the dead sea-bear tilted as it came to rest, putting the mass of its body between Marek and the crate with the bomb.
"That's not good,"
Marek murmured. He'd taken out the carrier first to immobilize the bomb, allowing him to shoot it with the molecular severance cannon, an unhurried, accurate shot at a stationary target. Now the bomb would be protected by the vast bulk of the creature's flesh.
"Trouble?"
Dmitri asked.
"Only for them."
Marek shot another sea-bear, one being ridden by a giant humanoid faller. The 2 of them went tumbling into the ice barbs. Another 3 fast shots, and he finished off the primary group. The G-Eagles showed him the humanoid faller jumping up from behind a clutter of rocks. The bazooka fired, and the faller was immediately pumping the mechanism, firing again. Marek got off a shot, too quick for a decent aim, and anyway the faller was diving for cover. He did the same thing just as the first bazooka round slammed into a rock 15 meters away. It couldn't harm him, not with his force-field skeleton, but the blast did punch him backward. The force field flickered a special turquoise as debris slammed into it. Marek stayed down. The second bazooka exploded, farther away than the first. Through the G-Eagle's feed, he saw the giant faller pick up the bomb crate and start running at impressive speed. All 7 sea-bear outriders were now charging toward the crag.
"Having some trouble there?"
Dmitri asked. Marek ignored his brother's taunt, standing up and taking careful aim at the fleeing humanoid. Only it vanished from the target feed. Genuine incomprehension flashed through his thoughts, a puzzlement reflected in the minds of his batch brothers. At any other time, that would have been really quite satisfying. He sent the closest G-Eagle diving down to the faller's last position and began jogging toward it. A sea-bear scout cleared the side of the crag, sprinting at a phenomenal 60 kilometers an hour. Marek spun and fired the Maser rifle, completing the spin and running forward again in less than a second. The sea-bear collapsed, its momentum sending its mighty body careering onward for another 20 meters. An image from the G-Eagle leapt into his exovision as it streaked over the jagged expanse of rock and ice. It had found the giant humanoid faller.
"The faller's fallen,"
Marek said.
"Down a crevasse."
The G-Eagle circled tightly. It showed a slim fissure bridged with a layer of ice, which had shattered the instant the giant had stepped onto it. His infrared signature was a bright glow, 15 meters down, wedged between the narrowing rock faces. Warm trickles of fluid ran down the fissure walls. The crate, leaking radiation, was a couple of meters from him.
"That's not good,"
Marek said. He started to speed up.
"Don't you fall down,"
Valeri warned.
No.
Marek directed another G-Eagle around, sending it skimming along the route he was taking, scanning the ground ahead for any snags or hidden fractures.
"Got mine,"
Cassandra announced.
"Masered the bomb. It's dead. Clearing up now."
2 more Sabre scouts raced into range. Marek slowed and shot both of them. One was carrying a pump-action bazooka. The beam must have hit the magazine. It exploded, flooding the area with garish orange light. Flames leapt upward for several seconds, plunging the abysmal terrain into sharp relief. Shadows swung around as the fireball rushed upward, then dimmed and vanished. Marek sprinted onward. "Engaging now," Florian said. "They're almost directly beneath me." "Oh, yeah. Got the bomb carrier." "Well done," Cassandra said. "Just stay calm and shoot the bomb next, then pick the survivors off." I know. "I'm sending the drone down now," Paula said. Marek was halfway to the crevice with the faller giant, his concentration divided between making sure every footfall landed on secure ground and the image relayed from the G-Eagle. "Uh-oh, it moved. I think it's still alive."
"Can you get to it?" Dmitri asked.
"Yes."
"In time?"
Marek didn't answer. The faller giant was wiggling about energetically now, trying to get free of the rock's grip. A large amount of its blood was running down the fissure. Every motion sent another gout squirting out of the wound where the rock had punctured its waist. "It'll kill itself doing that."
"It has no choice," Fergus said, "if it gets to the bomb."
A flash of light zipped across the eastern horizon, as white and fast as distant lightning. "Drone strike confirmed," Paula said. "On target. G-Eagles reporting radioactive debris in the air. The bomb was vaporized." Marek was 400 meters from the crevice now. He had to slow to take out another Sabre. That left 6 closing in. Down in the crevice, the giant faller wrenched itself free of the impaling rock and flopped sideways. Its fist smashed the hefty crate open. Marek sprinted. The G-Eagle had mapped out a safe track. His bioconstruct brain kept him aligned perfectly. He hit 50 kilometers per hour, zinging with exhilaration and fear, bringing the maser rifle around, ready to hurdle the crevice and shoot straight down. Beam switched to full power, wide angle. The faller tore shards of wood aside and reached for the control panel underneath. Fuck it!" Marek snarled. Florian was shooting the 11th Sabre of his target group when the nuke went off. Marek was about 30 kilometers to the west, but the light was so intense it felt like 10 meters. Fortunately, he hadn't been looking in that direction. Crudding Euracus. The transparent strip over his eyes had a cutout level, automatically preventing dangerous light levels from reaching the retina. Even so, all he could see was a white glare. It even overwhelmed the exo-vision icons. He shut his eyelids, fast. The only difference that made was turning the light from white to a pale pink. He slapped the hand across his head, and finally the glare reduced. His skeleton suit was reporting a huge radiation surge. The force field had been pushed close to its limit, blocking the initial gamma flash, but it was holding. Feeds from most of the G-Eagles had dropped out. His own multi-sensor module was reporting a huge electromagnetic pulse. The relay back to the Viscount was intact, running through 5 G-Eagles. "That was not an Operation Reclaim bomb," Paula said. "That was a full Liberty bomb, around 300 kiloton mark. You all need to shield yourself from the blast wave. Move! I'm bringing the G-Eagles down. We'll relink as soon as it's safe." The light level was reducing slightly. Florian looked down at the dazzle-white snowfield below the cliff, his targeting graphics picking out the surviving Sabres. He was sure 2 of them had been blinded by the flash. They seemed to be stumbling. The others were standing still, taken completely by surprise. Then he realized the glare haze shimmering off the snow was actually fluorescing fog. For as far as he could see, snow was boiling, throwing off a blanket layer of seething mist that was expanding upward rapidly. He turned and ran through the gully that was his ready escape route. 2 G-Eagles plunged down out of the clear, pearl-white sky, one racing on ahead, surveying the meandering passage, the other keeping pace 3 meters above his head. "You have control," Paula said. Then her link dropped out. "Cassandra?" Florian sent. "Here, babe," Cassandra said. "I hope you're doing what you're told and getting ready for the blast. It'll hit you in about a minute.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm in this gully. Crud, get out of it! You'll be crushed! Trying.
Now that he was out of direct line of sight, the glare was almost tolerable. But steam was roaring overhead between the lips of the snow walls and churning down into the gully. It was hard to keep traction, and the dense steam was interfering with most sensors. Florian slipped and scrambled around uselessly on the steam-slicked ice, trying to regain his footing. Then he stopped, realizing it was much better to go with it. He held his body rigid and began to pick up speed. He slid down the slope like the world's smallest bobsled, totally dependent on the force field to protect him if there was any rock sticking up through the melting ice.
"Roy?" he asked. "Present and correct. You okay? Alive? And working to carry on with that. See you later. Deal. Hey, did you get your bomb? Of course."
Florian's laugh had the taint of hysteria. He was going alarmingly fast now, and water was starting to sluice along with him. Corners sent him slithering up the walls before gravity pulled him down. Abruptly, he shot out of the gully and began spinning around. There was nothing to see. The steam was too dense and turbulent, its own jets and microcurrents strong enough to buffet him. Then the blast hit, and the ground slammed up into him. He cartwheeled through the cloud. Steaming lumps of snow flew around him, and then he was down again, hitting hard. The force field tightened around him, cushioning the blow. Exovision graphics told him the force field was also deflecting the sound waves that were ripping the snow apart. As he kept skidding along, the crazy, slushy ground vibrated under him like an absurd trampoline. The steam layer was suddenly ripped away by the shockwave. He almost wished it hadn't been. The twisting spires of wind-fashioned snow were disintegrating, breaking apart into a tide of looser snow that was starting to flow like a viscous liquid. It churned around him, pummeling the force field. Overhead, the incredible atomic light was burning down to incandescent red gold, filling the heaving air with dusky oil rainbows as it fluoresced the hail of water particles.
"Avalanche!"
Florian screamed. He had no idea who he was trying to warn. The mush he was caught on began to move faster and faster, spitting out chunks that arched through the air in every direction. It started to build up around him, sliding over his frantic, scrabbling limbs.
"Think!"
There were waves forming in the mush cascade now, building into horrifying crescents, about to collapse downward in lethal torrents. He ordered the force field to expand. It left him in the middle of an invisible bubble that elevated him from the unstable flood. But still the waves built around him, growing in violence as the blast energy poured into them, sending them writhing at contrasting angles and differing speeds. They smashed together, whirled apart, peaked, fell away. He was slammed about violently, utterly helpless, a football kicked by elemental gods. Then the biggest wave of all rose up, darkening his world. The force field bubble rotated him upside down. He looked up past his feet and saw the wave break in a strangely elegant fantail of solid scarlet spume that crashed down upon him. Florian didn't think he lost consciousness entirely, but there was certainly a long moment of utter disorientation. The mush kept shoving him along, though the motion soon became sluggish and stopped. He hung suspended inside the force field bubble, body inclined at a 70-degree angle, head down. True consciousness was the realization that he was dangerously nauseous. His U-Shadow ordered the skeleton suit to release him from suspension, but to maintain the perimeter. Squatting on the floor, he fumbled through his backpack and pulled out a torch. That wasn't as reassuring as he wanted. He was at the bottom of a perfect sphere, 3 meters in diameter, completely buried in snow. No way of telling how deep. But those avalanche waves were high, 7, 8 meters at least, and more has flowed over since. He used his U-Shadow to expand the force field. It grew by about 20 centimeters, then stopped. The pressure the snow exerted was now equal to the energy it took to maintain the force field. It wasn't going to get any bigger, so it definitely wasn't going to expand until it burst through the surface. Crud! Florian had thought the dose of claustrophobia he'd suffered in the starship was bad. This threatened to be infinitely worse. His heart started doing its flutter thing, and he sucked down air in fast, shallow gulps. Oh, just crudding great! Then he stopped panicking about being confined, because an oxygen warning flipped up in his exovision. Not only was the oxygen level of the air shrinking, the carbon dioxide was rising. No! No, no, no! He used his secondary routines to calm his breathing. His U-shadow ran a fast analysis. With the EM suit filters operating at maximum efficiency, he had enough air left for approximately 30 minutes. That helped the secondary routines pacify his racing heartbeat a little. He stared upward, furious with the universe for doing this to him. "I just survived a crudding atom bomb," he yelled. Stopped, calmed again. Wasting oxygen. "Come on. Think, Euryarchus. Damn you! You're supposed to be smart, a true nerd. Science your way out of this." He glanced up again at the stubborn snow pressing down against the force field. Ah! The U-shadow changed the force field's shape, turning it into a teardrop with a very pointed apex. It drove upward a good 20 centimeters. Crud! He shone the torch into his rucksack. Nothing in there he could punch upward with. The maser rifle and molecular severance cannon were still with him, hanging on their shoulder straps. He really didn't fancy trying the molecular severance cannon on the ice, not at zero range. He put the rifle muzzle up into the small apex, and his U-shadow reformatted the force field to allow the slim tube through. With the rifle muzzle pressed directly into the snow, he fired a half-power burst. The tube rammed itself back down, and a shower of boiling water squirted through the gap in the force field before it managed to close. The EM suit deflected the scalding heat easily. Crudding bollocks! Okay. Reformat the force field to let the maser energy through, but no physical gap this time. Once the U-shadow complied, he fired through the weakened zone. The snow above him turned to water, which began to seep down the curve of the sphere. There were bubbles fizzing away inside it. He blinked in fascination at the slow-motion cascade. It's like black beer. But it continued to flow around the curving force field wall until the bulk of snow chilled it to slush and it began refreezing. Directly above his head there was a small cavity. Now we're getting somewhere. With a giddy laugh, he fired the maser rifle again, slowly spiraling the beam around. Outside the force field, the quantity of vigorous, bubbling liquid reached epic proportions. A deluge of boiling water flowed around and down to drain into the snow around the base, where it slowly refroze. His U-shadow ordered the force field apex to extend, and it slid up 10 centimeters before reaching solid snow again. "Right, you bastard," Florian declared grimly. He changed the angle of the maser and fired again. 22 minutes later, a patch of dark appeared above the boiling water. Sky! Crudding sky! The force field shrank back until it was a flexible layer above his EM suit. He clawed his way out of the hole and lay on his back, staring up into the strange sky. The wind was ferocious, sending clouds streaking past, but above them, borealis storms raged through the tenuous upper atmosphere as the radiation impact from the explosion slowly dissipated across the ionosphere. Ghostly green and crimson waves, already covering half of Lucatica, spun and slithered around one another, casting ephemeral-coloured shadows across the diseased, simmering snowfield. Florian smiled up at the astonishing display in blissful gratitude. Fighting his way out of that mess certainly deserved some cosmic recognition. It didn't come finer than this. His U-shadow sent out a link ping. "Florian?" Cassandra sent. "You're alive!" "Yeah, little trouble for a moment there, but I'm okay now." Communications icons appeared in his exovision. 18 G-Eagles were active and in the air. Flying in the fast winds was difficult, draining their power reserves, but they could stay airborne for another couple of days. "Hey, Rai! You made it!" Florian exclaimed, studying the communications icons.
Of course. I had a mountain fall on me, Florian said proudly. Rock or snow? Snow.
Ha! You had it easy.
Florian chuckled as he studied the communications display.
Why aren't we linking with the Viscount?
I don't know, Cassandra said, but that was a monster bomb blast. I'm assuming the shockwave collapsed the tunnel down to HGT-54B.
Yeah.
Florian nodded slowly, trying to convince himself.
That'll be it. If it collapsed the tunnel, what did it do to the Viscount's structure?
Are you mobile? She asked.
Yes, I suppose so. Good. Grab yourself a pair of G-Eagles and get going. We'll see you back at the Viscount. Euracus. No peace for the wicked.
Okay, I'm on it.
And Florian?
Yes?
Watch out for fallen sabres. If we can survive, they sure as Euracus can.
Ironically, the journey back to the Viscount was always the part Florian had worried the most about. Now, less so. He took his time activating the skis, watching the bulbs of plastic expand into 2-meter-long strips. As they did that, he struggled into the harness. The wind made it difficult, constantly pummeling him with loose ice chips. In the end, he had to reconfigure the force field into a sphere again, which the wind shoved about ferociously. By the time he was ready, 2 G-Eagles had arrived, with a third on its way. Florian hitched the huge semi-organic birds to the harness. When they were secure, he hunched down on the skis, giving himself a low center of gravity and reducing wind resistance, and prayed his skill implant memory was up to the task. The G-Eagles took off and began towing him. He was 50 kilometers from the Viscount. When they'd planned how to get back, no one had figured for the winds. Paula had estimated the G-Eagles could pull them along at about 30 to 35 kilometers an hour. But the severe aftermath of what the Liberty bomb had inflicted on the local atmosphere was producing winds that whipped around seemingly at random. Their direction was constantly in flux, as was their speed. Florian even experienced interludes when they dropped away completely, but there weren't many of them. After the first 10 kilometers, when his leg muscles were starting to hurt badly from the constant crouching, the temperature began to plummet again, allowing the fervent clouds to condense. Snow began to fall, only to be whipped up into a brutal, high-velocity deluge by the winds. Florian had to stiffen the force field to deflect their impact. Visibility shrank to a few meters. He was reliant on the sensor images the G-Eagles were producing to avoid the smaller snags and fissures. The G-Eagles themselves steered him away from larger obstacles. All he had to do was hang on and keep his balance. The roar of the ice quake reverberated like boulders cascading down a rocky mountainside. Inside the cramped confines of HGT-54B, it was deafening, but Paula ignored it. She was too busy hanging on to the grid as the compartment shook. Hairline cracks appeared in the pressure bulkheads. Gridwork segments snapped, allowing several heavy cargo packs to shift alarmingly. The 3 anadroids formed a protective picket around the wormhole generator they were working on, gripping onto one another like an acrobat team. Their force fields expanded and merged. It seemed to go on for a long time. Finally, when the noise abated and the compartment stilled, Paula released her hold on the grid. She wasn't sure, but the angle seemed to have shifted, becoming more acute.
"That was 50 kilometers away," Dmitri said. "If they detonate another one closer, we're dead."
"I would have expected the ice to absorb more of the compression wave," Valeri said.
"It's probably pulverized the ice in its wake," Fergus said. "Another explosion might produce a reduced seismic force."
"Let's try not to find out," Valeri said. "Did any of them survive that?"
"Marek certainly didn't," Dmitri said. "He was only 200 meters from the epicenter. The force field suit was not built to withstand a direct 300-kiloton blast."
"I'm sorry,"
Paula said. "Don't be. We are machines."
"Maybe. But I have to concede you're doing a pretty good imitation of human."
Marek would appreciate that sentiment. He was confident he was becoming human.
Paula nodded. Exovision displays showed her not a lot. All external links were down. She ordered the ply-plastic door to open. When it did, it revealed a wall of compacted snow.
Damn, the tunnel has collapsed.
Cassandra at least may be alive, Valeri said. She has an integral force field, and was far enough away. Paula eyed the wormhole generator. It was half dissembled. Replacement components, cannibalized from 2 others, had been laid out neatly around it. Now they were scattered everywhere. She could see several sticking out of the water pooling at the bottom of HGT-54B. Worst-case scenario? Both flank bombs survived. We have 3 hours until the Saybears arrive.
Best-case scenario, actually, Dmitri corrected. If they come 10 kilometers closer and detonate, the icequake will finish us.
But they don't know that, Paula told him, so let's work on the assumption that we have 3 hours. She pointed at the wormhole. It has to be operational by then.
Understood.
Something prevented her from asking them if that was feasible. The collapsed tunnel was a problem, though. A molecular disruptor pulse was out of the question down here. There was nowhere for the superheated gas blast to escape. She poked at the snow, which wasn't too hard-packed. Several handfuls came out when she scooped at it. She picked up her maser rifle and reduced the power to 5% before firing it at the snow just above the bottom rim of the door. It melted immediately. Several liters of hot water soaked into the snow below, gradually refreezing. She fired again, melting more. After 20 minutes she'd succeeded in melting out a cavity big enough to stand up in. The humidity in the air was becoming tropical. Standing on the creaking ice of the cavity base, she altered the rifle output again, reducing the beam width to 1 centimeter and shunting the power up to 50%. Then she aimed it vertically upward and fired. A small jet of steam rushed downward. Without her force field, she would have been scalded. As it was, it played across her face, spoiling her view. A field scan function allowed her to keep her aim straight. The maser took 19 minutes to bore a 5-centimeter hole up to the surface. With an open route for the steam to vent, she closed the ply-plastic door and increased the beam width, then started to widen the hole. After an hour and a half, the hectic winds were starting to subside, not that it made the going any easier. True, the ski skill implant memories meant Florian had only lost his balance a couple of times, but he knew he was going to be hooked up to the farmhouse medical capsule for a week to treat his leg muscles. He was having to stop every 20 minutes just to spend a minute to stretch and recover. He didn't dare allow himself any longer. In those 90 minutes, the G-Eagles had managed to pull him 35 kilometers. More G-Eagles had survived the blast wave to rise from their ground shelter and link in. They now had 22, of which 9 were on tow duty. Cassandra deployed 8 as link relays, giving her 5 to search for the bomb the east flank Saybears had been carrying. They finally located it through the gunk clogging the turbulent atmosphere, homing in on the spray of its signature radiation. 11 fallen Saybears were still alive, and carrying the bomb toward the Viscount at their usual prodigious pace. That was the second piece of bad news. The G-Eagle, at the end of the link, was flying repeated sweeps over the Viscount's location, and there was no sign of Paula and the anadroids. No tunnel entrance, no activity. It could detect the huge starship still buried below the ice, but that was all. As Florian set off again, the G-Eagle sensed a thin plume of steam spurting out of the ground. He actually cheered. The image from the G-Eagle played front and center of his exovision, banishing the discomfort of the journey. All 3 of them watched the feed as the G-Eagles towed them toward it, seeing the steam increase until it was a full-scale fountain. Then it ended, and infrared revealed a glowing hole in the snow. The G-Eagle glided overhead.
"Hello?"
Paula said.
"What happened?"
Cassandra asked.
"An icequake broke the tunnel, but everything else is fine. What happened to you?"
"1 bomb survived. It's 28 kilometers out from Viscount and closing. Do you want me to intercept?"
"No. We can't risk another detonation.
Our timetable has become perfectly defined. We either activate the wormhole generator, or this venture is over.
probably along with our lives. Understood, Cassandra said. I'm about 17 minutes out.
Florian gritted his teeth when he thought about how much longer he'd be spending on the skis. He couldn't help but thinking of that oh-so-long night spent in the Sandy J with Lucan, chattering away in the driver's seat as the dark countryside flashed past. At the time, he'd been twisted up with worry. Now he knew just how easy that night had been. The G-Eagles powered on indomitably through the night, their wide wings illuminated with the freakish swirls of the celestial ghostlight bombarding the ionosphere. It portrayed their movements in juddery snapshots, as if they were clockwork mechanical, instead of the smooth, perfect future technology of the Commonwealth. The temperature was still dropping from the heat peak provoked by the bomb flash, the gentle snow sharpening to ice flakes, making him thankful for his force field as they assailed him.
How long?
He asked.
How long for what?
Paula said.
Until the wormhole generator is operational.
We're hoping to power up in an hour,
Dmitri replied. Florian gritted his teeth. An hour was about how long it was going to take him to reach the Viscount.
Understood. I'll be there for that.
Rye? Paula asked. How's your progress?
With you in 40 minutes.
Good. Paula stood behind the anadroids, watching patiently as they slotted components into place. They were moving with methodical precision, as if this were a complex ballet they'd rehearsed 1,000 times. She said nothing, not wanting to interrupt. If they had doubts, they would share them. After all, the actual Nigel would. But they'd given her a timetable. Only some unexpected event would change that now. Her low-level field scan revealed someone slithering down the newly melted tunnel. The ply-plastic door opened, and Cassandra stepped into HGT-54B, glancing around at the dislodged cargo.
Crud! You got knocked about, didn't you? The wormhole generator didn't suffer any damage, Paula replied. That's all that matters.
The hood of Cassandra's EM suit retracted.
Sure.
She ran her gloved hand back through her long hair.
So what are you going to take with us?
Everything in HGT-54B. Once we get everything working again, it will provide us with a decent manufacturing base.
Really?
Yes. Even if her machine doesn't work, it'll be a good source of spare parts until we begin manufacturing new systems.
Of course. So is the wormhole going to be accurate enough to drop us outside the farmhouse?
We're not going to the farmhouse, Paula said.
What?
I have been considering options. We not only need to buy time, we also need to safeguard Port Chana. Neither of those things will happen if we go back to the farmhouse.
Why not?
Our original plan didn't account for the Fallers acquiring nukes. Now we know they have them and are more than willing to use them, so we have to circumvent them.
By not going home?
Exactly. They have clearly infiltrated the government to at least the same degree that your friends have. I saw Roxwolf's connections, and that was a rejected Faller in an outlying city. So we can't risk opening negotiations with Adolphus, because they'll find out. If they even have a hint of where we might be, they'll detonate a bomb there, and everyone knows Port Chana is the center of Elita resistance to the government. They will blow it off the face of the planet. Cassandra gave her an unenthusiastic nod.
Okay, so we don't go to the farmhouse. Where then?
A place where we can activate all the Commonwealth machines without panicking the Fallers into launching their apocalypse. A place where we will never be spotted, even by accident.
So?
Cassandra demanded.
Where?
Macule.
You've got to be cradding kidding me. Macule is a radioactive desert.
Not relevant. Commonwealth technology can protect us from a little radiation, and as soon as we're up and running, we can feed local minerals into the refineries to build the sensor satellites that'll analyze the Valater barrier. That's not possible on Aqueous, which is the only H-congruous world. All its minerals are at the bottom of the ocean.
Gee, you're really not kidding, are you?
That's not my strongest trait, no. Cassandra glanced down the tilted compartment at the anadroids.
I suppose you lot agree.
It's logical, Dmitri said without turning around. Paula knows what she's doing. Cassandra's arms went up in surrender. "Bollocks! Macule it is." Rye arrived next. He grinned in delight when Cassandra explained Paula's change of plan. "My astronaut corps friends are going to be so envious. I will be the first of us to set foot on another world." "First of many, if this works," Paula said. They tracked Florian's progress as the anadroids finished reassembling the wormhole generator. He was still 11 minutes out when Dmitri announced, "Ready to power up." "Do we wait for him?" Rye inquired. "No," Paula said. They all gripped the gridwork and stared down at the big circular machine. Paula knew her nerves couldn't be written off entirely as teenage hormones. So much depended on this. 250-year-old biological machines, using someone else's memories to repair machines more than 3 millennia old. The fate of a world. Nobody had ever thrown the dice so high in human history. Well, maybe Ozzy. That conjured up a secretive smile as Dmitri initiated the power-up sequence. Everyone held their breath. The wormhole generator emitted the tiniest humming noise. "Mass converter online and functional," Dmitri said. "We have power." Paula was struck by just how much like Nigel he sounded. She hadn't noticed before. "Bringing the gateway up to full activation readiness." Paula's nerves were overtaken by excitement. She'd gone through tens of thousands of wormholes in her enormous previous lifetime, so many it was utterly mundane. This, though, this reminded her of just how extraordinary the whole concept was, warping the very fabric of the universe for human convenience. "Force field on," Valeri said. "We are shielded." In front of her, the blank circular face of the wormhole generator began to flicker with hazy turquoise phantasms, slivers that hovered on the edge of existence. "Initiating space-time compression," Dmitri announced. The phantom streaks merged together, forming a circle of elusive indigo radiance. It was impossible for the human eye to focus on the phenomenon. The light was shifting, extending back into infinity at the same time as it remained in place. "Is that it?" an awed Cassandra asked. "A wormhole?" "No. What you're seeing is Cherenkov radiation," Fergus said. "The start of a wormhole. This is a wormhole." As he spoke, the eerie light vanished, draining back in a single disorienting lurch. Paula instinctively increased her grip on the gridwork, fighting the impression she was moving. The last sparkle of Cherenkov luminescence at the center of the wormhole vanished, and a ripple of blackness spread out. Rye turned to her, his face appealing silently. "Yes," she told him, "it's a hole through space." "We're opening the terminus 500 kilometers above Lukatica," Dmitri said. "Systems stable." A bright white line slowly slipped across the open wormhole. The terminator, cutting Lukatica in half. Long serpentine strands of the aurora undulated majestically across the night side, vanishing into daylight. "You're now looking down on yourself from a great height," Dmitri said with a small smile. "And in case you think that's seriously weird, if we had time to play, I could open the terminus directly behind you. That way you can look at the back of your own head. Trust me, that really messes with human perception. Let you in on a secret. That's what we did the very first time Ozzy and I fired up our machine. We didn't actually extend the terminus to Mars until a couple of hours later, after we'd checked out the designation coordinate software. There's a lot of factors to manipulate simultaneously. We had to hack time on the college supercomputer to—" "Enough," Paula snapped. "Is it fully functional?" "Yes." "Please shift the terminus to Macule." Florian could barely move off the skis. Both legs were an agony of cramps. An exovision map showed him the surviving Sabres carrying the last bomb, their icon perilously close to his. The icequake and storm wave had changed the shape of the snowfield above the Viscount, so that he could have been anywhere. But 5 meters away, 2 pairs of skis identical to his had been stuck vertically into the puckered surface, and already fresh snow had accumulated low cones around them. He half waddled to the hole in the snow they were standing sentry over. The shifting borealis light showed him the way. As he shuffled forward, rumpled snow beneath his feet turned from emerald to rose-pink, then shaded down to a blue as deep as a twilight ocean. The hole remained a constant black, its sides crusted with ice.
I'm supposed to clamber down that?
Resentment was burning hot in his mind. Resentment that no one had come up to greet him, to help him. Surely Cassandra would have...
I'm here,
he told them through the general link.
Get down here fast,
Cassandra responded immediately.
How?
He didn't mean to ask. It was weak, he knew, but after everything he'd been through, would it have killed her to show just the tiniest degree of sympathy?
Just jump,
Paula said. Use your force field to cushion your landing. Florian stood on the rim, rocking in the wind. The hole seemed to grow, its darkness intensifying, and he'd had enough of being in black spaces beneath the snow tonight. Another 30 minutes and it would be dawn.
Like that's going to help.
Hey, Cassandra said. I'm waiting for you, Florian. The wormhole is working. Please, take a leap of faith. He jumped. The ride was awful. Every ripple in the ice seemed to catch him, and the juddering never stopped. He couldn't move his arms. They were pinned to his side, and the claustrophobia was vicious. He was terrified he was going to wind up jammed in the hole, just like the Faller giant. Then his feet cleared the bottom of the shaft, and the force field flared out. He landed hard, and his mistreated legs gave way. Arms closed around him, helping him to his feet, which was painful. Waves of red hair swished across his face. His EM suit helmet retracted, and the red hair was tickling his skin. Through the jumble of tresses, he saw a mouth open wide in a smile, then a kiss.
"Welcome back,"
she murmured contentedly into his ear. Then he was stumbling through the plastic door into HGT 54B. He stopped in shock, a half-smile of wonder on his face. He was looking into a circle of daylight that shone across the interior. It was advancing slowly down the compartment, and the cargo pods and crates were passing through it, then tumbling away to the side, landing in a jumbled pile on a grey desert that went on forever.
"That's not the farmhouse,"
he said numbly.
"No,"
she agreed. "It's definitely not. EM suit, hood back on, and your force field. Let's go." Then she took his hand and led him into the light. Anala came back over the South Pole and stared down in mortification at the radiant mushroom cloud that was rising over Lukatica. It straddled the Terminator, casting a filthy orange radiance across the night side. She hadn't seen the first one go off a few hours back, but the angry storm it created was evidence enough, pitiless winds assaulting the massive curtain of thick, warm cloud. A mighty atmospheric battle illuminated by the cold, delicate light of the aurora, as if an iridescent sea were rushing across the bottom of the world.
"Rai?"
she'd called into the microphone.
"Come in, Rai."
A dozen times she called, 100, repeated on each subsequent orbit. Now this new atrocity had darkened the aurora, and once more the ground was smothered with belligerent, agitated clouds.
"Rai, are you there? Are you alive? Anyone? Can anyone down there hear me?"
There was no answer. Not on that orbit, or any of the 7 that followed. After that, she obediently followed flight comms instructions and fired the main service module rockets, breaking her speed below orbital velocity. The command module began its long re-entry plunge down through the atmosphere.
"Rai?"
Book 7. The Faller Apocalypse. 1. The convoy of 3 Zika limousines and their escort of Varlan Regiment troop carriers and PSR cars swept along Brian Anthony Boulevard. Stonewall was in the first Zika with the curtains drawn across the darkened windows, preventing anyone from looking in and seeing the Prime Minister sitting in the back. The other 2 Zikas also had their curtains shut, but they were empty. Having 3 identical limousines drive together was an elaborate extension of the shell game, played for real by the security detail in charge of Adolphus's safety. "I'm going to have my office issue a Press D restriction covering Operation Highbird," Stonel said as they sped past the statue of Slavasta at the intersection with Victory Regiment Avenue. "There's not a lot of contact between Cape Ingmar and the rest of our population, but an unscheduled spaceflight mission is extraordinary news, especially at this time. It could leak." Adolphus nodded slowly.
"People are smarter than we give them credit for."
"Very possibly, sir." Once again Stonel had to hold himself back from comment. This new Adolphus was an enigma. He made decisions that wouldn't have been countenanced 10 days ago, before stepping into the space machine for treatment. They were often the correct decisions, given the perilous times they now found themselves in. But Stonel was having trouble concealing his growing alarm at how much the Prime Minister had changed.
"I'm considering if we shouldn't just tell them the truth. In a few instances, of course."
"Sir?"
"The Faller apocalypse is about to begin. It might be hard for us to conceal that from them, don't you think?"
"The panic and mistrust would be overwhelming. It is imperative we retain complete control for this fight."
"Times they are a-changing, my friend. You acknowledged that yourself."
"Yes, they will change, and if we defeat the apocalypse, our political structure will no doubt undergo profound realignment. But you would be frightening everybody if you tell them straight out that the Fallers have stolen our nuclear weapons and are already using them. A panicked people are not a people respectful of authority. We will need compliance from the entire population if we are to defeat the Fallers. Selfishness and individualism will not win the day. My dear father always said that was the Commonwealth's greatest weakness, allowing their citizens such a loose society."
"Well, he'd know,"
Adolphus said. There was enough sharpness in the voice for Stonel to glance over in surprise. For a moment the old Adolphus had shown himself, trusting nothing, suspicious, sneering. "What if I'm wrong?" Stonel asked himself. Not that it mattered. His hand had been played. Everything was in motion. In a way, Adolphus was quite right. Individualism in this context was irrelevant. Maintaining strong governance was all that counted. The convoy drove through the main gates to the palace. Stonel's Zika peeled away from the other vehicles and carried on through an archway into a courtyard, then turned and went into another, smaller courtyard, and drew up underneath a stone portico. Adolphus climbed out and stood on the bottom step as several of his office executive staff came out to greet him. He gazed around at the tall walls of the courtyard, with their long arched windows, as if he was puzzled by them. "Everything all right?" Stonel asked. Even if Adolphus knew what was coming, there was nothing he could do. Not now.
"Fine,"
the Prime Minister said.
"The Security Cabinet is waiting, sir?"
his chief aide said.
"Good. Then let's go."
The cabinet room was a long, ornate chamber on the second floor, with a huge window at one end providing a view out across the private gardens at the rear of the palace. The grounds were still maintained at the same level of excellence as when the captains ruled Bienvenido. Topiary bushes lined the walkways, fountains played in big ponds, dense hedges marked out smaller ornate flower gardens. An airy white stone summer house was perched on a mound 1/2 kilometre away, looking straight back at the palace. Bright scarlet vines with pristine white flower clusters swaddled its pillars and ventured up across the roof. With the morning sun highlighting the vivid colours of the flowers, it was all very beautiful and peaceful. A rectangular table of black marble ran the length of the cabinet room. There were 20 seats along both sides. The one with the highest back, right in the middle, was reserved for the Prime Minister. Today only 8 seats were taken. Therese was sitting opposite the high-backed chair, dressed in a green and scarlet robe that wrapped around her body like a protective shell. Unlike the other ministers of the Security Cabinet, she didn't smile a welcome as Adolphus came in. "I would like Director Stonel to remain with us," she said, as Adolphus took his chair. "I think the Security Cabinet deserves a full briefing on the security situation. Don't you, comrade?"
"Of course,"
Adolphus said. Stonel stood by the double doors as the aides closed them.
"I have considerable news from Cape Ingmar,"
Adolphus began. "Excuse me, Prime Minister," Therese interrupted,
but I choose to exercise my right to ask my comrades for an emergency vote."
"A vote?" Adolphus asked in surprise. "On what?"
"Confidence in the Prime Minister."
The big room was utterly silent. Power struggles at this level were utterly terrifying. Even Stonel was entranced by the play. The senior cabinet ministers were desperately trying to remain impassive, but he could see 3 of them sweating. Nobody asked for a vote like this, unless they were utterly certain of winning it. Promises had been given in back rooms. Deals agreed. But discovering if everyone would keep their word didn't happen until it was time for those supremely calculating hands to rise.
"I should shoot the crudding lot of you for treason,"
Adolphus growled. He glanced over at Stonel, an eyebrow raised.
"Any chance of you doing that for me?"
"No, sir." "You have been compromised, comrade," Therese continued. "You were exposed to unknown Commonwealth technology."
"Oh, so it's you I should shoot,"
Adolphus said, continuing to stare at Stonel.
"This is my reward for supporting you all these years." "Thanks."
He turned back to Therese.
"Whatever he told you is a pile of steaming crud. I'm cured, not contaminated."
"Your behavior," Stonel said, "it's wrong. It's been wrong ever since you came out of that machine."
"What you actually mean is that I can think rationally now I'm not twisted up with worry and fear of dying. Name one thing I've done that's detrimental to this planet. One."
"It's not what you've done," Stonel said patiently. "It's the way you did it."
"Is that a song lyric?"
Stonel flinched, genuinely puzzled. "And you never used to say things like that."
"As I said, I can see clearly now. I assessed the situation and took the appropriate course of action. If we waited for glorious bureaucrat committees voting on everything, that liberty would still be back on the launch pad waiting for a consensus."
"This is irrelevant," Therese said. "There is no question that the Pericarto should have been sent after the Sioux and the Warrior Angel."
"What, then?"
Adolphus demanded. His face flushed with anger.
"What have I done wrong?"
"You ordered Major Danny into action on the word of someone thought to be Rai Evine. Even if he hasn't fallen, we know him to be allied with the Warrior Angel."
"Pilot Major M.U. Lay confirmed the Sioux's location on her next pass, and everyone at this table is lining up to ally themselves with the Warrior Angel. I saw the greed in your face, Director Stonel, when you found out about Paula being able to evacuate us to Aqueous."
"You authorized the use of nuclear weapons with the flimsiest verification," Stonel said. "It resulted in the loss of the Pericarto and the death of everyone on board. Your judgment has become reckless at best."
"It was a crudding combat situation, you moron. You can't lawyer up after the event. Decisions have to be made. You have to have the guts to make them."
"Enough," Therese snapped. "All those who have no confidence in the Prime Minister, please raise your hand."
"Don't you crudding dare," Adolphus shouted. "I still control the party. The membership will vote for my reinstatement by lunchtime. I will fling every one of you into the yellow cake mines. You'll be glowing in the dark as you rot to death."
Therese stared at him impassively as she raised her hand, and Stonel couldn't help the frisson of worry at the small pause that followed. Then, one by one, the other hands went up.
"You have just killed Bienvenido," Adolphus said. "I am the only one who knows how to lead us through the Polar Apocalypse."
"Director Stonel," Therese said, "please escort Comrade Adolphus from the cabinet room. He is to be held in custody, incommunicado, until the Security Cabinet decides otherwise." "I understand," Stonel said. "This way, please, sir."
"You can't do this."
"Sir, if you do not comply, I will have to call for officers to remove you by force. And believe me, that option has been planned for."
Adolphus took a couple of heavy breaths. For a moment, Stonel thought he was going to launch himself across the table at Therese. Then he gripped the edge of the table and slowly rose.
"Contact the Warrior Angel," he said forcefully. "Talk to Paula. Listen to her. She's the only one who can save us now.
If the warrior angel survived the atom bombs that were detonated as the result of your irresponsible actions, she is free to get in touch with us," Therese said brittlely, "and I will happily discuss the terms of her surrendering her Commonwealth weapons to our regiments."
"Idiots, every crudding one of you,"
Adolphus jeered, and walked away from the table. As Stonewall escorted him from the cabinet room, he heard Therese say, "Comrades, our first order of business must now be to appoint an interim Prime Minister." 4 palace guards were waiting outside, wearing their full ceremonial uniforms and trying not to look nervous. 2 of them were Section 7 operatives. Stonewall wanted people he could trust in a situation as momentous like this. "Comrade Adolphus is to be taken to the holding cell as briefed," he told them. "You are not to use undue force unless he physically resists."
"Yes, sir,"
the detail sergeant said and saluted. Adolphus took Stonewall's hand.
"Be the smart one," he said urgently. "Keep the door open for Paula. Don't dismiss opportunities for dogma's sake."
"Why the emphasis on Paula?" Stonewall asked with intense curiosity. "She is an unknown factor."
"She's pure Commonwealth. The warrior angel isn't. She just has access to some of their technology."
"And this is what I find so troubling about you, comrade," Stonewall said sincerely, removing his hand from Adolphus's hold. "These opinions, this flavor of rationalizing. What did the space machine do to you?"
"Cured me."
"Somehow I doubt that. Not in any fashion I recognize as a cure." When he got back into the cabinet room, the vote had been taken. Therese was the new interim Prime Minister. She'd even moved around the table to sit in the high-backed chair. "I'd like to thank you, Director Stonewall," she said as she gestured for him to sit. "Without you drawing my attention to Adolphus's collusion with the Commonwealth space machine, Bienvenido could have been led down a very dangerous path indeed." Stonewall raised an eyebrow at how Adolphus was now colluding, but that was politicians for you. Obviously, Therese had to negate any possibility of Adolphus regaining power, and a denunciation, including a litany of previous crimes, was a time-honored approach to stamp down hard on a dethroned political enemy. "You're welcome, Madam Prime Minister." "Now then," Therese continued, as if what had happened was of no consequence, "we have to consider our response to the events on Lucatica. The Fallers have our own atomic weapons, and they have no restraint in using them. Do you agree that we are about to see the start of the so-called apocalypse?" "It is looking like the arrival of the Commonwealth woman has forced the Fallenists to respond in such an extreme fashion," Stonewall said. "That may be to our advantage." "How so?" Therese asked in surprise. "Turn over any large rock, Madam Prime Minister, and you will see unpleasant insects scurrying out of the light. Paula and the warrior angel have turned over a very large rock indeed. We have seen that the Fallenists are more widespread than even the PSR had knowledge of. They clearly have excellent contingency plans to raid our atomic facilities, so no doubt there are other plans drawn up to sabotage essential facilities and transport. Pilot Major M. Yule's reports of Lucatica confirmed that Faller variants are dominant off Lamaran. The Faller apocalypse is a very real threat. They were caught off guard by Paula's arrival and overreacted, but in doing so they showed us their hand. They are massing out there, but now we are warned. We have been shown what to expect. That gives us a chance to prepare." "You mean Operation Reclaim?" "No, Madam Prime Minister, not in isolation. We have already enacted travel restrictions in case they tried to bring the stolen bombs into Varlan and our other cities. People know something is badly wrong. They need clear leadership at this time. They need to be given a purpose. I would suggest this is the time for a full-scale response on our part. Go on the offensive before the Fallers have the chance to launch their assault on us." "You want me to declare martial law?" "At the very minimum. Martial law, curfew for the cities and larger towns. Put every regiment on full alert. Draft every reservist. We outnumber them, and this way we will be armed when they come.
Use every room the PSR has and search out those nests. Send the Air Force to bomb Tothland and the Fire Archipelago and any other landmass our planes can reach. Once we start to burn them out, they will have no alternative but to begin their campaign. They will be exposed, and we can exterminate them." Jennifer and Chang got back to the safe house just before midnight. It had been another long, fruitless day, spent going through the items forensics had recovered from the various sites across Port Chana that the nest had used. By now they really should have uncovered some leads, some connection to other nests. The Fallers had been very thorough, covering the outside traces.
"Maybe it was a new kind of nest,"
she suggested as Chang checked the safeguards outside, making sure no one had entered the house while they were away.
"What do you mean?"
"Not a nest as we know them, like a family of Fallers, but more like one of our assault squads. They came together to do this one thing, so we're looking for patterns and evidence that don't exist."
"They've never done that before,"
Chang said with a frown. "But they've never needed to steal nukes and hunt a Commonwealth citizen before."
"Good point.
So what should we be looking for?"
"I'm not sure. I need to think about it."
"Okay. We'll take a fresh look in the morning."
While he disappeared into the kitchen to find himself a beer, she went up to the bedroom. As she took her uniform off, she checked the bruises down her right side, where the collapsing masonry in the lighthouse had struck her. They were still sore to the touch, but the big brown and purple discolorations were starting to fade. Thank Jiu. Jennifer stepped into the shower and let the warm jet play over her. The liquid soap was scented with lime and jasmine, helping to relax her further. She rubbed it everywhere and took a long time letting the water sluice it off, enjoying the refreshing tingle it left. Toweling down afterward, she was undecided if she should spend the rest of the evening poring over yet more files and notes with Chang. It had been a long, frustrating day, and tomorrow promised to be no better. If she could just figure out one angle to connect the Fallers they knew about to those they didn't, perhaps a change in routine would help kick her out of the rut. What she really wanted was time for a proper physical workout. Since they'd arrived in Port Chana, she'd barely managed half an hour of exercise a day. Her strength must be maintained at all times, and especially now. She wrapped the towel around her waist and went back into the bedroom. Stopped, frowned. Something was wrong. She knew it instinctively.
Cradingalita's creeping up on me again.
Her gaze tracked around, trying to identify the anomaly, and she moved closer to the bed where her pistol and holster lay underneath her uniform jacket, reached for it, and stopped her hand in midair. The jacket. Someone had moved the jacket. Footsteps on the landing outside. That was Chang. She could tell from the uneven steps caused by his bad leg. He came in as she finally plucked the jacket off the bed. The pistol was there in its holster undisturbed, but the weight of the jacket was wrong, lighter than it should be.
"Chang, did you check those safeguards properly?"
"Yes, they were all good."
She started to feel in the jacket's pocket.
"Is this what you're looking for?"
he asked with casual mockery. Jennifer spun around and drew in a shocked breath. He was holding the link detector Yaki had sent. An incriminating jade-green light shone on the top of the small box.
"I kept wondering what it was you were always sneaking a look at," he said. "Then I remembered when we were in the lighthouse, just before all your Akas broke loose. You asked me what side I was on. At the time I thought it was heat of the moment, that you were pissed that I'd left you to go on the Gothora by yourself. But it bugged me."
"So whose side are you on?"
she challenged.
"There are two sides. There are humans, and there are Fallers."
He dropped the link detector on the bed and took out the standard PSR-issue blood test kit. When he jabbed the ball of his thumb with its needle, a drop of scarlet blood welled up.
"Does that answer your question?"
Jennifer clenched her jaw muscles and gave him a sharp nod of confirmation.
"Liar," Chang said. "If it was a binary choice, why do you have a link detector? And I'm also quite interested in how you got hold of Section 7 technology. Are you Stonell's spy?"
"No."
He picked up the detector again, gazing at it curiously, almost ignoring her.
There's only one reason to have one of these: to find an Alita. So if you have one that you're constantly checking around me, what does that mean?
She stared at him, her face impassive.
He's worked it out. Crud! So how do I mitigate this?
You think I'm an Alita, don't you?
Chang said.
The warrior angel turned up at Zander Manor. How did she know where you were?
You were with me most of that night. You know the commotion we were making. She must have followed me.
And Hawley Docks? She was there again. Coincidence?
Are you joking? The whole of Opal knew we were fighting a nest that day. No.
He shook the detector at her.
You've only had this since we got here. And this is an act of desperation. What made you think I'm an Alita?
You abandoned me,
Jennifer snarled at him.
You were supposed to be guarding me when I went on board the Gathora 3.
You were with her,
in her bed most likely, in her knickers.
Games and more games,
he said in a disappointed tone.
You know I was ordered to contact the warrior angel by Stonel himself. That is why we brought Carilla with us, for her to open a route into the Alita radicals. And you had this detector before you knew I'd met the warrior angel here. That's not why you suspect me of treachery. Tell me what it is.
She knew she was going to have to give him something, a fact he couldn't question. She forced herself to sigh, to show defeat, weakness.
Castellito told me. She admitted you are one of them.
Castellito? When?
The day I discovered the Gathora's dodgy paperwork. She contacted me in the Ancatra Cafe after Carilla made her drop.
So Carilla knows Castellito?
Must,
Jennifer said. As a cover story, the cafe worked. He wouldn't think to probe deeper. Not that there was any way she was ever going to explain why she was eager to prove he was an Alita, how he was just an insignificant pawn in her mother's altogether grander game. No hint of that must ever be revealed. Stonel would move swiftly if he ever suspected. This was going to have to be played very carefully. The thought was darkly thrilling.
What did she say?
Chang asked.
Just that you were an Alita.
That's it?
He asked with a frown.
I still don't believe you. Consider this. If I was an Alita, she wouldn't betray me.
Wrong. There's one thing that would override all the Alita solidarity in the world.
What?
Florian. You were hunting her son. Her betrayal was extremely personal.
She wanted revenge, he muttered, so she came up with the fantasy of me being an Alita.
The warrior angel rescued you at Zander Manor, and there she was at the docks to rescue Florian and Paula.
He nodded reluctantly.
Clever. She rearranged the facts to fit her own agenda.
How did the warrior angel find out about the nest at the manor?
How did the Elitas know the stolen atom bombs had arrived in Port Chana? He retorted. How did Carilla phone us on a PSR secure line?
She forced her body to relax, like he'd dealt some kind of blow.
No answer,
he taunted. She walked around the bed to stand directly in front of him, almost touching. When she studied him, he seemed so confident, so right.
Is that a front? Is he playing a game as deep as mine?
She genuinely couldn't tell, and for once he was completely unresponsive to her naked body being so close, so available.
I don't know,
she said.
Then tell me who the link detector came from. Only Section 7 personnel are authorized to use it.
I had it sent from Opal.
Nicely unanswered, Jennifer. Who in Opal?
Rujic. He's a friend on the 3rd floor, in charge of technical stores. He has access to all sorts of top security devices.
If the red light had come on, who were you going to call?
Director Yaki.
He shook his head minutely.
I don't think that was the truth. See? That's what happens when people start lying to each other. There is always that tiny sliver of uncertainty between them after that.
She almost laughed. Her one true answer, and he didn't believe it.
Oh, but that part is very true. I would have taken you into custody myself,
And I wouldn't have used intimidation to get the truth out of you?
Yeah, that I do believe.
She slid a hand down her abdomen and pushed the towel off her hips. Lips tweaked into a smile. So where do we go from here? He took her hand and smiled. She stood on tiptoes to kiss him. The link detector was slapped into her open palm.
Well, I can tell you where we don't go,
he said cheerfully.
To Eurakis with you,
she growled. The phone let out a two-tone whistle. Chang gave it an irritated glance and picked it up. The small blue light came on at the base. Like that proves it's secure, Jennifer thought. Chang? Stonell asked.
Yes, sir.
Are you busy?
Nothing important, sir.
Jennifer gave him a scornful look and picked up the towel, wrapping it back around her hips. Good, Stonell said. You will be issued your official notification tomorrow morning, but martial law will be declared midnight tonight, Valan time.
Is it that bad?
Frankly, yes. They're getting ready to annihilate us, but this way we can take the fight to them. The regiments are to be mobilized and all the reserves called in.
I see.
What do you want me to do, sir? Have you had any contact with the Port Chana elites?
Just through Kurilla, and that hasn't produced anything. I'm still working on backtracking the nest that was spying on the Gothora 3. Hopefully that will lead us to other nests.
Go back to Kurilla. Insist the Warrior Angel gets in touch with us at once.
Yes, sir.
We need to know what options we have. This is top secret, but we believe the Fallers might have killed her. Jennifer couldn't avoid the shock that statement caused. She saw Chang's face was troubled too.
How, sir?
The Xiu followed the Gothora to Lakatika. Their bombs were detonated. We were in contact with one of her group, but we haven't heard from him since. We need to know if she survived, Chang.
I understand.
Good man. There's something else you should know. The cabinet had a vote of confidence. Therese is now Prime Minister.
I see.
Do you? It means that Project Reclaim is now relegated to a last resort. We will resist the apocalypse with all the vigor we can manage. That wouldn't have happened under Adolphus.
You can count on me, sir.
Good man, Captain. The blue light went off and Chang replaced the handset. Now what? Jennifer asked.
Now I follow orders and get Kurilla to ask our friends to contact the Warrior Angel. It's what loyal PSR officers do.
And me?
He smiled thinly. Do you still think I'm an elita? Actually, it doesn't matter what you think. I can't trust you anymore.
Don't take this away from me. I couldn't ignore Castellito. That would be weak.
The trouble is that the PSR does a fantastic job. We track down Fallers and eliminate them. We put our lives on the line to protect this planet, and when we fail, we die in the most horrific ways imaginable, like poor Lurvry. But we do it anyway. Every lethal, awful moment in the field. Every boring decade behind a desk. Because without us, the Fallers would win. That cannot happen.
I understand that. I know what has to be done. I will never fail to do my duty.
But your duty is not my duty. You are not my PSR. The Radical Monitoring Division is not the PSR. You're just Democratic Unity thugs suppressing dissent and using the PSR's name to do it.
To protect us from the threat in the sky, and from those who betray us from within, she said. That was the oath we all took. If the centre cannot be strong, we will all fall. I will not fall.
I'm sure you won't.
He turned and walked toward the door. Where are you going?
I told you. To speak with Kurilla. If you're still here when I get back, then it's because you accept I'm not an elita.
Jennifer got dressed slowly, listening to Chang limping his way downstairs. The front door slamming shut. She'd never been so humiliated. He'd worked out what she was doing, then rejected her sexually. Fucking Eurakis! She slammed her fist into the wall. The pain was good. The pain was pure. I am stronger than this. He will not defeat me. He will not use his clever words to outsmart me. I know he is an elita. I will expose him to the whole world. She sat on the bed and dialed the number, then dialed the security code. The blue light came on.
"Hello, Jennifer,"
Yaki said.
"Director,"
Jennifer answered sharply.
"How's it going?" "Not good. Chang found the link detector." "That was careless of you. But it doesn't matter now." "How can you say that?" "Adolphus is under house arrest. I've been quietly told it was Stonewall who engineered that. And now that the new Prime Minister has signed a state of emergency, he's more powerful than ever. So this particular game is suspended." "You can't mean that. I'm sure Chang is one of them. He knew what I was looking for." "It's over. Chang doesn't matter. Neither does Stonewall, really. Our orders are coming in. The government is mobilizing everything we've got. Bayan is receiving its allocated personnel. You know what that means, don't you?" "They can't just give up. You can't give up." "We need to be practical here, Jennifer. The things I've done for you. The things you made me do. All of it, so you could revitalize the PSR."
Tears were flowing freely down her cheeks.
"You did everything I asked, because you are strong. I'm proud of that. I couldn't trust anyone else. Just you, my dear. It was all for you. But that life is over now." "No!" "I have a travel warrant for Bayan. It will be with you by lunchtime." "Are you coming?"
Jennifer asked dolefully.
"I hope so. One way or another, I'm not facing breeders again. Mother, goodbye, my dear. And remember, always be strong."
The phone went dead. Jennifer stared at the handset for a long moment before replacing it carefully. She looked around the bedroom until her gaze found the link detector, lying on the bed where Chang had dropped it so disdainfully. She picked it up, staring obsessively at the small green light on top, willing it to turn red, to prove her right. There was nothing else left now.
"I will finish my mission," she told the little device. "That's real strength."
The curfew wasn't yet official, yet there was almost no traffic on Port Chana's wet streets, and no pedestrians anywhere. That didn't surprise Chang. The elites would know what was coming. They'd probably known before Stonewall told him. Chang used a kuba from the local PSR office to take him to the marina through the miserable drizzle coming in off the sea, its wipers swishing across the windscreen with a monotonous squeaking. His driver parked by the gates, so he buttoned his coat against the damp air as he hobbled along to the Encatre Café. At this time of night it was closed and shuttered, but Kurilla was waiting under one of the trasla trees outside, wrapped up in a big ankle-length raincoat. He suspected she wasn't alone, but couldn't see anyone else.
"Now what?"
she asked petulantly as he huddled under the short tree with her.
"It's bloody freezing out here."
"You know exactly what," he said. "The apocalypse is coming. Stonewall needs to talk to the warrior angel."
"I keep asking."
"How urgently?" The look she gave him was almost pitying.
"Why am I here, Chang?"
"The government is getting desperate."
"I know."
"So am I. So I'm going to trust you. Hopefully that'll liberate some reciprocity. We're going to need to be a real team now." She raised an eyebrow, skeptical in the extreme. Chang touched his thumb to his knuckle, just like the warrior angel told him. A rectangular grid of thin lines fluoresced a pale emerald just below his skin.
"Chang!"
Kurilla's voice was loaded with incredulity.
"Are you? No, you can't be."
"Let's just say the warrior angel and I have an agreement." She grabbed his hand and studied the lines as they faded.
"What is this thing?" "It emitted a general link call for her."
"She gave it to me. It's some kind of Commonwealth technology. So now, tell me truthfully, is she answering?" He tried not to sound too desperate, but he knew that without the warrior angel, everything was lost.
"No."
Kurilla shook her head sorrowfully.
"Nobody has heard anything from her since the Gathora sailed. We know the Fallers used atom bombs on Lukatica."
"Crud."
She shook her head in disbelief. "I can't believe you're on our side."
"Ha! You know, that's the second time tonight someone has said that. There are only two sides, Faller and human. There is no choice."
"What do we do now?"
she asked. "All we can do is wait and hope that the warrior angel and Paula are still alive.
and they can do something. Until then, we fight the bastards with everything we've got."
Jennifer woke up with a feeling of disorientation that might have been the end of a dream where she'd been fighting with Chang. With her strength, she'd easily beaten him. Then she'd reached into his head and pulled out the Alita cells, holding them up in triumph, while he regarded her with the dazed admiration she was so used to from him. When she looked around, he was standing in the bathroom doorway, wearing his uniform trousers, face covered in shaving foam.
"So?"
he asked. "So I'm still here," she said aggressively.
"I see that, but I need you to understand something."
"Crudding what?"
"I don't care that you don't trust me. What's important is that I don't trust you."
"I get that."
"Do you?"
"Yes."
"I hope so, Jennifer. I really do. Because we're about to face up to the Faller apocalypse, and I need a proper partner, not one who'll shoot me in the back."
"We're on the same side," she said solemnly. "We're both human."
"Okay, then."
Jennifer pushed the bedclothes down and sat on the edge of the bed. He gave her naked body a deliberately dispassionate glance, which infuriated her further. He might just as well have slapped her. "How did it go last night?" she asked, carefully keeping her voice level.
"The warrior angel hasn't been in contact with the Alita since the Gathoras set sail."
And just a day ago she would have said, "You trust Kurilla, do you?" Now she had to sit placidly and say, "Crud, so what's next?" It was demeaning. "But there will be payback. Oh, yes."
"Our duty. We find the nests in Port Chana and take them out."
"Right."
"Get dressed," Chang told her. "We're leaving in 30 minutes.
The PSR Kuba picked them up at the end of Empale Street. Chang still didn't want anyone to know the location of the Section 7 safe house. It was routine. "The harbour," he told the driver as they sat in the back. Jennifer was silent beside him, her back straight, looking out the side window. She'd stopped speaking to him. After visiting Kurilla, he'd started considering how long Jennifer had suspected him. If it had been back in Opal, she probably wasn't acting alone, which would explain the link detector. It also meant all the sex was a lie, that she'd used it to get closer to him, oozing her way into his confidence. That hurt. And he knew she didn't trust him. Even if she had back in Opal, the seed of doubt Castellito had planted was rooted deep by now. Last night he'd barely contained his fury when he learned what Castellito had done.
"I want you to call Kurilla in as soon as we reach the warehouse," he told Jennifer. "She can work with us full-time now."
"Yes, sir."
"Have you brought the link detector?"
She hesitated for a moment. "Yes."
"Good. Feel free to keep watching it."
The Kuba made good time driving through the streets. Overnight, the sheriffs and several battalions from the Port Chana Regiment had set up checkpoints across the city. The martial law proclamation had been announced on the radio at dawn, along with instructions for all reservists to report to regimental headquarters. Chang was surprised how many residents had obeyed the instructions to turn out for duty, given the city's notorious reputation for non-conformity. Use of private vehicles had been prohibited as part of martial law, but a great many people were cycling to the major tram stations. The iron parking racks outside were jammed with bicycles, padlocked to the rails or one another in a giant mechanical clutter. All public transport had been commandeered by the City Council's Emergency Committee to be used ferrying the reservists to various regiment bases just outside the city. Sheriff cordons had been established around the tram stations, with long, good-natured queues snaking along the pavements. No one was allowed through to the platforms until they'd been given a blood test. The cordon around the harbour had been in place since the night of the storm. Today, the sheriffs on the checkpoint insisted on a blood test before they let Chang and Jennifer through. So he stuck his hand out and endured the needle pricking his skin. The red blood welling up satisfied the young sheriff, and she moved the barrier aside. Captain Fadja and her expanded team of investigators had taken over the whole warehouse, using the huge enclosed space to set up dozens of trestle tables. Each one was piled with evidence bags the forensic teams had collected, from the warehouse itself and all the houses the nest had used. Clothes from dead fallers, along with 2 of the huge pump-action bazookas, had their own section. The burnt-out vehicles from the fight on the docks had been towed in to form a line along the back wall, each with a semicircle of associated forensic bags. Investigators were standing at tables, carefully cataloguing each item, which would be filed and Rolodexed by the smaller team of clerks. Usually, senior investigators sat at a long line of desks across the front of the warehouse, trying to map out connections. Today, when Chang walked in, barely a fifth of the desks were occupied. He walked over to Fadja's desk at the end of the row. A small tin first-aid box was open in front of her, and she was flinching as she tried to wrap a bandage around her thumb. Spots of blood were glistening on her papers.
"Cradding sheriffs,"
she muttered as Chang stood in front of her.
"I swear that one on the checkpoint is still a teenager. Hasn't got a clue how to do a blood test. Tiny needle puncture is what's supposed to happen. Look at this!"
She held her thumb up. Blood was leaking through the bandage's fabric.
"The idiot jabbed the whole needle in. Hurt like you Ruckus's kiss."
Sorry to hear it. Chang tried not to show any amusement. Fadja had been in the thick of the firefight on the dock beside the Sioux, facing down the monster fallers. Now she was whining about a needle jab. They're just carrying out orders.
"Huh! See if you're still laughing after a day of this. As of 5 o'clock this morning, they're blood testing anyone going into a government building, a transport hub, or a utilities facility. They're also doing random street tests. Forget the faller apocalypse. We're all going to die in a blood poisoning epidemic by the end of the week."
"I'm sure. Where is everyone?" Fadja glanced around the warehouse.
"This is all we've got, and all we're likely to get for the foreseeable future. Martial law has complete priority over every investigation. Director Husnan called most of our case officers back to the office."
"But the PSR is supposed to be following every lead to suspected nests."
His arm swept around.
"There is no lead bigger than this. This nest had nukes, for Jew's sake."
"Not my decision. For what it's worth, I agree with you 100%. But this is a huge investigation. Even with full resources, it was going to take months."
And there it was, the unspoken worry. We don't have months left.
"Cradding your rackers."
Chang gathered himself to shout, but the impulse died as swiftly as it came. This wasn't Fadja's fault. It was Director Husnan playing petty politics. He stalked back to his own desk, ignoring the throbbing from his leg. All the files he'd been studying yesterday now seemed a complete waste of time.
"She's here,"
Jennifer announced from her desk as she replaced the telephone handset.
"Who?"
"Carilla."
That was quick.
"I never called her. She's coming through the harbour checkpoint now. It's like she knew when we arrived."
He gave her a thin smile. Even now she kept on pushing. Carilla came in, dressed in a blue blouse and black jeans, a simple combination, but one that made her seem quite different from the angry young radical with a persecution complex waiting at the outdoor cafe at McKee College. Every time he saw her, she seemed to have grown in confidence. She came straight over to his desk, giving Jennifer only a cursory glance. Chang tried not to smile at that.
"Morning,"
she said breezily.
"Morning."
He thought of asking Jennifer to fetch them some tea, but that was too childish.
"Any news?"
"Not of the Warrior Angel, no. I came in because I have information for you that some of my friends consider very important."
"What?"
"Roxwolf is back."
"What?"
"In Opal. My old contacts there are seeing underworld faces reappearing, and they're back with a swagger. That can only mean they have his backing."
"So? I have more immediate concerns."
Carilla tilted her head to one side.
"You don't know, do you? You never actually saw him when you raided Cameron's."
"No what?"
"He's a faller. A weird one. Some kind of mutation. Paula confirmed that for us, by the way. He's not part of any nest, but he does have connections with them." "You got any proof of that?" Jennifer asked.
Carilla kept looking at Chang.
"You found faller human bodies at Cameron's, didn't you? What does that tell you about his gang? And anyway, why would I lie?" "I don't know what motivates elitas," Jennifer said, "but I can find out easily enough."
Chang held up a finger for Jennifer to stop.
"You're sure Roxwolf is a faller?"
Corilla nodded. Yes.
Do your friends know what he's up to?
There's been a big increase in arms trafficking over the last 10 days, Corilla said. So much it's even making some of the gangs nervous. Especially right now.
You think he's supplying weapons to the nests?
I can't see what else it is. We all know what we're about to face.
Are your people prepared to lead us to him?
My people? You mean your fellow humans?
Yes. Will you lead me to him? It could be the breakthrough route into the nests we need.
Corilla gave him a soft smile. That's why I'm here. I'm your contact, remember? Can you get us back to Opal? The whole train network shut down last night.
I can get us back to Opal.
The first signs that Opal's martial law wasn't as effective as it should be came when the PSR Kubar drove over the Yukon Bridge and turned onto Dunton Road. There was a junction of tram rails in the middle of the road, where the metal rails crossed. The overhead power cables were lying on the ground, their posts bent over like trees after a storm. A car had been abandoned in the middle of the junction and set on fire. Chang assumed the dents in its grill had come from repeatedly ramming the power cable posts until they toppled.
"Why isn't anyone fixing that?" he asked. "At the least they should tow it away."
The driver, assigned to them from the Opal PSR office, shrugged as he edged their Kubar around the burnt-out wreck. Cars and vans waiting their turn on the other side tooted their horns angrily.
"Everyone is registering at the regiment bases. Nobody is left on the maintenance crews."
"That's stupid,"
Chang said.
Another shrug. "When everyone's registered and they sort out the command structure, things will get done in a hurry."
"Has there been any more disruption to the tram network?" Jennifer asked. She was in the back seat next to Corilla, and clearly unhappy with that arrangement.
"There's been about 8 or 9 junctions smashed up like this one," the driver said. "They've got regiment squads guarding the important ones now, but trams are out over half the city."
"Let me guess," Jennifer said. "The route's out to the regiment bases?"
"Yes."
20 minutes and 3 blood test checkpoints later, they turned onto Broad Street. Chang had witnessed so much chaos lately. He was mildly surprised to see that the familiar old buildings were all still standing. The Kubar pulled up outside the 7-story PSR office. Corilla stared up at it mistrustfully.
"We won't be in there long,"
Chang assured her as he climbed out of the front. Jennifer strode across the pavement, pointedly ignoring them. Behind her back, Corilla gave him a small, rueful smile. A wall of sandbags had been put up across the entrance. 5 armed officers were on guard duty. They saluted Chang, even said, "Welcome back, Captain." But he still had to hold out his thumb for a needle prick.
"She's in my custody,"
he explained when they asked for Corilla's papers and saw Elita printed across the front. They didn't like that, but agreed she could go inside.
"Ground floor only,"
he told Corilla as they went in.
"There's a waiting room down here. I can't allow you upstairs."
"I'll try and contain my disappointment," she muttered. Even getting the waiting room opened involved forms to be filled out at reception. "She shouldn't be inside at all," Jennifer said.
"Then how do we set up this operation, Corporal?"
he barked back. "We have special cells for elitas." He didn't bother responding to that. They took the stairs to the 7th floor. It wasn't as difficult as usual for his leg. All the practice he'd had with the Port China Lighthouse had clearly paid off. Not that Jennifer waited. She was already in Yaki's office when he finally arrived. "You brought an Elita into my headquarters?" the director asked coldly as soon as he shut the door. "Why didn't you put her in a cell where she belongs?" Chang refused to even glance in Jennifer's direction. Instead, he focused on Yaki.
"This is an emergency, and she's an asset, not a prisoner. She won't be going anywhere in the building other than the waiting room."
"All right." Yaki was staring intently at Jennifer. "So why are you both back here?" Now Chang turned his head.
"Corporal, would you explain, please?"
Yaki listened without comment as Jennifer told her of Corilla's claim about Roxwolf returning. "He's a faller?" she asked at the end. "Why did the gangs work with him? They're not that stupid."
"Nobody ever saw him," Chang said. "He can't show himself because he's some kind of mutant faller. The nests despise him as much as we do."
An unseen or powerful boss is quite a reputation to have, Jennifer admitted. It's also very convenient. And this Karilla girl says he's buying arms for the nests.
That's what the local elites have told her, yes,
Chang said. We have to investigate this, Yaki said tightly. If she's right, it's a direct route to all the nests in the city. The scar on her face showed as a thin white line as she sat behind her desk, fingers steepled, their tips resting on her chin. Okay, Chang, you did the right thing bringing her here. But I've got a martial law to enforce. My officers are spread very thinly. There have already been some very proficient acts of sabotage, which we're prioritizing. So I'm going to let you and Jennifer track down any leads Karilla offers you.
I'm going to need a team,
Chang started. No, you get me some positive leads and I'll assign you whoever you ask for to follow up. But until then, you're on your own. And I don't want any heroics, understand? If you find Roxwolf, you come here and get some serious backup. I can't afford another Cameron's.
Yes, Director,
Chang mumbled.
Can I at least have access to records?
I'll tell Colonel Cookida to grant you full inquiry status.
Thank you.
Happy? Chang asked as he made his way back down the stairs. Why shouldn't I be? Jennifer grunted back over her shoulder. She wasn't making any effort to slow down, as if emphasizing how her body was at its peak, while his.
You practically shut down this investigation.
Which had surprised him. Yaki was Section 7. Why had she even listened to a corporal who clearly had a run-in with her boss? No, actually, sir, we have free run of the city in the middle of a martial law clampdown. I'd call that a perfect result. Chang glowered at her back as she turned around the corner of the stairwell. He paused at the turning, trying to get his breathing back under control. That way she wouldn't be able to see him struggling, revealing how weak he was. He wanted to look reasonably okay by the time he reached the ground floor.
It's going to be a busy day out of the office, tracking down Karilla's sources, and I need a result.
So? Karilla asked when he finally got back to the waiting room.
We're ready to start,
Chang told her. She gave him a slightly confused look. Start.
Do your contacts know where a batch of weapons are being stored? Do they know who's involved? Their location?
I thought, aren't there going to be observation teams? The nests have already started to move against us. We don't have cradding time for this, Jennifer said. Do you know anything or not? The gates, Karilla said, as if the information had been extracted with a sharp instrument. Chang opened the waiting room door.
What's there?
Ammunition, Karilla said. Stolen 2 days ago from a regiment armory. Now we're getting somewhere, Jennifer said as they walked out across the reception area. Tavask is in charge of the crew that pulled it off, Karilla explained. He's been throwing his weight around for over a week now. He'd only ever do that if he had Roxwolf's backing. Chang smiled in pure delight.
Oh, thank you, Jiu. I shall be very happy to resume discussions with Tavask.
His humour was only slightly dimmed when the entrance guards insisted on another blood test as they left the PSR office.
Take us around to the garage,
Chang told the Kubar's driver. What for? Jennifer asked, immediately suspicious.
We're both in uniform, Corporal. It's martial law, and we're going into the gates. Do you think that's going to rouse any suspicions, let alone tip off any gang member keeping lookout?
She nodded stiffly. Of course.
We'll requisition an unmarked car, then go back to my flat and change into our civilian clothes.
He waited for a tell reaction at the mention of the flat, but he didn't see one. An hour later, an unremarkable 8-year-old Tarova saloon car pulled up in Fallel Road at the edge of the Gates district.
Wait here,
Chang told the driver. He and Jennifer followed Karilla into the jumble of ancient, sinuous lanes. Here, at least, life seemed to be carrying on almost normally. They were constantly dodging cyclists who rang their bells arrogantly as they free-wheeled down the cobbles. Adults scuttled along between the slanting walls, not making eye contact with anyone. Groups of kids in raggedy clothes rushed about, playing their unfathomable games. Karilla led them down Missilegate and stopped outside a battered old green door halfway along. Jennifer frowned. "I know this place," she muttered. "You certainly do," Corilla said.
There was the sound of thick metal bolts being drawn back. The door opened. Tyrannia stared out, her ebony hair dishevelled, as if she'd just gotten out of bed.
"Get inside," she hissed. "Quickly! Even you, girlie!"
The club was just about what Chang expected, its ancient uneven walls coated in paint that must have been a century old. A small stage for musicians, bar against the back wall, with plenty of casks and bottles of unlicensed hooch. Curtains over doorways. Not as many tables and chairs as there might have been. Tyrannia walked over to a man a few years older than her, with short silver hair curling over his scalp and a neatly trimmed beard. Chang was pretty sure he was a musician. He looked the type. He was introduced as Mathieu.
"My business partner, and the club's musical director."
Chang was glad to see his instinct was still good. "So what have you got for me?"
"I overheard something at one of the tables last night,"
Mathieu said.
"Oh, please,"
Jennifer sneered. Mathieu gave Chang a look that was almost pitying. "Overheard at a table," Chang said firmly. "I understand. What did you overhear?"
"It was one of Tervask's people. That piece of crud has delusions that he's the next big gang leader, but we all know he works directly for Roxwolf. His people pulled off an impressive heist, some ammunition from one of the regiment armories. There's quite a lot of armament stored in various depositories around the city. They don't keep everything at their headquarters."
"And do you know where this stash of ammunition is being kept?"
"Minsky's, over in Tollgate."
"It's a gang pub," Tyrannia said.
"Actually, that's true," Jennifer said. "I heard about it on my last assignment." "They're going to move it this afternoon," Mathieu said.
"When?"
"All I know is this afternoon." "They'll want to do it in daylight," Jennifer said, suddenly decisive. "It's difficult enough with martial law. A curfew will make it practically impossible."
"We'll need to get it under observation, fast," Chang said.
"There's a sheriff's station half a click away," Jennifer said. "It'll have a secure line to the PSR office."
"No."
"What?"
"No," Chang repeated. "PSR communications are compromised. We know that. Roxwolf had a lot of phone lines going into his hideaway under Cameron's, and it's not like we need to keep this from Melitas."
He grinned at Mathieu. "So how do we observe Minsky's?" Jennifer demanded. "You and me?"
"How many people are watching it right now?" Chang asked levelly.
Tyrannia shrugged. "A couple of relatives of mine are close by."
"You're going to use Elitas?" Jennifer asked in astonishment. "Yes. Obviously Tavask's people don't know they're being observed, or they would have done something about those relatives. Why risk bringing in new people?"
"What's the matter, girlie? Don't you trust us?" Tyrannia goaded. Chang held up a warning finger at the club owner.
"Don't, please."
"We can tell you if we see them moving the ammunition," Corilla said. "But what good will that do?"
"You keep a good watch across Opal. I know that." He gave her a level stare. "Your friends must have observed my driving to Xander Manor that night, so they can certainly keep an eye out for any vehicle in daytime. Elitas walking about, Elitas riding a tram, Elitas looking out of a window. This is a whole city of casual observers, and they can update you on its location with your links. Right?"
"We could try that," Corilla said thoughtfully.
Jennifer was seriously impressed with herself for keeping her emotions so tightly under control. When she was in the club, all she wanted to do was snap the cuffs on Tyrannia and haul her back to the Elita cells at the PSR office and ask her the questions properly. Overheard them talking. Relatives keeping watch. All of it was such total bollocks, and Chang had let them get away with it.
Typical.
Now he was enacting an even bigger crime, using Elitas to observe the stolen ammunition shipment rather than trained and loyal PSR officers. It was as if everything he did was designed to taunt her.
"You are a cradding Elita, and I will bring you down."
She stared at the back of his head as they sat in the Tarova, waiting for an update from the relatives. Beside her on the back seat, Kurilla sat with her eyes half closed as if she was on the verge of sleep. Every time Jennifer checked her link detector, the red light was on.
Are they linking to each other? Laughing at me?
She dearly wished the little device were directional.
Tyrania knew Rashiat, you know, she said. She employed him 9 years ago. I interviewed her when we were hunting Florian. She's a radical.
Kurilla opened her eyes.
You see all of us as radicals. And today justified that, didn't it? Tyrania is part of your network. And Rashiat fell. I saw blue blood coming from the bullet holes my colleagues put in his body. But when did he fall? Did Tyrania tell you that? Exactly where do her sympathies lie?
You're an idiot. Jennifer's hand bunched into a fist. We're using connections, Chang said calmly from the front seat. That's all. And because of that, we're going to find a route into the nests.
Yes, sir.
A small sigh escaped from Chang's lips, and Jennifer saw Kurilla's lips twitch in amusement.
You'll make a mistake, and when you do...
20 minutes later, Kurilla said,
Uh-oh.
What? Jennifer and Chang said together.
A sheriff car just pulled up outside Minsky's.
Crud, Jennifer grunted.
We need to order them away. The gangsters will panic.
They're not sheriffs, Chang said with quiet excitement. Remember Hawley Docks? That's the transport team.
You don't know that? Unless you're part of the Lynx.
Only government vehicles are allowed on the street during martial law. It's them.
They're coming out of Minsky's, Kurilla said, bringing boxes. Ah, it's Tavask himself.
5 boxes were loaded into the boot of the sheriff car. Then Tavask climbed into the back seat, and it pulled away. Start the engine, Chang told their driver.
Turning west onto O Avenue, Kurilla said. Now Pinchat Road.
Let's go, Chang said. Take us around to the Varalson district. There's no rush. I don't ever want to get within a kilometre of them. Understood?
Yes, sir.
The bogus sheriff car wove an intricate route across Opole, taking 20 minutes to travel 4 kilometres, using the side roads and sometimes tiny back alleys, so they avoided every checkpoint. Eventually they finished up on the north side of the Jaminth district.
Lancy Square, Kurilla said finally. They're pulling up in Lancy Square. There won't be any dodgy nightclubs there, Jennifer said. Jaminth is a business district with some upmarket residential blocks.
Take us up to Quillet Road, Chang told the driver, visualizing a map of the area. Quickly now, and park just short of Simony Street. That's the one that leads into Lancy Square.
So what are we doing there?
Jennifer asked. Chang twisted around in his seat to grin at her. You, Corporal, are going to take a walk along Simony Street and see which building they're using.
Me?
My leg and arm mark me out even in civilian clothes. You don't trust Kurilla and the elites, so yes, you. Confirm the location. We'll circle around and pick you up on Florissant Avenue. The Tarova pulled in at the pavement, 10 metres short of Simony Street.
5 minutes,
Jennifer said gruffly, and stepped out. The car pulled away. She didn't hesitate. People noticed hesitancy. Not that there were many people on the pavement, and those were mostly old, past reservist age. A few bicycles slid along Quillet Road, with only the occasional car and truck. The tram tracks down the middle were empty. She turned down Simony Street. Its buildings were ancient, 4 or 5 stories high, grand homes or the apartments of nobility back in the void when they'd been constructed. Then, slowly, as the city expanded, they'd been adapted into smart offices. Her heart rate accelerated as she approached the end of the street where it opened out into Lancy Square. Her right hand hovered over the concealed shoulder holster. If this was a setup, she'd been played perfectly. Not that she believed Chang would do that. He seemed genuinely intent on capturing Roxwolf. Jennifer had only managed a few words with her furious mother before he'd come wheezing and sweating into her 7th-floor office.
"Why?"
Yaki had demanded.
"You could have been safe by now. You have nothing to prove. Not to me. If we get Roxwolf, we can break the nests wide open. That is how the proper PSR operates. We don't give up because things are difficult or hard for individuals. You taught me that. This isn't difficult, Yaki said through gritted teeth. This is the end. Not if we're strong.
Lancy Square had been built as the exemplary heart of the Jaminth district, formed by matching white-painted stucco terraces, with high bay windows and curving balconies on the upper floors. They caged a communal park of tall walwallow and vive trees, itself encased by iron railings, that now acted as security posts for the dozens of bicycles the residents left chained there. A fountain pond in the middle had been allowed to decay into a circular marsh of mushy leaves. Tiny higkill birds waded over the rancid surface to their mossy nests adorning the central statue. As soon as Jennifer reached the square, she saw the sheriff car parked on the other side. She made a play of walking purposefully to one of the bicycles near a corner of the railings, bending over to unlock it and pantomiming lost keys. 2 men in sheriff uniforms were unloading boxes and carrying them into one of the terrace buildings. She caught a glimpse of Tervask's profile as he sat in the back seat. Then she was striding through the huge archway that connected the square with Florissant Avenue. They were offloading into the Cavour office, Jennifer said as she tumbled into the back seat of the Tarova.
Cavour? That's a law firm, isn't it?
Chang asked. Yes, they handle evasion cases for the tax office, along with normal criminal prosecution for the city sheriff's office.
Then they should be right at home, cohabiting with Roxwolf, he murmured.
So what now?
She asked. Back to the PSR office. I need to review things.
What's to review? There's a crudload of ammunition on its way to the nest, so they can kill us. This is obviously a staging post, and judging from the setup, possibly Roxwolf's new hideout. We call in an assault squad and snatch as many of the bastards as we can, then sling them into the cells and interrogate them. If we get lucky, we catch Roxwolf himself.
Charging in unprepared was what we did last time. Remember how well that went? Besides, you can't interrogate fallers. It never works.
But Roxwolf isn't a faller.
Exactly. He's a tricky little swine. We have to be smarter this time.
Most of Opal's government departments were in disarray, trying to implement the prescriptions of martial law, with uncertain chains of command and urgent orders contradicting one another. On top of that, the remaining residents were trying to cope with restricted travel and a chaotic tram network. It was a city edging close to a nervous breakdown. Turmoil, however, was not a concept that infiltrated the PSR Records division. Down in the basements under the Broad Street offices, the air was still and dry, the temperature stable, along with the demeanour of the black-suited clerks who bustled around, hugging their files with the same care they'd show a newborn infant. This department carried on unaffected by anything. Chang knocked on Colonel Kukaida's door. He thought he'd be exasperated by the normality pervading her domain, but he actually found it quite a relief.
"Come!"
Nothing had changed. Kukaida sat behind her broad desk, her grey uniform buttoned neatly. Photographs formed a grid before her. 2 clerks hovered, awaiting instructions.
"Colonel,
She held up a finger, and shamefacedly Chang fell silent. The finger dipped and landed on the photograph of a middle-aged woman in an expensive fuchsia-pink cardigan.
"That one,"
she said. A clerk nodded and picked up the photo, carrying it out of the bright white office like a sports trophy. The other clerk began to tidy away the remaining photos.
"Yes, Captain?"
Kukaida asked.
"I need some files."
"Then it is fortunate that you're here. Files are the one thing we have in great abundance."
"Not files on people."
"Really? How intriguing. What kind of files do you want, Captain?"
"Civic files. Specifically building blueprints and city engineer utility plans. Very old ones."
"The appropriate City Hall department can provide you with those, Captain."
"I don't want to use City Hall, Colonel. I have reason to believe it is compromised. My mission is of the highest priority, and top secret."
"What an important man you are, Comrade Captain. Lucky for you, we do have copies of all city files, of course. However, they are microfished, Searching through even one cassette for a specific blueprint may take you some time."
"I can accept that."
"Very well." She signalled the clerk. "Please inform my colleague what it is you require, and the relevant cassettes will be brought to you in the second-level viewing library."
"Thank you, Colonel."
The assault team had walkie-talkies, but on Chang's orders, these remained switched off during deployment. They all wore civilian clothes, carrying bags or suitcases containing their weapons. Fortunately, most of the reservists walking about Opal streets were carrying similar bags, stuffed with clothes, as they reported to their registration center. It made the team unremarkable, as Chang intended. Scouts went into the buildings on both sides of the Cavour offices. If they found any sign of gang activity, they would come out again within 10 minutes. No gang activity would see them place a red cloth in the second-floor windows. Team members entering the square from its various access roads saw 2 red cloths and proceeded into the buildings over the next 90 minutes. The regular occupants, who were still working under martial law, were hustled into a room on the 3rd floor and held there. Not under arrest, the team leaders assured them, but for their own protection. In one building, 5 team members went up into the loft space and quietly cut through the partition wall, clearing a route into the attic above the Cavour office. Without radio communication, which they knew Roxwolf monitored, the assault sequence was all down to timing. From Chang initiating the mission, they had 90 minutes to infiltrate the teams into the neighboring buildings and quarantine their workforces. 50 minutes to cut through into the attic, a further 15 minutes to assemble in position. Sub-teams in each building behind second-floor balcony windows were ready to launch grapnel ropes and swing across, blasting their way in with grenades, with more sub-teams at the back door to overwhelm any gang guards posted at the rear alley entrance. Main teams were in the hallway, heavily armed to storm through Cavour's front entrance. It was planned down to the last detail, approved by Yaki and the duty assault team captain, and doomed to fail. Roxwolf's hideaways, of which there were several in Opal, were superbly integrated into their surroundings. In Lancy Square, there were watchers behind the blinds on the 4th floor of the offices, covering the square and the alley behind. Clerks and secretaries in several companies around the square were affiliated with the gangs, with dedicated phone lines into the Cavour office. There were even optical tubes blended discreetly into the architecture, allowing Roxwolf to observe suspicious activity directly. As the assault team started to infiltrate the adjacent buildings, 3 separate warnings were triggered before the gang associates moved obligingly to the 3rd-floor quarantine rooms. Thus warned, Roxwolf himself watched the steady arrival of men and women with similar-sized bags. Nobody now was coming out of the neighboring buildings. A scan around the square revealed that new checkpoints had been set up at the far end of the access roads. The already reduced level of government-authorized traffic trundling around the Central Park was shrinking toward non-existent. Without warning his underlings, human or faller, he armed the trips on the demolition charges and opened the secret panel in the sub-basement where he'd lived for the past fortnight. He moved quickly through the dank catacombs that stretched beneath Lancy Square. Retracing the route he'd taken to reach the Cavour offices, he found the narrow service hatch in the wall of a long-abandoned culvert and squeezed through. A pistol muzzle pressed into the side of his head. 5 bright torches came on, leaving him blinking in their dazzling light.
"Roxwolf, I presume,"
Chang said cheerfully.
2. Rai Evine didn't think his heart rate had dropped below 100 since he arrived on Macule. Another planet. I'm on another planet, and I got to it through a wormhole. After they all came tumbling through the wormhole, along with the 40-odd machines and cargo pods from HGT-54B, he had simply stood there on the cold, grainy desert, turning around and around, drinking in the incredible sight. Actually, the view itself wasn't so incredible. The terminus had opened in the middle of a brutish, metamorphic desolation, all jumbled schistose rock, some distant worn cliffs. Beneath his feet, the hard-packed, granular dirt of the desert rippled away out to the horizon. Color was minimal, which he found strange, even though there was, thankfully, more variation than he'd endured on Lukatica. The ground was contrasting smears of grey, with some faint ridges of brown raked in. Above him, the thin air produced a sky that was a uniform pale blue, devoid of clouds. But still, an alien world. Cassandra and Florian stepped through together, followed by another batch of membrane-wrapped machinery blocks that immediately toppled over, dislodging puffs of sand that hadn't moved in millennia. The terminus, with its fuzzy grey edge, was creeping across the ground, as, a world away, its counterpart slid along the full length of HGT-54B. Then the last slab-like machine was through, and the eye-twisting dimensional distortion surrounding the terminus underwent an even greater contortion, leaving the cylindrical wormhole itself standing on the desert, shining weak violet Cherenkov radiation across the sand.
"I didn't know they could do that,"
Cassandra said.
"Inverting the generator location is a standard technique," Dmitri said. "Think of it like turning a sock inside out."
"Neat trick."
Rai finally paid attention to the row of amber icons lined up in his exovision. The air pressure was a third lower than Bienvenido, though that wasn't an immediate problem for his EM suit. Background radiation was high. The force field could cope with that, but the EM suit would have to filter radioactive particles as he breathed in the chilly air. It wasn't really designed to act as a radiation suit. At the current level, his filters would only last a couple of days. "What now?" Florian asked. He seemed somewhat less awed by being on a different world, and a lot more nervy.
"Now we get some engineering bots and basic synthesizers up and running," Valeri said.
So Rai had to stand around doing nothing, while the anadroids broke open the crate containing a dozen engineering bots and began to fuss over the inert forms. It was like being crammed inside HGT-54B that first night, with nothing to do except wait. But this time, alien world. Rai went for a short walk, the explorer striding out, making the important first-ever human footprints across this new land. There wasn't much to see or find. The desert was flat enough not to hide anything from sight. Some boulders were scattered about, a few larger than him. Nothing hid behind them. He started circling around, always keeping the glowing wormhole in direct view. After the first 20 minutes, he realized what else was missing. No vegetation, not even desiccated blades of grass or moss. He examined the edges of loose stones, then dug down into the sand a couple of times, trying to find something like lichen or mold. If there was any, he didn't recognize it. But then Macule had been dead a long time. Radioactive particles were everywhere, in the air, in the ground, and there was very little weather. The ice caps had sucked all the water out of the oceans as they extended their glaciers down to what had previously been this world's tropical latitudes. After that, the climate became super stable. It would take a major tectonic event to kick Macule out of its current stasis. After an hour, he made his way back to the base. The anadroids were reassembling the first engineering bot, the one out of 12 in the crate that needed the least work. A device with a barrel-shaped body, 1 meter high, sprouting all kinds of ply-plastic tentacles and spindly sensor antenna. A cable from the wormhole's mass converter was plugged into it, charging the power cells. 3 identical engineering bots lay on the sand beside it, sections of casing removed so their components could be utilized. As he approached, he saw it start up, running through a self-check routine, testing the flexibility of its limits as if it were in some kind of bizarre yoga class. Once it was ready, it went over to the storage crate it had come from and began to examine the 8 remaining bots. Rai blinked in surprise. Its tentacles were moving at such a speed they were a blur. The first inert bot's casing was soon opened, and the tentacles delved inside to continue the technological surgery. The anadroids had moved on to a semi-organic synthesizer. Paula, Florian, and Cassandra were stripping the membrane packaging off a refinery the size of a small car.
"Are these going to work?"
Rai asked. "Not all of them," Paula told him,
but by the time the Viscount left the Commonwealth, our machinery didn't have many moving parts. They're not mechanical, like Bienvenido's machines. It's all field manipulation and electronic processing. The closest thing we have to mechanics is the plastic those bots use to manipulate things, so it's mainly a question of molecular integrity.
We estimate 70% of the equipment in HGT-54B is salvageable, Dmitri said. That will be more than sufficient to construct what we need for the preliminary analysis of Valetair, and the surviving systems should be able to build more new manufacturing systems. This is all we need to begin a Commonwealth-level society.
That and time, Cassandra interjected, which we don't have. So when you get a batch of this stuff working, what are you going to build first? Rai asked. We'll start with a simple habitat dome, Paula said. That'll give us a base. The refinery can process silicon direct from the sand. The synthesizer can churn out panels and a framework, and the engineering bots will assemble it. He'd been mildly skeptical of her claim, but within an hour there were another 3 engineering bots up and running, which was a fascinating exercise of exponential growth to watch as they repaired one another. The anadroids had the synthesizer functioning. Within 3 hours, 2-meter hexagonal panels were being produced. The operational engineering bots, now 5, started fitting them together. 6 hours after arriving on Macule, Rai and the others were sitting inside the 10-meter-wide geodesic dome, eating a meal from their packs. A simple filter pump was pressurizing the hemisphere with clean air. 5 of the panels were transparent, allowing Rai to see the anadroids and 8 of the engineering bots, the full reclaimed complement, working on the rest of HGT-54B's cargo. The sun was already sinking behind the jagged horizon. He was surprised how the sight of it made him sleepy, but then he'd been awake for at least 25 hours. "Do you think the Faller Say-Bears set off the second bomb after we left?" Florian asked as he activated his sleeping bag. "Without question," Paula told him. "They were heading straight for the Viscount, and they only had one purpose." "Anala would have seen it go off," Rai said miserably, "or the devastation it caused. But she wouldn't know we survived." "I certainly hope not," Paula said. "That's what coming here was all about. Everyone has to think we're dead." As he was falling asleep, Rai wondered how Anala was doing, if her capsule had made it through re-entry, if the recovery ships had picked her up okay. The Kai whale was the biggest thing ever sighted in Bienvenido's ocean. Suppose the Fallers had started exhuming them. One of those leviathans could swallow the Liberty capsule whole. He closed his eyes, telling himself he had to stop these punishing thoughts. When he woke up several hours after dawn, the scene through the transparent panels was completely different. The engineering bots, along with the anadroids, had assembled another 3 domes, one considerably larger than the rest, which held the wormhole generator. 2 engineering bots were putting up a 4th, the largest yet. 5 synthesizers and 3 refineries were up and running. "We need more raw material," Paula said as they ate breakfast. "The mineral content around here isn't particularly varied, and we really need a source of hydrocarbon." "Valetair?" Rai suggested. "I thought that's what the floaters were for, to supply Commonwealth industrial systems with the hydrocarbon gas in a gas giant's atmosphere." "That's a bit extreme for a first step," Paula said. "When we do open the wormhole to Valetair, I want to be sending through a flock of sensor satellites to scan it properly."
"Water would also be useful," Valeri said. "There is a quantity bound up as ice particles in the desert sand, but melting it, then filtering it out, is a somewhat crude operation. Locating a frozen lake or stream would be preferable."
"The synthesizers have produced some additional sensor systems for you two," Paula said, handing Rai a sphere of silver-white plastic the size of his head. A second was given to Florian. Just as Rai was about to ask, "What's this?" the sphere's micronet linked to his U-shadow. Function graphics ran along his exovision. "A spacesuit! Wonderful!" The sphere unfurled like a chrysalis into a slithery overall that looked a lot tougher than Rai's original EM suit. He put it on and waited for it to contract around his limbs and torso.
The hood that crept around his head was completely transparent. Monitor icons lit up green. They trooped through the cylindrical airlock, and Rye began to appreciate the real potential of the Commonwealth manufacturing machines. 4 quad carts were waiting for them, little more than a saddle and handlebars, suspended on black composite struts between 4 thick tires with electric axle motors. But they looked quite tough enough to handle the rugged desert terrain. Rye slung a leg over the saddle, unable to keep the grin from his face.
"You can use your U-shadow to accelerate and brake," Dmitri said, "but steering is purely manual, and we don't have skill memory inserts for driving, so take it easy out there."
"Got it." Rye was rather disappointed there was no manual throttle on the handlebars. "I'll manage." He pointed at the low cliffs, eager to see a different aspect of Macule, however trivial. "I'll take north." "Okay," Paula said. "I'll go east. Florian, you take south. Cassandra, west. Remember, this is just a scout around for material. If the ground gets difficult, don't try and get through. Just turn aside and scan a different area." Rye wondered if Florian also thought the Commonwealth woman to be very schoolmarmish. The way Paula spoke from some unassailable height of knowledge, how she expected everyone to do as she said. Even Cassandra had stopped questioning her. Part of being an excellent officer was adopting a tone of authority. He'd learned that well enough in the regiment. He wondered if he should start questioning things, but her attempt to find some kind of benign alien armada imprisoned in a gas giant was so far beyond his comprehension he knew he'd just wind up looking foolish, and then do exactly as he'd been told. "Ego doesn't matter. I'm on another planet, and if everything goes right, I might even see Valater close up, and possibly save Bienvenido too." He carefully ordered the quad cart to accelerate, and practiced the steering, braking, turning left and right. In a minute he was confident enough to announce he was ready. The 4 of them sped off from the base. The sensors dotted across Rye's spacesuit and the quad cart struts scanned a wide swath of ground as he went, recording the mineral composition. It was mostly silicates and some traces of iron, but he began seeing veins of ice, presumably underground streams, from a time before the nuclear winter. Avoiding stones and boulders took up a lot of concentration. The cliffs were about 6 or 7 kilometers from the domes, but he didn't risk throttling the quad cart up past 15 kilometers per hour, and often didn't go more than 5 or 6 if the ground was particularly difficult. He certainly couldn't take a straight path. "You know what I think?" Florian asked through the general link. "I think this is the bottom of an old ocean. I mean, there is nothing here. No signs of buildings or trees, not even rubble. And that cliff Rye's heading for? That could be the shoreline." "We've driven 3 kilometers," Paula said. "The odds of finding ruins or artifacts in that distance are minuscule. Based on particle decay, the anadroids estimate the natives had their nuclear war over 35,000 years ago. The chance of any structures remaining is minimal. The war, the climate shift, entropy, these are not our friends." "Viscount survived 3,000 years in the cold," Florian said, "and that was just one ship. Something of this civilization must be here." "It will be, but badly decayed to the point it may be unrecognizable. And remember, you shouldn't judge the previous civilization by human standards. Some aliens the Commonwealth encountered are very alien indeed, and not everyone goes down the industrial mechanical route we took. There are some who have very biologically oriented societies. They literally grow their own houses and implements, in which case there will be nothing left but dust." "It would be difficult to grow nukes, wouldn't it?" Rye asked. "Good point," Paula admitted. "They certainly had machines somewhere." "We should have brought some G-Eagles with us," Cassandra said. "They'd have scanned half this desert by now." "If we don't find what we want, we'll manufacture some," Paula said. Rye was so intent on evading all the natural obstacles littering the desert that he didn't notice the slim indentations until the quad cart had been driving over them for 20 meters. The sensors weren't reporting anything interesting, so it took him a while to realize what he was seeing. The quad cart braked sharply at his command.
I've got something here," he announced over the general link. The others accessed his vision feed. The indentations were slim rectangles, about 75 centimeters long and 10 wide, always running in 2 sets, 20 centimeters apart. They were everywhere, curving around in wide spirals, running over themselves so often it was impossible to follow a continuous line. Some were worn down and barely recognizable, while others were sharply defined. "They look like caterpillar tracks," Cassandra said. Rye climbed off the quad cart and squatted down to study the marks. They had the same temperature as the rest of the desert. When he prodded one of them with a finger, it was just as solid as the frozen sand it had been pressed into. "I don't think these are 35,000 years old," he said uneasily. "Not even the older ones." His gaze was drawn to the cliff, now just a kilometre away. It wasn't high, maybe 70 meters, its crinkled face a dull grey-brown, with some odd white marbling running in jagged patterns at steep angles. "Rye, stay where you are," Paula said. "I'm coming over." "Me too," Cassandra said. "You might need some backup." "I'm coming too," Florian said. Rye told his U-shadow to switch on his infrared function, changing the world to weird, false-colour petals. The air drifting along the cliff was a couple of degrees higher than anywhere else. He got back on the quad cart and began driving toward it. "Rye?" Paula said. "What are you doing? I told you to stay where you are." "I just need to get a bit closer. There's some kind of odd thermal activity around the cliff." "Okay. But just stop and observe from where you are, please." Rye braked the quad cart resentfully. "I'm an astronaut. Venturing into the unknown is why I exist. Why can't she just let me get on with it?" He had a sudden depressing thought that the Commonwealth, for all its magnificent achievements and power, was run by timid bureaucrats, unable to justify any risk. Another thought was fast behind. "Eurakis, I left my maser rifle back in the dome." Because Macule was a dead world. Everybody knew that, right? His retinas zoomed in on the cliff. "I can see some caves. I think the warm air is venting out of them." "Do the tracks lead to the caves?" Paula asked. "I can't tell. There's a big shelf of naked rock along the base of the cliff." Rye peered forward as the gusts of hot air from one of the cave mouths became warmer and denser, its velocity increasing in tandem. "There's some kind of pressure surge from one of the caves." "You mean something's forcing the air out?" Paula asked. "That's only going to happen if—" "Oh, crud," Rye grunted. A hemisphere of dull metal, an easy 4 meters in diameter, was rising out of the cave. This was just the head of a 10-meter-long cylinder that rode on stumpy, triangular undercarriage mechanisms, 3 down each side. They had 5 fat metal wheels apiece, which rolled over the stone with loud grating sounds. The first cylindrical section was connected to a second via a complicated-looking articulated junction. A third section followed. Rye turned the quad cart around in a tight circle. By the time he was pointing back at the domes, all 5 sections of the machine had emerged. The rear 2 cylinders were ribbed by tarnished silver pipes that glowed brightly in infrared. His suit sensors detected a worrying amount of radiation squirting out of the metal. Hatches on the forward hemisphere clanged back, and small, elaborate instruments telescoped out, cogs and heavy-duty chains whirring around to propel their sliding rails. Many components on their tips spun up or began scanning back and forth. Rye didn't think they were weapons. A fan of green laser light swept over him. "Get out of there!" Paula said. "Already gone." Rye ordered the quad cart wheels to accelerate hard. He took off over the gently undulating desert, the deep tread on the tires kicking up plumes of icy sand. Behind him, the 5 segments of the Macule machine paused. Latches snapped up on all of its triangular undercarriage mechanisms. High-pressure hoses trembled, and pistons whined with mechanical strain. The triangles rotated, moving the 5-wheel base off the ground, so twin caterpillar track segments slapped down. The locking latches slammed around. Rye's sensors informed him the track segments measured 75 centimeters long
10 wide. "I don't think that was good," Florian said. "No crudding kidding," Rye snarled. The quad cart had reached 30 kilometers per hour, and it was taking a lot of concentration to steer around the medium-sized rocks. His force field was already on at full strength. He heard a great many engines start whining. Gears crunched as they engaged. The macule machine started to roll forward, picking up speed fast. It didn't have to slalom about to avoid rocks. The tracks simply crushed them deeper into the sand. When it came to a larger outcrop, it rode over it, the segments undulating about their junctions, creating a lengthy ripple effect. Rye realized it was catching up and ordered more power to the quad cart's axle engines. "We've expanded the wormhole generator's force field to cover the domes," Dmitri said. "I don't think your pursuer has the ability to break through. For all it's impressive, it is rather primitive."
"What in Eurarchus is it?" Rye demanded. "Is it Commonwealth?"
"Unlikely," Dmitri said. "It appears to be nuclear-powered, and its reactor is lacking the normal level of shielding humans build in."
Rye could see the domes a kilometer ahead now. The temptation to throttle up further was almost overwhelming, but a quick calculation showed he should arrive 50 meters ahead of the macule machine if he just kept to this speed. An exovision map showed him the other quad carts speeding for the domes. Then Paula turned onto a course that would bring her toward him.
"What are you doing?"
he demanded.
"A simple test," she replied.
"Dmitri, optical refraction on the force field, please. Let our visitor know what it's up against." Rye stared at the domes as the force field shimmered all around them. It was as if the sunlight suddenly became solid. A dull pearl hemisphere materialized, covering the geodesic domes completely. For some reason, that solidity gave Rye a little burst of confidence. He checked the pursuing machine. "It hasn't slowed down," he said.
"Interesting,"
Paula said.
"Interesting."
He was 500 meters from the protected domes now, and he could see Paula's quad cart charging toward him from the east, a thin sand contrail stretching out behind her.
"Yes, keep going,"
she told him. Now, Rye decided, wasn't the time to go all stubborn and argue. He focused on the ground, steering with small controlled flicks to the handlebars. Paula was closing fast. She braked hard, tires churning up a flurry of icy sand. A moment later, Rye raced past her. His sensors showed her jumping down off the saddle. Then her force field did the same refraction trick, turning her into a plain white profile, like a statue devoid of any detail. She stood squarely on the tire tracks Rye's quad cart had left and raised a hand, palm out toward the macule machine.
"You can't be serious,"
Rye muttered. His U-shadow automatically reduced speed. He simply didn't want to miss this. The huge macule machine was only 100 meters from Paula, who stood resolute. Its caterpillar tracks surmounted any obstacle, large or small.
"Paula?"
Cassandra queried. "Do you need more firepower?"
"I shouldn't. Not if there's sentience controlling it."
Rye had stopped concentrating on the path ahead. He just watched Paula. All he could think was,
so this is what it's like when an irresistible force meets an immovable object.
The macule machine thundered onward.
"Are you going to shoot it?"
Rye asked. The disruptor effect that Commonwealth bionics could produce was formidable, but the juggernaut rushing toward her had the inertia of Eurarchus. Just as he was about to turn around and charge back to Paula, not that he had the faintest idea if that would be of any help, a tortured screeching sound came from the macule machine as chunky metal components were abruptly overstressed. He saw the caterpillar tracks on all its triangular undercarriage mechanisms lock rigid, ploughing up huge waves of sand and stones as they suddenly dug deep into the ground.
"No way,"
Rye grunted. The machine was skidding along the frozen desert, its 5 sections waving from side to side. For one moment he thought the whole thing would roll over, but it just kept slowing. Amazingly, Paula didn't move. She did lower her hand as soon as the caterpillar tracks locked, but that was all.
"Why doesn't she just jump aside, in case it can't stop in time?"
He held his breath, wincing, almost unable to watch. The macule machine came to a full halt, its hemispherical nose 7 meters short of Paula. Some of the slender instrument rails were hanging over her. Oiled chains and small hydraulic actuators moved along them, turning the instruments to align on the spectral figure shining defiantly below them. Rye's sensors picked up a multi-spectrum signal transmitted from Paula. "Commonwealth First Contact Interpretation Package," his U-Shadow said. "It allows any reasonably competent processor to establish base equivalents and facilitate the subsequent exchange of vocabulary and grammatical constructs." "Right," Rye murmured. He sat on the quad-cart saddle, facing the strange tableau. The wait wasn't long. Within 15 minutes, one of the revolving instruments slowed. It started transmitting. 30 minutes later, a preliminary lexis had been established. Rye observed in fascination as Paula began to talk to the alien machine. "My designation is Paula Mayo. I am a human. I have traveled here from this planet." A simple file containing a diagram of the solar system was sent, with Bienvenido bracketed. "You are new," the machine sent in reply. "You cannot be a zone unit." "I am new to this world. Yes, I am not a threat to you. What is your designation?" "I am Zone 4-3, Unit 976. One of my functions is to guard our boundary. You are intruding." "I apologize. I repeat, I am not a threat. We mean you no harm. We did not know anything was still alive on this planet." "Many units recreate. There are fewer now."
"Do you mean units survived the nuclear war?"
Paula asked. "Units were created after the Extinction War to safeguard the chromal, macule, sentient species."
"Are you a biological entity?"
Chromal were biological. All units contain chromal-derived aughts. Continuation of chromal exists in this form. All units exist to facilitate continuation."
"What is the end point of this continuation? What is your goal?"
"Units exist to continue chromal safely until this world is reborn."
"When will it be reborn?"
"We do not know. Unit creators designed us to endure until the radiation from the war has fallen to a level where biological life can survive again. It has not yet reached that level."
"Really? I may be able to help."
3. Basement Level 6, under the Opal PSR office, only had 4 cells. It hadn't been used in the living memory of any current PSR officer, although it was maintained with the grudging routine of any government facility. One short corridor served all 4 cells, its dark brick walls leaking white salt crystals out of the mortar. There was a cage door at the foot of the stairs where armed guards were stationed, along with the 2 floor chiefs. The steel cell doors themselves weighed nearly half a ton, and needed 2 separate keys to unlock them. They all had a spy hole. When Chang and Yuki arrived, 8 officers were clustered around the metal door of Cell 1, taking it in turns to peer through at the new inmate. They straightened up and saluted guiltily as the 2 floor chiefs greeted the director. Yuki maintained a disapproving silence as they all filed out sheepishly when the cage door was opened. The floor chiefs put their keys in the door of Cell 1 and turned them simultaneously.
"Is the recording equipment working?"
Yaki asked as the locking mechanism clunked. "Yes, ma'am," the senior chief said. "It's all been checked and confirmed by the electrical manager herself. Everything is in duplicate."
"Thank you. Open the door, please."
The senior chief tugged hard on the handle, and the big door slowly swung back. Roxwolf was sitting at the sturdy wooden table in the middle of the room, facing the door. A handcuff was clamped around his human wrist, securing him to a heavy iron ring in the center of the table. A shackle bracelet was holding his human ankle to a similar ring set in the floor underneath the table. The guards obviously hadn't been sure about the restraints working on his ginger-furred animal limbs. Instead, they'd taken to binding his mismatched legs together. The upper portion of the arm limb was contained in a long leather sheath, with chains holding it immobile against his torso.
"Director Yaki, welcome," Roxwolf said in a gurgling voice.
Chang couldn't take his eyes off the fangs filling the creature's mouth. How sharp they were, how the jaw muscles bulged. He didn't want to be in the same building as that mouth, let alone locked in the same room. All he could think about was that mouth eating, shredding meat as if it were wet bread. And what kind of meat?
"Did your officers enjoy peeking at the big, scary monster? You should charge people for the privilege. It would double the amount of illegal kickbacks you acquire from your various commercial rackets. And Captain Chang, the great Stonewall's representative on Bienvenido, congratulations on your no doubt imminent promotion. How long you will enjoy it is, of course, another matter entirely."
"Longer than you'll live to see," Chang said, as he and Yaki sat in front of the table.
"And yet, here I am, alive. If you wanted me dead, then a quick bullet to the brain from your pistol when you captured me would have sufficed. Good work, by the way. I'm impressed amid my depression."
"Patterns," Chang said. "The downfall of us all. You always use underground escape routes."
"I will make an effort to remember that."
"We need information from you," Yaki said. Roxwolf stretched his lips wide, exposing more of his fangs.
"Of course you do."
He knows how disconcerting that is for humans, Chang thought, so he must believe he still has some advantage. A moment of silence stretched out. Then,
"Oh,"
Roxwolf said, sounding mildly disappointed.
"I was waiting for you to give me the hard way or easy way speech."
Yaki tipped her head to one side and fixed him with a faint smile. "You'll give us what we want, or you'll die. Good enough?"
"And after I give you what you want, you'll kill me anyway. So why don't you just go right ahead?"
"If you wanted to die, you had plenty of opportunities to make a break for freedom while we were bringing you in. The assault team is good, but you're a scary beast right out of Eurakis itself. One of them would have pulled the trigger."
"Quite right, Director. So instead of using the stick, would you like to show me the carrot?"
"Carrots and sticks are for donkeys."
"Ah, donkeys. They taste nice, but not as nice as you."
"What are you, exactly?" Chang asked, pleased he could put up a cold wall of indifference to the creature's goading.
"A mistake,"
Roxwolf grunted, and looked pointedly at his leather-bound arm.
"A very literal half-breed."
"So you are Faller. That's where your sympathies lie."
"I am useful to them. I take risks they dare not, so they allow me to live. For a price."
"You have a price, then?"
Yaki asked. "Everybody has a price, Director. You should know that."
"What will your cooperation cost us?"
"That depends. What is it you wish to know?"
"The locations of every nest you know of."
"That is expensive information."
"How valuable is your life?"
"Very. But you haven't shown me you can guarantee that."
"What guarantee are you looking for?" A long serpentine tongue flickered between Roxwolf's fangs as he exhaled gently.
"Full citizenship, granted publicly, and legal immunity from all my past crimes."
"I can ask for that," Yaki said, sounding slightly puzzled. "I'm not sure if the government will grant it."
"Of course. As a gesture of good faith, I am willing to give you the current location of the 5 largest nests in Opal.
5?
Yes.
Yaki glanced at Chang. He knew exactly what she was thinking.
There are more than 5?
I can agree to that, she said. At the very least, you won't die today.
Good to know. Oh, there's one other thing.
Yaki stiffened.
Yes?
The Commonwealth girl, Essie.
Paula, Chang said. Her name is Paula.
Interesting.
Roxwolf nodded as if agreeing to some inner conversation.
I will also require Paula to agree to my terms.
We have no way of getting into contact with her.
Now that's not entirely true, is it, Captain? In fact, you're trying rather hard, aren't you? Section 7 has been pressuring every radical elita they know of, demanding she get in touch again. I'm assuming that has something to do with the machine in the basement.
The what?
Rai Evine used that phrase as his proof of identity to the Polar Liberty Mission, who in turn convinced the Prime Minister, or ex-Prime Minister, I should say. It was an intriguing conversation, supposedly private. But if your astronauts will broadcast direct from orbit, you must expect people to overhear them.
All right, Chang said. If she gets in touch with us, we can ask. But I'd like to know why. Why do you need her to agree to your request?
I met her, as you know. A formidable little thing, even back then. Now she is just plain terrifying. It's the potential she represents, you understand. The Nests risked everything to use your atomic weapons against her, and we still don't know if they succeeded.
So you think she'd kill you?
Not if we have a deal. She was open to a deal even after I tried to blow her brains out. He shrugged. I failed, of course, which gives me enormous respect for her.
I'm not sure I believe you, Yaki said, but we will add it to your demands.
People in a position of strength make demands. I merely offer negotiating points to keep myself alive.
So you'll just roll over so easily, Chang said.
You have no idea what is about to happen on this world, do you?
The Great Faller Apocalypse. I know.
You don't. You don't even know our numbers.
You've taken over every landmass apart from Lamaran and Bayan. I can only assume you have bred a formidable population base.
Touché. I suppose the Say Bears gave that away.
Yes, and you've got detailed plans how to disrupt our society. The raid on our nukes showed us that.
Indeed. And the trees?
Chang fought against turning to look at Yaki. It would have shown weakness. What about the trees?
This is a war for total supremacy. There can only be one survivor. I know you think you understand that intellectually, but in reality you are blind.
What about the trees?
The apocalypse, your apocalypse, will begin when they fly down from the ring to low orbit. You see, your cities and farms and railways and industry are not part of Faller culture. The Fallers do not need such things. They are spoils that will not be claimed by the victor.
Then what will the trees do? Yaki demanded in a strained voice.
Low orbit will allow them to refine their aim. Every egg they have will come crashing down on your buildings, your bridges, your dams, and there are tens of thousands of eggs growing up there. Their shells are engineered at a molecular level to withstand any impact, no matter what it is they land on. Every half-important structure you have ever built will be reduced to ruin in a matter of ours. Humans will have nothing left to defend. Millions of you will die before the nests even begin their assault. Survivors will be rounded up and either eaten or exhumed. You'll see."
"Oh, crudding Jew," Chang whispered. "But why tell us? Why warn us? If what you say is true, the Fallers are going to win no matter what we do."
"And if they do, I will probably lose. I am a realist above all else. Now that you have captured me, I cannot deal with them, not from this prison cell. The weapons I was supposed to supply will not be delivered. I was treated with contempt before, and now you, Captain Chang, have condemned me. Paula's protection is my only chance of survival, and I want to survive. That's all I've ever wanted."
"But you just told us it's useless. We don't stand a chance."
"You don't, but she does. If anyone can defeat the Fallers, it's Paula. She's the only hope any of us have left."
"We can help them," Cassandra said in exasperation. She was sitting on one of the new chairs extruded by the synthesizers, giving Paula a disapproving look. In the chair next to her, Florian, typically, simply seemed bemused by the discovery of Unit 976 and the other macule units of Zone 43, treating them as just another marvel of the universe outside Bienvenido. Rai, of course, was excited at first contact with a non-genocidal alien race, while Paula had smoothly incorporated its potential into her plan. Cassandra wondered just what it would take to fluster the girl. So far, everything that had happened in the last few weeks had proved she was pretty much unflappable. No wonder the anadroids were so pleased she finally turned up. "Yes," Paula said, "it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. The Chromal were obviously a territorial species. They fought and lost a war motivated by naked tribalism. And trade is the basis of most tribal and national affairs, so they understand the concept perfectly. We exchange our knowledge and offer to take them back to the Commonwealth Galaxy with us, in return for their raw materials that they possess." "Crud," Cassandra grumbled under her breath. She looked out of the dome's window. Unit 976 had been joined by several similar machines, one of which, Unit 26, made them look small. Unit 26 was a single metal cylinder, 45 meters long, with massive caterpillar tracks on each corner and sensor prongs protruding along its flanks. It towed its own fission reactor behind it, a big wheeled sphere that dripped oils at an alarming rate as it crawled along. 15 long silver thermal radiator panels stuck out of the sphere's steel casing, as if it had stolen wings from broken airplanes and didn't quite know what to do with them. Right now it was rolling slowly around the extruded domes, scanning them with its crude sensors. And that wasn't the only attempt to discover the secrets the humans had brought to Macule. Unit 976 had opened hatches on its third section, and 5 small wheeled vehicles came racing down the ramps, trailing power and data cables behind them. Cassandra had named them the Puppies from the way they nipped about between the few Commonwealth machines left outside the domes, examining them as best their small sensor arrays could manage. "The Chromal might have been tribal," she said, "but Jiu alone knows what these things are." She said, "I performed a thorough field scan on Unit 976, Paula said. "Its mechanics are relatively crude, barely ahead of Bienvenido's technology. However, there is one exception. The controlling intelligence, its processor core, is mainly biological in nature." Her U-Shadow sent them all a file that contained the field scan imagery of Unit 976. Right at the center of the second segment was a spherical module into which all the machine's data cables were plugged. At its core was a hexagonal star array of bioware cylinders, sustained in a fluid that seemed to serve as both coolant and nutrient.
"Not quite as advanced as us anadroids," Dmitri said, "but certainly capable of semi-sentient thought, if the programming is sophisticated enough. My only worry would be what kind of corruption has crept in over time."
Unit 976
claims that original chromals downloaded their memories into the biocores, Paula said. The units they're housed in can be repaired and rebuilt with a basic engineering capability, presumably in the caves Rai found. They build completely new ones every few hundred years, when the biocore has also begun to degrade. The unit simply transfers its thought patterns and memories into a newly grown core, which is installed inside the new unit. And they've kept that going for 35,000 years? Cassandra asked in astonishment.
35,000 years is only 60 or 70 generations for the units, Dmitri said. Technology stasis is easy to maintain over such a period. Their only problem is going to be copy errors creeping in. Other than that, theoretically, they should be able to maintain themselves for millennia to come, until an outside event intervenes or their resources shrink.
Intervention is us. So other zones running out of resources and coming over the border would be the other event? Cassandra said.
Yes. Resource wars can't happen often here. As long as the zones have energy, they can recycle most of their metal. Uranium may be their limiting factor, even with breeder reactors.
Why, though? Florian asked. What's the point? This world is dead. Not quite, Paula said. The idea is to wait until the radioactivity dies down to a point where biological life is sustainable again.
The zones must have banks of genetic material, Dmitri said. The chromals will live again. Hopefully next time they will have learned from history and embark on a more peaceful society.
Unlikely, Paula said. They were expelled from the void. Then they wiped themselves out in a planet-wide nuclear exchange. That doesn't speak peaceful rationality to me. And you want to trade with them? Cassandra asked skeptically. She glanced through the big hexagonal window again. Unit 26 had stopped its prowling and was now turning slowly to face the domes. She didn't want to think what would happen if it tried to roll forward. The tracks on each corner were massive, capable of crushing the composite dome panels with ease, and the force field was off. Yes, Paula replied. They can supply us with material we would otherwise have to waste time tracking down and bringing back here. All that costs to us is some technical information, which we will limit. And help them back to the Commonwealth Galaxy, Rai said. If they're as bad as we suspect, do we want them as neighbours? Paula grinned. Bienvenido humans were also expelled from the void, and trust me, back in the galaxy we deal with aliens a lot worse than the Chromal. I suppose. But he didn't sound convinced. In any case, we have no real choice, Paula said, indicating the units and their puppies outside. They're here, it's their world, and we have to deal with them, and I'd rather have them as allies than enemies. All right then, Cassandra said. It was just like arguing with Nigel all over again. You knew you were always going to lose. The only interest was in exactly how. Paula stood up. Her suit flowed over her, expanding a transparent bubble around her head. Cassandra and the others followed her out of the dome's airlock. 3 of the puppies raced over to them, hauling their dusty cables along. Unit 26 stopped its ponderous turn and tracked them with several sensor mechanisms. Cassandra's exovision showed her maser pulses, just a little too powerful for comfort, as if their suits were being tested. We'd like to begin our alliance, Paula told Unit 976. As a gesture of goodwill, this file contains the blueprint of a small fusion reactor that could be used to replace your current fission piles. I provide it without asking anything in return. Her U-Shadow sent over a file. We respect your commitment to honesty, Unit 976 replied. Then we should begin our trade. Do you have records of Valater? I would like to examine them. We do. I also have a list of materials we require. Interim Prime Minister Therese was still holding meetings in the grandiose cabinet room at the centre of the palace. She'd appointed several loyal supporters to key posts, shunting Adolphus's people aside. She'd done deals with senior party members and awarded civil service directorates to supporters. Her position was now as politically secure as it could be,
but retreating to the palace bunker might still be seen as a sign of weakness. Her biggest concession to personal security was to use the regimental communication centre, which was on the second floor in the palace's state wing, when dealing with martial law and the reservist build-up. That would have to change, Stonewall thought, as he was shown into the cabinet room. He was mildly pleased to see that Dvorky, the Master General of the regiments, was also waiting for him, sitting in the chair next to the Prime Minister. The old general played the capital politics game well. You couldn't rise to his post without that ability. But he also boasted a distinguished record leading troops against fallen eggs and nests, and constantly promoted the case for increased regimental funding, to the dismay of the state treasury. All of which made him popular with the regiments. Technically, he was Stonewall's commanding officer, but that wasn't a test of strength Stonewall ever wanted to enter into. The two of them respected each other's particular fields of expertise, and left it at that. It was a simple realism. "Director Stonewall," Therese said in welcome, "my chief of staff said you had some very urgent information for me."
"Yes, Prime Minister," he agreed, as he sat in the chair opposite to hers, glancing pointedly at her two young aides and mentally reviewing their files. They had top-level security clearance, but still.
"Please proceed," Therese said. "I've just been briefed by my agent, Captain Chang."
"I remember the name," Dvorky said. "Wasn't he tracking the Commonwealth girl in Opal?"
"Yes, and now he's just captured Roxwolf, a mutant faller who ran the gangs in Opal."
"A mutant? You mean a breeder?"
"A failed breeder, apparently. He's some kind of physical crossover. Chang is escorting him here to Valen. I'm sure the Faller Institute will have a wonderful time analyzing him, but that's not the point. Roxwolf is offering information on the nests and the apocalypse." "In exchange for what?" Therese asked quickly. Stonewall kept his face expressionless. "Politicians. They can smell a deal a kilometre off." "He wants to live. Tell him he can. Once we have what we want, then the Institute can take over, as you said. That might be difficult. He wants Paula's protection. She's dead, along with the crudding warrior angel. We left the possibility open-ended. He has been remarkably cooperative, given the circumstances." "Good. So what did he tell us?" Stonewall took several minutes explaining Roxwolf's claim about the trees flying down to low orbit, how the Fallers neither wanted nor needed human structures, a point he admitted he'd never considered. None of them had, not even in the bleakest planning scenario. "The trees can do that?" Therese asked. She was perfectly still, though her hands were holding on to the edge of the table as if she feared she was about to keel over.
"They often take flight to a higher orbit when a liberty approaches them," Dvorky said. "Their acceleration is small, but constant. You can check with General Dolores if you want, but I can't see any reason to prevent them from moving into a low orbit instead." "Crudding Urarchus," Therese muttered under her breath. She looked at Dvorky. "What do we do?" It took Stonewall a long moment to answer. "To defend us from an attack like that? Nothing. Crud." Therese looked from him to Dvorky, clearly waiting for the Master General to disagree and offer her a lifeline. "It's starting to look like evacuation of essential personnel to Bayonne should go ahead," Stonewall said, hating himself for it. "Bayonne was the ultimate admission of defeat. That would be my recommendation. The majority of facilities there are underground." "So are we going to be using Operation Reclaim, then?" Therese said. "I never thought it would actually. I thought the regiments might prevail." She blinked against the moisture in her eyes. "Are we absolutely certain Paula and the warrior angel are dead?" "The Fallers used 2 nuclear bombs in the location we believe the Viscount was buried. Major M. Ulay was unable to regain contact with their party after that. The conclusion is straightforward. They had personal force fields, but Mother Laura showed us they cannot withstand a nuclear explosion." "Right, then," Therese said through a tightened throat, before regaining her poise. "Start the evacuation," she told Dvorky.
4. Florian had been impressed and more than a little intimidated by the macule units. They were big machines, especially 2-6, built with one aim, to survive, and not just incursions from neighbouring zones, but time, too. They were also alive, in a weird way, like the space machine that had brought Paula to him, but without Joey's humour, he realised. Once Paula had agreed the basic terms, Zone 47's units had begun delivering raw material from whatever stores they had deep underground, attaching open trailers to the back of themselves and hauling back metal ingots, boxes of minerals, and tanks of hydrocarbon fluids. This was when Florian realized the massive difference between macule technology and the science of the Commonwealth. The refineries and synthesizers from Viscount devoured the materials they were fed and began to churn out finished products at an astonishing rate in the central assembly dome. That was when his second re-evaluation began. He'd been impressed by the composite panels used to build the domes, and the quad carts had seemed a miracle of engineering. But now satellites, the size of his fist, were being completed every 10 minutes, and their complex solid-state components were immeasurably superior to the axle motors and magnetic bearings of the quad carts. He was more impressed by the quantum analysis engine the anadroids were building. They called it Nigel II, an innocuous cylinder, 1.5 meters high, that contained processing power an order of magnitude above their own bioconstruct brains. "We're going to need it to evaluate Valatar," Valeria explained. "It'll even determine what kind of sensors we have to build to increase its understanding." "You mean it'll be alive?" Florian asked. "Ah, oui," Valeria replied equitably. Florian blushed. "Well, yes." He couldn't think of the anadroids as anything other than perfectly human, not after all they'd been through together. "Then so will it be." The anadroid winked at him. "My thought routines will form the base personality." "You mean you're going to put your mind into it?" "Yes and no. My base personality is Nigel Sheldon. That's what will be loaded in, along with the Sky Lady's files. All the irrelevant memories I've accumulated since I was activated will be stripped out of the copy. It will be Nigel's primary mentality, but able to utilize the engine's full capacity." "Right. Nigel is a physics genius," Paula explained. "I need that original ability of his to analyze Valatar for me." Florian gave Valeria a curious look. "But I thought you couldn't innovate." "We can't. Well, we can't make direct, intuitive leaps, anyway. But this much processing power will allow a meta-heuristic search for a solution, using brute force calculation, examining every variable from every direction, until you have a valid answer." Florian gazed at Paula. "I thought we were using the satellites to find the Armada warships." "Not quite. They'll provide data on the nature of Valatar's internal structure. If I'm right, and there's a barrier below the cloud layer, we'll need Nigel II to analyze its composition and work out how to get through it. This isn't going to be easy, Florian." "Yeah, I'm getting that now." Unit 976 rumbled past outside, delivering another trailer load of minerals. "Do you have the Valatar files?" Paula asked it. Florian had noticed how keen she was to update their own astronomy files, but getting information out of the macule units was a lot more difficult than getting material. The zones and units clearly didn't have anything like a communications net. Their data was safeguarded in whatever underground citadel they existed to protect, presumably alongside that most precious chromal genetic bank. So the information had to be downloaded from the central database and into a unit's memory, then finally transmitted to Paula. The units had handed over 3 batches of astronomical observations so far, which had given them very little fresh data on the other planets. Paula speculated that Zone 47's observations had declined substantially from the initial steadfast watch for other worlds to appear around this sun. They certainly had very little data on Bienvenido. Even information on Ursel's atmospheric destruction was minimal. "I bring them," Unit 976 replied. Your data on quantum junction processors will be most useful. Florian didn't ask how they'd use the new processors. So far they'd seen very little evidence of weapons, but the units clearly existed to defend their territory. He didn't like to think they were giving Zone 4-7 technology that would shift the relative balance this ruined world had achieved. When he'd mentioned that, Paula had told him that when they were successful, the units would be leaving Macule behind, so it really didn't matter. Thank you, Paula said to Unit 976. I am transmitting the information now. Florian shifted the incoming astronomy data to a peripheral display in his exovision. Unlike Rai, he simply couldn't get worked up about sharper pictures of other planets, nor the minute changes they had undergone over the course of millennia. Paula, on the other hand, was practically obsessed. Is this the best resolution you have? She asked of the Valetair data. It is, Unit 976 replied. What are you looking for? Florian asked. I want to know if Valetair's atmosphere has decreased since the Macule started their observations. That would be evidence that the mass is being consumed. These images don't tell me a thing. They go back 25,000 years, if I'm reading the text right, Florian said. But the scale isn't precise, Paula replied. The Macule observations aren't accurate enough for what I need. They seem pretty clear to me, Florian said, reviewing the ever-swirling pattern of dull pink and white cloud bands. I bet these telescopes could even show you Trube's old colours. Paula turned slowly to stare at him. That stare was very disconcerting, as if she somehow possessed void-era telepathy that could examine his soul. His cheeks flushed. What? He mumbled. What colours? Paula asked, deceptively lightly. Murray told me about it, he said defensively. And who is Murray? My friend, Avatni. He was with me when you landed. So what does he know about Trube? They have amazing eyes, the Vatni. They never used telescopes to watch the planets. He told me Trube used to be covered with coloured shapes, and its moons, too. It was the most remarkable sight in the night sky, he said. Then the primes flew there to invade, and the colours all turned to grey, like it is today. The moons, Paula said without blinking. Of course. Damn, I'm slow. Did aliens make those colours? Florian asked. They didn't make them. They were the colours. She smiled happily at the anadroids, who were all motionless, looking at her. I think Trube is a planter world. The parallels are favourable, Dmitri acknowledged. Who the crud are planters? Florian asked. We never met them, Dmitri said, but we did encounter the gigalife they left behind. The Sheldon dynasty isolated the world they found the gigalife on, Paula said sharply, and researched its molecular structures for their own advantage. An advantage that resulted in us providing the human race with bionomics, Dmitri countered. I don't get it, Florian said. What is a gigalife? Enormous quasi-biological structures, Dmitri said, a combination of pure biological components supported on engineered molecular skeletons. There were trees the size of mountains, and, more important, the planet had space flower moons, small asteroid rocks in low orbit that had colourful petals tens of kilometres in diameter. That's what Murray said, Florian exclaimed. Trube's moons were bigger back then, because they had petals like a flower. Well, that settles that, Paula said. We concur, Dmitri said. But you said you never met the planters? Florian queried. We didn't, Dmitri said, but it sounds as if the whole of Trube was covered in gigalife. The world we found in our galaxy only had isolated examples, plus the moons. We even considered it could be a work of art by a hugely advanced species. It took us a long time, but we eventually retro-engineered some of the molecular engineering principles, the ones that gave us bionomics. Trube is different, Paula said. If the void expels only the stubborn life forms that will not accept subjugation, then it's reasonable to assume the planters themselves were on that planet. And the Prime killed them, Florian said. I find that hard to believe. Planters, whatever their nature, are a very advanced species. But everything is dead, like this world. Trub is strange, in that it is a uniform surface without any features. Yes, the colour went, but— She paused and sighed. They might have reacted to the prime invasion like a hedgehog curling up into a ball, so its spikes stand up. But I don't have enough information. If the planters do exist, they would make phenomenal allies. They might even be able to help with Valater. You want to open the wormhole to Trub now? Cassandra asked, sounding tetchy. Not immediately. We have a course of action, and we should focus on that. However, we can build a Trub contact into our schedule. The possibility of the planters helping us is too important to ignore. They may even prove as useful as Valater. Florian could see how disgruntled Cassandra was by the prospect of another change in their plans, and grinned at her. For himself, he was rather excited by Paula's optimism, the effortless way she accumulated and interpreted facts, and now they had another potential alien species that might help them. Cool, huh? He said quietly as he went over to her. Cassandra took a while to answer. I know this all seems exciting, but it's all talk, Florian. We don't actually know anything. But we will, he insisted. We nearly have enough satellites to drop into Valater orbit, and the atmospheric drones are ready. Ah, your optimism. She kissed him, a rather distracted kiss, he thought. At least we'll be able to retreat to Aqueous if everything goes to crud. It won't. You weren't around when Nigel launched the Sky Lady. He was utterly convinced he was going to destroy the Void. I believed him. I don't think Paula's like Nigel. No. She smiled wryly. She's not. 3 hours later, they had enough satellites to begin examining Valater. The anadroid set up a launch rail in front of the wormhole generator to fling the satellites through. Open the wormhole, please, Paula said, standing at the far end of the rail to face the big circular gateway mechanism. Initiating, Dmitri said. His eyes closed as his U-shadow interfaced with the gateway SmartNet. Within a minute, the one indigo radiance of Cherenkov radiation was shining across the machine's surface. Valater contact, Dmitri said, and his lips twitched. Laura was right. The gravity gradient is odd. I'm going to open the terminus 1,000 kilometers above the ionosphere. Matching coordinate to orbital velocity. Here we go. The Cherenkov glow drained backward fast, replaced by a darker rouge light shining into the dome. Paula nodded in satisfaction as she looked down on the vast ammonia cloud bands and their small, placid, curlicue edgings, a vertigo-inducing distance below. Terminus holding steady, Dmitri said. Minimal jitter. We can launch. He changed the orientation, and the horizon slid into view. Send them through, Paula told Valeri. The first satellite zipped along the rail and shot straight through the force field. It was lost from view in seconds. Dmitri shifted the terminus 3,000 kilometers, and they launched another satellite. An hour after they started, they'd established a necklace of the satellites in a 55-degree inclination orbit, giving them a reasonable coverage of the planet. The little globes established a full link network among one another and sent their combined results back to the terminus. Paula watched the sensor data start to build in her exovision. That's weird, Fergus said. There's no planetary magnetic field. Paula's grin was radiant. No, only real planets have magnetic fields. Florian couldn't help the grin spreading over his face. So you were right. He flicked his gaze toward Cassandra. The whole notion of something the size of Valater being artificial, made by the Void, was incredible. So far, Paula muttered. There, she said abruptly, as the sensors picked up a magnetic and gravitational vortex drifting through the gas giant's atmosphere 15 degrees north of the equator. That has to be the floater. Got it, Dmitri said. He shifted the wormhole terminus, positioning it 500 kilometers directly above the floater that Laura Brandt had dropped into Valater's clouds 250 years ago. Paula told her U-Shadow to open a link to the floater's SmartNet. Laura had probably left it code-locked, but she was reasonably confident her routines could hack into the main processors. The link request ping was accepted by the floater.
"Hello," it responded. "Who are you?"
Paula gave Dmitri a startled look. She hadn't been expecting the SmartNet to be running an autonomous sentience.
"This is Paula Mayo. I'm from the Commonwealth. I need to assume control over your functions."
"The Paula Mayo? The investigator from the Serious Crimes Directorate?"
"Yes. What are you doing here?"
"I was sent to help the Brandt colony fleet. What is your identity, please?"
"Laura Brandt."
"No way!" Florian exclaimed in awe.
"Mother Laura!"
Paula held up a finger.
"That is fascinating. Could you please explain how you come to be here?"
"I downloaded my secure store memories to the floater SmartNet
just before the Primes nuked me,"
Laura Brandt said, "and both floaters are linked through the wormhole. The processing power available is sufficient to mimic a basic human neural structure."
"Just like Joey,"
Paula replied.
"Joey? Joey Stein? He's alive?"
"Not in a biological body. Nigel placed his memory in a SmartNet, running a medical lifeboat on his starship.
Effectively, he's in the same situation as you."
"Poor old Joey.
So how did you get here? Has the Commonwealth found us?"
"I'm afraid not.
I was on board Nigel's starship, the Sky Lady. I only recently became active."
"Bollocks.
So are the Fallers still a threat?"
"Yes. And right now, an even bigger one than they were back in the void. That's why we opened the wormhole here."
"You said you wanted to take control of the floater?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
"We want to use it as the anchor to this wormhole, so we have a very stable terminus at Valater. It has some precision maneuvering to perform."
"That will mean me relinquishing my connection to the floater in Ursel's atmosphere."
"Yes. Is that a problem?"
"No. I maintained the connection because there was no reason to stop.
Once Ursel's atmospheric saturation point had been reached, I reduced the size of the wormhole so that the volume of gas passing through simply compensates for the amount of gas Ursel leaks off to space. A not inconsiderable amount, given the size of its envelope now." That was such a machine construal, Paula thought. Factors remain stable, so the equation is maintained. And the Brandt personality had certainly never thought to question Valater's nature at any time over the last 2.5 centuries. It might be Laura's memories running in the SmartNet, but that SmartNet could never emulate the quirks and imagination of a biological brain. This version of Laura was a level below even the androids. She was willing to be helpful, but she'd always have to be instructed. Paula reviewed the data flowing across her exovision.
"I have a satellite flock in orbit above Valater. They're showing me the atmosphere is 350 kilometers thick."
"Yes. I have only limited senses available in the floater, but that seems to be the atmospheric depth. It is an unusually stable transition layer to the liquid mantle."
"The troposphere layer doesn't end in liquid,"
Paula replied. She was studying the radiation emissions, which were totally wrong for a gas giant. The resolute boundary at the bottom of the atmosphere was throwing out a lot of gamma-ray energy, which was swiftly absorbed by the super-pressurized gas. As the satellite flock continued their sweep, she watched for the one anomaly she prayed had to be there. Something, anything, a radiation spike, quantum fluctuation, gravity twist, magnetic flux. Paula stared through the wormhole at the insipid cloud bands, fantasizing she'd see a blemish that would give the location away.
"What does it end in?"
Laura asked.
"A type of event horizon." "That's not possible. This isn't a black hole."
"I know.
Valater is an artifact."
The satellites reported a quantum fluctuation. It was coming from a small zone, approximately 5 kilometers across, on the equator.
"Gotcha!"
Paula cried. Behind her, she could hear the anadroids laughing victoriously.
"What is that?"
Florian asked.
"I'm assuming it's the generator. It consumes matter and converts it into energy to power the barrier. There's enough gas here to maintain the event horizon for millions of years."
"Just like the void," Dmitri said,
except the void is consuming entire star systems to provide the power it needs.
Then the prison is like a mini-void? Rai asked nervously. Can it pull us in? Paula finally broke away from staring at the swirling clouds. No, it just uses the same principles to sustain itself. And now we have to crack it open. How do we do that? I want to maneuver the floater down to the anomaly. That way we can establish direct contact. If we can do that, we can analyze it and see how to switch it off. Ambitious, Cassandra said. Indeed. But now we might be able to move our next stage along faster than I anticipated. How? Florian smiled. The planters. Exactly, Paula said. They should be able to analyze the generator a lot faster than Nigel, too. I was expecting this to take weeks, but now it might be over a lot sooner. Laura, we're going to break contact for a while. When we open the terminus again, I want to use your floater. I understand. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you. Dimitri, close the terminus, please. The circle of one cloudscape shrank to nothing. Paula walked over to the window, where 3 macule units were parked outside. A number of puppies zipped about between the domes, as if they could sniff out more information on the visitors. We need to leave, she told Unit 976. We may return soon, but if we don't, the technical data we have provided will be enough to restart your development. Do not leave, Unit 976 replied. We would like to trade more material for information. If we are successful, we will take you with us, back to the galaxy we all came from. The high-pitched whine of Unit 26's colossal electric engines starting to spin up was audible through the dome's insulation. Open the terminus to Trub, Paula told Dimitri. Fast. The anadroid nodded sharply. The rest of you into your suits, Paula said, switching on her integral force field. One of the puppies raced at the dome. When it hit, its momentum carried it a couple of meters up the panels. Its front edge rose up over a transparent section before it fell down. What are you doing? Paula asked Unit 976. We do not wish to return to the galaxy we came from, Unit 976 replied. It was being consumed by the void. There is no future there. Very well. Once we are back, the Commonwealth will provide you ships to carry you farther on. We do not break our agreements. Unit 26 began to move forward, its heavy tracks churning up spurts of dirt as it slewed around, until it was heading directly at the domes. As well as hearing its engine, Paula could now feel the floor of the dome shaking. She saw hatches crank open along the front of the machine. Tubes began to telescope out, looking suspiciously like weapon barrels. Damn it! The wormhole opened onto a grey expanse of perfectly smooth land, vaulted by a jade-tinted sky. They were the only 2 colours Trub possessed. Go through, Valeri said. Paula walked quickly through the gateway. Her boot sank several centimetres into the dust on the other side. The surface was made of particles as fine as flour, and completely dry. She'd never seen a horizon so sharp before. The scan showed her that the atmosphere was mainly argon and carbon dioxide, with a pressure 8% standard. Florian and Rai came hurrying out beside her, swiftly followed by Cassandra and the anadroids. Between them, they kicked up a lot more dust. The wormhole began to expand as it slid across the ground, depositing equipment that had been inside the large assembly dome, along with the engineering bots. Then one of the smaller domes came through, followed by the wormhole generator itself. The wormhole closed. Now what? Florian asked. Is there any alien species that isn't hostile to us? Rai asked plaintively. Seriously? Just one? A great many, Paula said. Some of them very wonderful. But none of them seem to be here, Cassandra remarked. The Rael are? I hope to Geo you're right. Get the equipment into the dome, Paula told the anadroids. This dust can't be doing their systems any good. The engineering bots started to move. Paula performed the fast bionic field function scan on the dust, which turned out to be made up of exceptionally complex molecules. It was a thick layer, extending down several meters. Her scan couldn't reach whatever solid surface lay below.
The dust was swirling around them like a mild fog, agitated by the engineering bots as they carried equipment into the dome. She bent down and pressed her open palm onto the dust. Her field function sent a weak magnetic pulse into it. A clump of the airborne motes around her wrist sparkled for an instant.
"Pixie dust,"
she murmured. She told her U-Shadow to transmit the Commonwealth First Contact Interpretation package.
"What are you trying to do?"
Cassandra asked.
"Get the attention of the planters. The dust is some kind of nano, but inert."
Her bionic started pumping the dust with a magnetic field.
"Oh, you ruckus," Florian groaned. "I thought you said it turned grey as a defense mechanism."
"The color isn't really relevant."
"Wow!" Rye yelled. Paula saw it, a streak of jade phosphorescence a couple of meters wide, shooting away from them through the dust, moving at what the mind interpreted as close to light speed.
"Did you see it? What was it?"
Paula's field function scan expanded, just in time to catch a tangerine streak rushing in the opposite direction. It identified a minute quantum signature shift in the dust's molecular structure. She shut down the magnetic field and sent the Commonwealth First Contact Interpretation package again. More coloured bands of pale light began flickering through the dust, as if an even brighter source of light was blazing just below the surface. Abruptly, the entire dust plane turned a sharp, metallic purple right out to the sharp horizon. It also became solid as the dust motes locked together. Footprints smoothed out, as did the furrows made by the engineering bots shifting equipment into the dome. A circle of the surface, 8 meters wide, turned black. It started to rise up, the top of a chrome-yellow cylinder, which kept on extending. Paula's field function scan followed it, measuring at 300 meters high when it finally stopped growing. Then her bionics reported she was being subjected to a very sophisticated field function scan. Her U-Shadow reported a link ping.
"Greetings,"
she acknowledged.
"We haven't encountered humans before." "I believe we come from the same galaxy," Paula said. "Humans have encountered artifacts you left behind." She sent a file with images of the gigalife the Sheldons had found. "Those are our offshoots. I do not believe you have a linguistic determination for our relationship with the pieces you encountered. I deduce you determined their compositional nature and produced the microparticles implanted in your cells." "We did. I hope we have not offended you by doing so." "No. It is the nature of early biological life to examine and exploit its environment. We understand this." "Thank you. May I ask what you are?" "We have no name. Our nature is Omega, the essence of all life that evolved on our home planet. Now we are one, but separate. Parts of us travelled to new stars. We grew again on lifeless planets. This particular planet was taken into the construct you call the Void. We refused its transformative purpose and began to seek an exit within quantum manipulation of space-time. It expelled us here." "You said you travelled between stars. Can you leave here?" "We have already left this world. We do not know if the part of us that exited reached a galaxy. It is a formidable gulf to traverse, even for us. But we are content here. The sun will last for billions of years, allowing us to progress our thoughts. But when the Prime came, you changed. This is a different state for us. Equivalentize it to your sleep, if you will. The aggressive biologicals, the Prime, who came here to claim land and material, are short-lived relative to us. We simply await their end or transformation to enlightenment. They are ended. A human destroyed them. That is regrettable. Life is precious. There is another life form banished to this star that threatens humans. The Fallers. They are a self-modified biological, redesigned for genocidal colonization. Can you help us defeat them? We do not engage in conflict. We prefer shelter." "I wouldn't ask you to fight," Paula said. "However, I believe we have allies inside Valater. I need to release them. Valataire is a strange construct. It was here when we came to this star. I have located what I believe to be the generator mechanism that produces it. Our wormhole can reach it. If we do that, can you analyze it for me and determine how to switch it off? If we did this, would your allies end the Fallers? There are many options available. All I want to achieve is to return humans to our galaxy, our culture. That is all I will ask them for. Very well. We will examine the Valataire generator. Thank you.
5. Midnight had long passed when the small convoy drove through the centre of Varlan without stopping. Orders had been issued from the Master General himself, allowing them to pass any roadblocks, of which there were many, unimpeded. Sitting in the front passenger seat of the lead car, Chang looked out nervously at the darkened, deserted streets. Headlights picked out derelict stationary trams that had ground to a halt between stations. Every now and then, a regiment troop carrier would trundle the other way, but nothing else moved. That was unnerving. The capital had always possessed a thriving nightlife, and usually at this time the streets and boulevards would be thronging with people enjoying the multitude of clubs and theatres. But now there were no lights, either, save the occasional glimpse of a candle flickering behind curtained windows. The whole city was in darkness. For all he knew, every building had been abandoned. There was no way to tell. "Is the blackout part of martial law?" he asked the uniformed PSR driver. "No, sir. The bastards hit our power stations late this afternoon. I've heard on the radio the engineers will have the power back on by morning." "Good to know," Chang said, not believing it. The Air Defense Force base just outside the city, where they'd landed, had been busy. In the few minutes they took to transfer Roxwolf to an armoured prisoner transport truck, Chang had counted 5 big 4-engine transport planes taking off and heading north. Operation Cradding Reclaim, where every senior government official runs away to Bayan to try and save their ass. Well, if the trees do fly down to low orbit and the egg bombardment begins, there won't be anything to reclaim. At the far end of Brian Anthony Boulevard, every window of the palace shone bright electric light out into the night, as if it were taunting the deprived city. Chang had never been inside before, and found himself as daunted by its scale as any tourist. The convoy drove through archways to a courtyard, then down a ramp. They stopped in some big underground garage, where a squad of armed and nervous palace guards was waiting. The chief scientist of Section 7's Advanced Science Division was in charge. Chang was interested to see it was an old woman wearing a thick beige cardigan against the cool night air. His first thought was, she's old enough to be Stonell's sister. Faustina signed the release papers, and the palace guard lieutenant in charge of the detail marched Roxwolf away. "See you at the end of the world, Captain," the mutant faller called out to Chang. Chang gave him an icy stare that had reduced many an interrogation prisoner to a sweaty wreck, but Roxwolf just responded with a grin that showed off more fangs. Behind him, he heard Jennifer snort in contempt. "I don't like it," she said. "He's too confident." "Nothing to lose," Corilla commented. The Alita girl was busy looking around the bleak, cavernous garage. "If I didn't know better, I'd say he's where he wants to be," Jennifer said. "It was Stonell who ordered us to bring him here," Chang said. "Argue it with him." Faustina came over and shook hands with Chang. "I heard you were the one who apprehended him, Captain. Congratulations. Quite a catch." "Thank you. We've never seen a living breeder faller before, and certainly not a mutant like him." "Are you going to dissect him?" Jennifer asked. "Great Jew, no," the old director said, quite shocked. "We know their biology. It's their way of thinking I'm interested in. And from what little I've heard, I understand he's disaffected with his own kind." "So he claims," Jennifer said. "But he volunteered the information that the trees will fly into low orbit. He'll say anything to stay alive?" "Right." Faustina seemed perplexed by her attitude. Director Stonewall is waiting for you." "Including her?" Jennifer jerked a thumb at Carilla. "Yes, apparently. I have your passes." Faustina held out 3 laminated badges. "Please wear them prominently at all times while you are in the palace, especially down here." Chang followed a corporal from the palace guard along several corridors, then down some interminable stairs. His leg was throbbing badly by the time they reached the bottom. This basement level was obviously newer than the rest of the labyrinth under the palace, with bright electric bulbs illuminating white walls. The metal doors were flush-fitting, with electric locks. The one at the end had 4 armed guards outside. They all had to show their badges before they were allowed in. The stone-walled jail cell was a reasonable size. It had a bed with a decent mattress, as well as a table and chair. There was a shower in one corner, along with a toilet and basin. There was even a small bookshelf, stacked with some novels about regiment heroics, and Slavasta's official biography, running to more than 1,000 pages. It lacked windows, but then it was 6 floors underground. To emphasize this, ribbons of slimy algae leaked out of the mortar and down one wall. 3 meals were supplied each day through the hatchway in the door. Reasonable food, too. Joey had stayed in worse hotels. So far he hadn't been questioned, which made him rather glad. There were residual Adolphus memories washing around his head about PSR interviews, and he didn't imagine he'd be able to do the whole hero thing and resist pain for the good of... Well, frankly, there wasn't anything worth holding out for now. He'd given the King of the World gig his best shot, and the paranoid spook had known that something was wrong almost straight away. And Paula? Paula was most likely dead. That still brought him awake in the middle of the night with cold sweats. A species that used nukes so easily. He retained his own memories of the science expedition into the forest of trees. His contact with fallen copies of his crewmates. The way they'd forced him onto the surface of an egg, sticking him fast. Its gradual absorption of his body. Only death, well, body loss, had saved him, with Nigel's help. And for what? He'd done everything possible to help Paula and her group, only for the Fallers to kill that last remaining hope. Losing her had probably made him careless, confirming Stonewall's suspicions. He wasn't surprised. Such a massive loss of hope had been a terrible blow. After it happened, he hadn't a clue what to do next. He'd only ever considered himself as Paula's support team. Now he spent most of his time lying on the bed, suffering recurring migraines, presumably due to his thoughts occupying a neural structure that wasn't his own. At least his suffering wouldn't last much longer. Therese wouldn't have any room on Bayonne for her #1 political prisoner, and the more recollections about Bayonne that bubbled up from Adolphus's subconscious, the more he didn't want any part of their crazy Operation Reclaim anyway. He heard noises in the corridor outside and opened bleary eyes to look at the door, expecting the hatch to open and a food tray to be shoved through. Instead, he heard the sound of another cell door being opened, some kind of a scuffle, the unique sound of a body thudding to the ground. "And Crudding, stay there, filthy freak!" a guard shouted. The door was slammed shut. Keys turned in the lock. Just for a moment, Joey allowed himself to daydream it was Stonewall being thrown into the cell next door. Therese being thorough in eliminating any threats to her new regime. "Meet the new boss," he chanted, "same as the old." But Stonewall wouldn't make that elementary mistake. He closed his eyes and sank back into the comfort of misery and self-pity. Then his Ock tattoo reported a weak link ping. Anyone receiving this? He almost ignored it. Probably a trap, but he was thoroughly bored, and anything was better than languishing in the cell until the apocalypse hit. "Yeah, me. Who's that?" "Adolphus." "No crud. The Prime Minister." "Ex-Prime Minister now, thank you." "You're Annelita. We didn't know." Joey heard the sound of guttural and oddly liquid laughter, and heaved himself off the bed. His world spun as he tottered over to the door, but he gritted his teeth against the nausea and abysmal headache. The link signal increased marginally as he pressed his head against the cool metal of the hatch in the door.
Not really. I acquired some Commonwealth enrichments recently. Who are you, pal?
Rox Wolf.
So what did you do to get shoved down here?
You don't know my name.
Sorry.
No, crud. I'm not as notorious as I thought.
Yeah, don't sweat it. I'm not quite what you'd expect either.
So it would seem. You say you have some kind of Commonwealth machine that allows you to link. That's very interesting. Are you in touch with the elites?
Nope, not this far underground.
Ah, pity. So nobody is coming to break you out of here.
Joey grinned silently. His Commonwealth defense enrichments could probably cut through the door easily enough. But then what? The palace dungeons were a three-dimensional maze. Kill lots of guards, because they were doing their job. Not exactly the blaze of glory way he wanted to go.
No.
How about you?
No, I am alone on this world.
So it looks like we're here for the duration.
You're raucous, Roxwolf said. Does the Commonwealth know of us? Will they help?
No, we're on our own. Especially now Paula is dead.
I see. Ah, well, at least it won't be long.
So what are you in here for?
I am a mutant faller. I had quite the gang empire going back in Opal.
No shit. Wait a minute. Why would you want the Commonwealth to save us?
My own species rejects me. If the apocalypse succeeds, I die. I was trying to make a deal with the human security forces. My life for information.
How's that going for you?
I've had better days, my friend.
Yeah, this government isn't the most enlightened I've known.
Even now, your nature puzzles me, Roxwolf replied. How can your species ever achieve anything when you exist in perpetual conflict with one another? You flew to the stars once. That is no small achievement.
Bienvenido is a special circumstance. We got hit with the void, then your species. It hasn't brought out our best behavior.
You speak as if you've seen other human societies.
I have. A long time ago now. I don't have many memories of them in this stolen body, just enough to keep my faith in humanity.
So you are a visitor here.
You did come from the Commonwealth? Not exactly. It's a long story, pal.
I'm not that busy right now.
Chang was slightly disappointed by the secure bunker with its stuffy, chemically tainted air and low ceiling. He'd expected something a little more striking, but this was just another government-issue office without windows. The command center itself was a wide room with radio and telephone consoles around 3 of the 4 walls, all staffed by communications division operators. The map table in the middle had a large-scale representation of Valen, with the river Kolbal running along its southern side. Young NCOs with long poles slid circular wooden emblems into place, setting out regiment positions and nest activity. He could see that the capital regiment had troops deployed at the 12 major roads leading into the city. Their reserves were stationed at 6 camps in public parks, ready to reinforce them. 2 Air Force squadrons of AG-30 ground attack planes were circling overhead. 9 Marine attack boats patrolled the river. 8 black emblems were standing in various train station yards around the outskirts, which chilled him. Asari batteries, ready to fire their nuclear-tipped missiles at any large incoming force. Stonel stood at the head of the table, his hands resting on the edge as he surveyed his doomed domain. Master General Dvorky stood beside him, talking in a low voice as they ordered fresh deployments. "Captain Chang," Stonel said, beckoning.
"Sir."
"Did the mutant say anything new on the journey here?"
"No, sir."
Stonel grunted.
"Pity."
"I'm not sure Roxwolf is telling the truth, sir." Jennifer said. "Oh, he was, Lieutenant."
"Sir?"
3 hours ago, the Space Vigilance Office reported that the trees have begun to move," Dvorky told her. "They are flying down to a lower orbit. Their eggs will fall on us, and there's nothing we can do to stop them."
"No,"
Chang said faintly.
"That's the end. We lost."
He heard Corella gasp. She'd turned pale, and her hands were trembling. Stonewall gave her a sharp glance. "Hold off telling your friends that. I'd like to keep the capital calm."
"Why?"
she asked in a shaky voice.
"What's the point?"
"If the regiments have a clear field to move through, we'll be able to inflict maximum damage on the nests as they advance. I don't want panicked crowds blocking their way."
Stonewall indicated a swathe of red flags beyond the city's outskirts.
"Those are all incidents reported to us during the night. Possible enemy incursions or gatherings. We've heard of villages cut off, unauthorized vehicles on the road, unknown creatures seen moving across the countryside, that kind of thing. Now we're waiting on scouts to report in, but they're clearly massing out there for something."
"What about the Prime Minister?"
Jennifer asked. "Is Bayonne secure? Can we retaliate afterward?" "Her plane is still 2 hours out from Bayonne," Dvorky said. "Nothing can happen to her while she's flying over the ocean."
Stonewall raised a skeptical eyebrow.
"Even if she gets to the refuge intact, communications between us and Bayonne are poor. There's been a lot of sabotage inflicted on our secure lines. We're dependent on radio now. The Master General and I were discussing whether to order the Operation Reclaim aircraft into the air as soon as we have any reports of falling eggs. That way we can turn this continent into a radioactive Urachus. The fallers will gain nothing."
Dvorky nodded solemnly, as if he couldn't quite commit to agreeing out loud. Chang looked around as he heard a commotion. One of the console operators had a microphone held to his mouth, asking for urgent confirmation. "What's happening?" Stonewall asked.
"Sir, it's the river, sir. This—"
He broke off and thumbed the microphone switch again.
"Repeat, please."
"Put it on speaker,"
Dvorky ordered.
"On the quayside. Out of the water. Huge monsters. Firing now."
The sound of machine gun fire thudded out of the speakers above the console.
"More. All along the docks. Hundreds. Urachus, what are those?"
An involuntary shiver ran along Chang's spine as he recalled the beasts on Port Chana's harbour, and judging by the way Jennifer's face had become still, those images were haunting her, too.
"Get reinforcements to the docks," Dvorky said at once, "and find out what's happened to the marine attack boats. They should be responding."
"Yes, sir."
"It's started," Stonewall said coldly. "Captain Chang, a word, please." Chang followed him over to a corner of the command center. "I have one final job for you, Captain. It's not one I can entrust to most, but you've certainly proved your worth recently."
"Thank you, sir."
"It's not just loyalty I'm going to need, but a great deal of courage."
"I think this day we'll see a lot of courage, sir. We're just never going to hear of it."
"No doubt." Stonewall reached into his pocket and produced 2 long black keys. "These, Captain, are the triggers for a 300-kiloton atomic bomb, which is here in the palace. I want you to assume command of the squad guarding it, and if I don't make it, I want you to detonate it."
"Sir?"
he asked in a strained voice. For one ridiculous moment he'd thought Stonewall had some miraculous fallback, that he'd somehow discovered how to open the wormhole to Aqueous. "We're going to lose, Captain. You know this, don't you?" Chang nodded, not trusting himself to speak. "As Roxwolf so eloquently explained, those of us who survive the bombardment will be either exhumed or eaten alive. All of us. Men, women, and children. I believe it would be better for Valen to die in a fast, clean blast of nuclear annihilation than be subject to that. I trust you share that view?"
"I do, sir,"
Chang said formally.
"I understand true duty to this world. You can depend on me."
"Good man. I'll get there if I can. If not, it's down to you. You'll know the moment." Chang put the keys in his jacket pocket and saluted. There wasn't anything else left to say. After seeing the palace guards escort Roxwolf off to the cells, Faustina walked through the palace gardens. Since the city's main power grid had been sabotaged, the palace had been running on backup generators. The main building was well lit, but extravagances like the fancy path lights and splendid fountains all remained off. She wasn't bothered by that. Enough light was shining from the palace windows for her to see where she was going, especially with her Advancer Heritage retinas. So she walked slowly through the ancient groves, remembering the first time she'd been brought to the palace. They were bad memories, the lowest point in her life, or so she'd thought at the time. Infrared vision showed her the Capital Regiment patrols moving across the grounds. It was easy enough to alter her walk to keep clear of them. She was beside a broad pond, filled with ornamental dill cod, when she saw 5 men in regimental uniform hurrying through the cherry tree orchard ahead. She frowned, suspicious to see how furtively they were behaving, looking around nervously, keeping low, avoiding the patrols, just like her. She trailed after them, keeping a good 50 meters behind. They came to the perimeter wall. The old stone barrier was thick around the garden, topped with tangled fire-pine bushes, whose thorns contained a lethal venom. The little group must have known about a gardener's concealed stairs, for they hurried straight up the wall to the top. Then they were gone, sneaking their way through a hidden gap in the bushes. Deserters, she realized. Faustina stared at the top of the wall for a long time, unable to condemn them. In fact, it was a wonder that more weren't abandoning their posts to be with their families at the end. They must have known the Faller apocalypse was starting, and it was going to be far worse than their most feared nightmares. She raised her gaze to the blank night sky, seeing the dreaded glimmering line of the tree ring slicing through space above Bienvenido. The trees did look brighter, or maybe she was just imagining it. Everyone in the palace now knew the trees were on the move, sliding down into low orbit. The bombardment would be starting soon, probably within a day. After all she'd done, all she'd suffered, the world was coming to an end. She felt the tears building behind her eyes and hated herself for the weakness. Another man was jogging around the base of the wall, his bright infrared glow blurred into a wavering profile. He found the stairs and started climbing. Desperate, yes, selfish, undoubtedly, but he still clung to some kind of hope. Otherwise, why would he do it? That's all any of us have left now. Desperation. Faustina wiped her eyes angrily and went back into the palace. There was only one guard on duty outside the crypt, where there were usually never less than 5 standing sentry over Section 7's greatest secrets. Despite the authority conveyed by wearing the smart palace guard uniform, the girl's worried expression betrayed how young she was. Bethany suspected she was a probationary, one who didn't know what to make of all the rumors echoed by the palace's eternally gossipy staff. She saluted as Faustina held out her laminated pass, and carefully wrote the admission in her log, noting the time. As always, the lights were on in the crypt, as were the recording machines. Faustina turned them off and faced the space machine. "How far can you extend your force field?" she asked Joey. "Not much. Not enough to protect the city, if that's what you're thinking." "I wasn't. How about the palace? Can you cover it?" "No, it's too big. I might manage 100 meters or so, but it wouldn't be particularly strong." "Enough to deflect an egg?" "Yes, I guess." "And bullets?" "Yes." "Why?" She straightened her back, trying to appear dignified. "Because I'm desperate, Joey. Because there's nothing else." "You want me to protect people?" "Yes. Is there any way you can produce an in-grav drive, or repair yours?" "Oh, boy, I've only got the smallest synthesizers. I told you before, they were never intended for that." "Can you do it? Don't make me beg, Joey. Just answer me. If I get you the right raw material, is it in any way possible?"
It might be. I could probably repair my drive units at least, but it won't be quick. Where do you want to fly to? Bayan?
No. She walked on to the white floor and touched the exopod as if she were seeing it for the first time. If you can repair your drive units, could you fix them to this? Could you make it fly? It was built for space.
Wow, that's
desperate, yes. But could it work?
Where do you want it to reach?
Aqueous.
Risky.
She laughed brittly. More like
crazy. But could it work? Maybe, but I can't even calculate the odds. Look, I get that you want to survive, but have you thought this idea through? That is one lonely life you're heading for, and when you got there, you'd know how everyone else died. That's not a good way to spend your last years.
I'm not doing it for me. I'm desperate, not selfish. The exopod is big enough for 2, but it would hold an adult and 2 children.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I think I see where you're going with this. It's not good, girl.
I could ferry them over, 2 at a time.
Them?
All the ones your force field protects.
You've got to be kidding.
I'm not. Joey, when I was Bethany Youth, I helped lead the revolution, and when we thought we'd won, we found out we were just Nigel's puppets. We got through the Great Transition. Then Sylvester, the man I loved and married, sank into psychotic paranoia. When I tried to stop him, I was thrown into the mines and only got out with Cassandra's help. Since then, I've been her spy in the capital, and now she's gone. Everything I've ever done has ended in failure. Everyone I've helped is dead. In 275 years, I've accomplished nothing. But I've always had hope. I believed people could do better for themselves if we just had a chance. Let me have this, Joey. Let me have one last hope, however small it is. Please.
She stopped, not caring that her head was bowed and she could see nothing through the tears.
Please.
Help me. Bollocks. All right, I'll help. Like you said, it's not like I've got anything else to do.
She smeared the tears away from her eyes.
Thank you, she sniffed miserably. But I need to get out of here. If the eggs fall, we'll be buried under the rubble, along with the exopod, and this crypt is a long way down.
Yes,
right.
Faustina tried to concentrate, to work out the practicalities of the outrageous idea. I'll order my assistants to drive the tractor and tow you outside.
Will they do that?
Yes.
They're completely loyal to me, and I'll just say it's orders from the security cabinet. Nobody will question that.
It's chaos upstairs right now.
I can put you in the Rose courtyard. It's about 100 meters across. You can shield that. The exopod will fit as well. We can convert it there. You know, even if this actually works, it will take weeks to fit out the exopod. Then it'll take you at least a year to ferry all the kids over.
Yes, I suppose it will.
They'll need to be protected and fed all that time, as the Fallers are laying siege to us.
The Elitas will help me. I have contacts in Varlan. I'll call them. I'll get them to bring their children.
Okay, but, Faustina, not too many.
I understand.
Right, then. I'll get you a list of chemicals and minerals I'm going to need.
Paula stood in front of the gateway again as Dmitri opened the terminus above Valater. The washed russet light of the insipid clouds shone through, making the faces of her companions seem strangely malaised. She opened a link to the floater.
Hello, Laura. We're ready to connect to you now. Please shut down your wormhole to Ursel. It is done, Laura replied. All right. Stand by. I am recalibrating the floater system to act as anchor.
Going for connection, Dmitri announced.
Initiating, Laura said.
We're there, connected and stable.
Well done, Paula told the anadroid. Okay, Laura, You need to modify your force field profile for maximum streamlining. We're going to move you. Understood. Paula let the exovision data from the gateway fill her perception, monitoring Dimitri's control. The floater with Laura's memories was 8,500 kilometers from the equatorial anomaly. Dimitri began to load new coordinates into the gateway, shifting the terminus and its new anchor. Laura altered the shape of the floater's force field, elongating it to an ellipsoid, with the narrow section aligned along the direction of travel. Then she flattened it, turning the leading edges sharper, extending the nose to a point. Dimitri began to increase the speed, lifting it to a higher altitude where the gas was thinner, so it powered along above the slow-spinning cyclones. They kept a close watch on the force field and settled for a speed of Mach 7, which it could withstand without undue strain. It took an hour to fly Laura's floater to the equatorial anomaly, ripping through the melange of helium, hydrogen, and methane at the head of a roiling, pristine white contrail of ammonium ice particles that stretched out for more than 60 kilometers. When it reached the right location, Dimitri brought it to a halt, the terminus connection locking it in place. "Take it down," Paula said. He didn't lower it at anything like supersonic speed, keeping the descent slow and careful. Laura reshaped the force field again, contracting it around the floater. Even with Valater's sluggish gas currents, it received quite a buffeting.
"There's a lot of tension on the connection,"
Dimitri reported. "Can it damage the wormhole?" Paula asked.
"Not the wormhole itself. That's just a negative energy structure, but it's placing quite a strain on the floater's physical systems."
"How much?"
"Within tolerance.
We can't afford to lose the connection."
"I am aware of that."
It took quite an effort not to scowl at him. The floater continued its drop. Dimitri had reduced the width of the wormhole to 1 meter in diameter. It was like a porthole in the middle of the gateway, showing nothing but a grey haze through which occasional wisps of auburn vapor flashed across. Paula's exovision overlaid the gas pressure on the other side, and she did her best not to flinch. If it broke through, the jet of gas would be like an iron pillar pistoning out. When the floater was 300 kilometers deep in the atmosphere, the light around it had dwindled away to nothing. It was hard to make out the throat of the wormhole. The gateway was a simple black circle.
"Radiation rising,"
Dimitri said. "Systems status?" Paula queried.
"So far, so good."
At 30 kilometers from the boundary, a faint glow began to appear.
"Gamma radiation fluorescence," Dimitri told them, "and that's going to grow."
At this depth, it was questionable if the floater was immersed in gas or superfluid. Whichever it was, the density was extreme, and starting to stress the force field. The wormhole terminus was having to push the buoyant floater down, another function that was never included in its original performance specifications. Paula began to wish the anadroids were more human. She was sure, if they were, they'd be panicking about now, giving her a better indication of progress than Dimitri's bland assurances. She was certainly starting to sweat. The radiation glow was getting brighter, shining out at them like a lime-stained sun. Paula's suit helmet activated several filters, protecting her retinas. At 1 kilometer above the boundary, the temperature began to rise fast, as did the gravity. The data in Paula's exovision didn't match any gas giant environment on record. They were truly into the unknown now. Gamma radiation was heating the hydrogen to such an extent that the pressure on the floater's force field was approaching overload. Paula noticed that the others had all backed a couple of paces farther from the gateway, and smiled to herself. Without warning, the dazzling miasma became clear, and she could actually make out the surface of the boundary 200 meters below the floater. There was an immense circle of relative darkness directly underneath. 5 kilometers across, Paula realized. The generator. We're on target.
"Acceleration stress," Dimitri said in surprise. "I'm going to have to—"
The floater suddenly lunged down, its force field slamming into the generator's boundary layer. Paula took an involuntary step back,
her arm coming up in instinctive animal protection, warding off the unknown threat. The glare cut off abruptly, but the floater was still intact. She could see its data displays in her exovision.
"Laura, I'm here. I should make a pious first footprint statement, if I had feet. What just happened?"
Paula asked.
"The Boundary's gravity field pulled it down," Dimitri said. "I had to let the wormhole expand freely, or the anchor connection would have been ripped apart from tidal stress. Frankly, we're lucky it's only 17 Gs. The floater systems are only just strong enough to withstand it."
"The Boundary is 17 gravities?" Rai asked. "How does that happen?"
"That's how it pulls down the gas to fuel itself," Dimitri said, "and how it maintains such a thick atmosphere. This is the gradient Laura detected when she opened the first wormhole here. It's a lot steeper than any natural one."
"But everything is intact," Paula said.
Her medical display was showing her heart rate slowing back to normal levels.
"Stable for now," Dimitri said.
She was familiar enough with him now to hear the caution in that tone.
"But the gravity is gripping the floater hard. Attempting to move the terminus will break the anchor connection. It's not strong enough to lift the floater against that force."
"Can we disengage from this end?" Paula asked.
"Yes, but I don't think we'd be able to reconnect. Not in this environment. Effectively, we're stuck like this."
"Where did the light go?" Florian asked.
"It's here all around me, but you just can't see it now," Laura said.
"I'm orientated so the wormhole is directly on top of the Boundary. I thought the Boundary sucked everything through."
"The ordinary Boundary surface consumes and obliterates matter to power itself," Valeri said. "That's where the gamma energy emission comes from, a tiny back leakage from disintegrating particles. But the Boundary above the generator isn't permeable. It's a protective field, so the floater didn't get sucked through."
"Did you know that before?"
Florian said. "It was a risk."
"But I was prepared to take it," Laura told him. "I am duplicated in the Ursel floater, so there was little to lose."
Florian exhaled loudly.
"Commonwealth people think so differently."
"Rationality is a byproduct of age and experience," Paula told him.
"With a few exceptions," Dimitri added ruefully.
Paula grinned, knowing who he was referring to.
"So the Boundary over the generator is like a force field?"
Florian persisted.
"A very powerful one," Dimitri said.
Paula turned to face the towering yellow cylinder.
"Is this connection good enough for you?" she asked the planter.
"Yes. We will require you to allow me through your force field so we may physically touch the anomaly."
"Show me what you want," Dimitri said. "I'll adjust as we go."
A mound of Trub's shiny purple surface expanded right in front of the gateway machine. The top rippled and darkened. A thick strand of dark grey material snaked up and bent horizontal to touch the gateway's force field. It flowed through and kept going, probing down to the lightless Boundary. Paula realized she was holding her breath.
"Your assumption was correct," the planter said. "This is the generator. It comprises quantum-phased matter formatting a specific warp within local space-time, the Boundary around a zone of zero temporal flow." "They're in stasis," Paula mused. "That figures. The void was constantly manipulating its internal time flow." She took a deep breath, coming as close to praying as she ever had. "Can you switch it off?" "No. We would have to manipulate a vast quantity of energy to override the warp, greater than the amount the Boundary is producing. We do not have that quantity of energy."
The atomic bomb was curiously innocuous. Not that Chang could actually see the mechanism itself. The casing was an olive-green metal trunk, 2 meters long, with small yellow alphanumerics stenciled on, the same as every munitions box ever made by the state armories. It sat on the marble floor beside the Prime Minister's wide desk, as if someone had dropped it there by mistake. Even though he was growing used to the scale of the palace, Chang was awed by how ostentatious the study was.
A room bigger than a football pitch for one person to work in. Crud, those old captains were decadent, and our prime ministers are so different. Yeah, right.
Dawnlight was shining in through the tall arched windows, illuminating the long wall paintings of the Air Force planes, regiment troops sweeping vigilantly through jungles and farmland, and heroic workers building Bienvenido's new factories. There were 8 Section 7 guards on duty in the anteroom that led into the study at the opposite end from the desk. A further 3 secured the private corridor at the other end of the study. A major from the Atomic Weapons Division had been waiting beside the bomb. He showed Chang the keyholes under a small lid on the side.
You have to turn them simultaneously. 90 degrees arms it. Wait 30 seconds for the trigger power sequence to run, then turn another 90 degrees. That's it?
Chang asked in surprise.
Yes.
The major saluted grimly and left. As he went out into the anteroom, Carilla and Jennifer came in. Carilla had looked around in amazement as she walked the length of the study, shaking her head at the garish artwork, then recoiled as she saw the faller skulls in the alcoves. She caught sight of the desk and hurried around to the polished leather chair behind it. "Got to do it once in your life," she declared happily as she sat down. "You," she pointed at imaginary aides, "have my opponents assassinated. You, fetch me strawberries and champagne." "Grow up," Jennifer grunted. "Never going to happen," Carilla retorted, and all the humour drained from her face. "Not now. No time." She spun the chair around to face the cheap wooden bookshelves along the back wall. "So what does a Prime Minister read?" Jennifer ignored her and walked over to one of the big windows. She frowned as she looked down into the rose courtyard. "Why is the space machine down there?" Chang limped over to stand beside her and peered down to see the space machine in the middle of the courtyard, its unmistakable cylinder shape illuminated by the dull light creeping over the high walls around it. A couple of the white-coated staff from Section 7's Advanced Science Division stood idly beside it. As he watched, a small tractor drove into the courtyard, towing a flat-bed trolley. This one had a metal sphere on it, with a large viewport on one side and an open hatch on the other. A lot of segments were missing. He just knew it was some kind of Commonwealth artifact. It was too sophisticated for Bienvenido to manufacture. The thing put him in mind of a Liberty capsule, only bigger and better.
"Being taken to Bayan?"
he suggested. One of the women down on the cobbles was Faustina, directing more of her colleagues who were arriving with small boxes. It certainly looked like she was preparing to go somewhere. "Why bother?" Jennifer said quietly. "We all know how this is going to end." Chang turned away from her and walked across the study to the windows that looked out along Bryan Anthony Boulevard, beyond the palace's sturdy perimeter wall. Troops and vehicles were mustering on the big parade ground, while civilians were starting to gather at the front gates. There were a lot of children out there, Chang saw. Everyone was staring up at the palace's facade, not chanting slogans or shaking their fists. Just staring, waiting.
"They're expecting salvation,"
he said in wonder. "Then they're fools," Jennifer retorted bitterly. "They've only got a few hours left now. They should be at home with their families." Chang could see smoke and flames rising across the city. The largest conflagrations were coming from the waterfront.
"I'm not sure we've even got that long."
The faint sound of firearms was audible across the rooftops. The palace gates opened, and a convoy of tracked trucks drove out, racing down the slope. Jennifer glanced back at the bomb. There was perspiration on her forehead. "This is stupid. We should just get it over with." Chang shook his head.
"Not yet. There's still time for the warrior angel to contact us."
"You're pathetic. You know that?" He drew himself up as best he could. The pain in his leg seemed to be a lot worse today.
"Carrying out this order correctly takes more strength than you'll ever have, as you've just demonstrated."
"I am strong," Jennifer snarled at him.
then have the strength to wait for the warrior angel.
Eliters have faith in their reactionary idol, not PSR officers.
I have faith in people.
She smiled mockingly. You can tell me now. It won't make any difference. We're all about to die one way or another. Come on, Chang. I think you owe me that much. Just for a moment he actually considered it, but even now he held back.
Never trust a PSR fanatic.
I know what I am, and I am completely comfortable with that. Isn't that the goal of the world we're trying to build, comrade? Justice and equality for everyone. I'm not a politician. I just keep this world safe. Chang laughed quietly. The convoy of tracked trucks had disappeared from view, and the palace gates were closing again. He saw more people coming out of the junctions along Brian Anthony Boulevard, turning to march toward the palace.
Well, you and I have both failed spectacularly on that front.
We can still save people from the Fallers, Jennifer said urgently, and we can take a crudload of the bastards with us. End this, Chang. Be brave, and you and I will go shout at Urarchus together. These people are frightened, that's all, Carilla said, staring out at the approaching crowd. We know the nests are moving into the city. We're just trying to keep ahead of them. Chang looked from the throng hurrying along Brian Anthony Boulevard to Carilla, then back again.
They're all Elitans. There's thousands of them.
Yes, she said softly. We're people too, you know. And there's nowhere else to go. This is the center of the city, the safest place. She frowned. There's also a message in the general ban saying children will have protection from the egg bombardment if they come here. Stonewall and Dvorki aren't going to like that, Jennifer said flatly. Chang watched anxiously as palace guard squads hurried across the parade ground to line up on the high walkway behind the wall. They weren't leveling their weapons yet. Carilla let out a gasp of shock and gripped the edge of the desk.
What's the matter?
Chang asked. She looked as if she was about to be sick. Link, she grunted, and pushed off from the desk to stagger over to the first of the great arching windows. It's so strong. Are you in contact with that rabble? Jennifer asked suspiciously. She took the link detector from her uniform pocket and frowned. The red bulb on top was glowing brightly. Carilla was pressed against the glass, staring in reverence up into the clear sapphire sky. No, she breathed as her eyes watered. It's not the crowd. This is coming from space. Paula stared at the dark center of the wormhole for a long moment, refusing to let the despair rise, working the problem, as always. But if you had that kind of energy, could you do it? She asked the planter. Could you switch off the generator? Yes, the planter replied. She turned to the anadroids. So where do we get that kind of energy from? A quantum buster? Nigel took them all with him on the Sky Lady, Cassandra said. There are none left. Can the synthesizers build us one? There was a moment where the three anadroids faced one another. The star, Fergus said. The barrier consumes a phenomenal amount of energy, but that is trivial compared with the star's output. Okay, so how do we tap that power? Extend a wormhole terminus into it. A wormhole is an exotic matter interstice. If you pass superdensity plasma through the open channel, it can be configured to suck energy directly from it, a function similar to the barrier. But then you'll need to transfer that energy to the barrier generator, Dmitri said. Second wormhole, Valeri said. The Ursel floater, Fergus said. That's one. Paula had the impression the audible conversation was just an overspill of their thoughts working the problem. The machine under the palace, she said. You mean the BC 5800D2 I repaired? Laura asked. Is it still working? Yes, Cassandra said. I have a friend working in the People's Security Regiment science team that analyzes Commonwealth technology. It's still in the crypt and code-locked. Do you have the code? Paula asked the Laura personality. Yes, of course. Then we just have to get back there and unlock it. But this wormhole is fixed to Valater, Cassandra said. If the synthesizers can manufacture a regrav drive, I will fly a space capsule back to Bienvenido, Rai said. It would be my honor. Nice idea, Paula said, but dear old Captain Chang was getting quite eager to talk to me about opening BC 5800 D2, on the government's behalf, of course. How organized are the elites in the capital? As well as anywhere, Cassandra said. Why? We link to them and ask for help. My old lifeboat package with Joey's memories was being kept in the same crypt as the wormhole, right? We just have to get the code to him and tell him to open the terminus here. Florian's arm thrust upward, pointing at the darkening green sky. But Bienvenido is millions of kilometers away. We can't link that far. How long for the synthesizers to build me a transmitter? Paula asked. We can send a signal for you, the planter said. Along with the others, Paula stood on Trub's abnormal purple surface as the sun dropped below the horizon. The switch from day to night was quicker than sundown in any of the tropics she'd ever been to, leaving them immersed in an unnerving darkness. Without light, the purple surface was as black as the starless night. Florian and Rai immediately switched their flashlights on. Paula couldn't blame them for that. But all the limited beams did was emphasize how insignificant they were on any scale. They didn't have long to wait before one of the small moons came shooting up over the horizon. Even though it was grey, it shone brightly, illuminating the unsullied landscape before soaring into the planet's umbra. As it rose above them, she saw it was changing colour, the undistinguished grey transmuting to a dusky gold. The second moon to come over was red, the third a pale green. That was when they saw the petals starting to distort its shape. By the time the next one had its brief time between Terminator and Umbra, its silver petals were kilometres across, reflecting a wash of sunlight across the purple plain below, which cast a sharp shadow from the yellow tower, sliding around faster than any clock's second hand. "We will begin now," the planter said. "What is your message?" Paula straightened her back and faced the pillar, just as the silver moon passed into shadow, extinguishing its reflected radiance. "This is Paula Mayo. I am a Commonwealth citizen," she sent through the link. "The warrior angel and I are on Trub, and we believe we have found a method of defeating the Fallers. But I'm going to need your help." "The wormhole!" Kurilla exclaimed incredulously. "Paula wants us to unlock the wormhole. She needs it." "Paula's alive?" Chang asked. The relief he felt was extraordinary, banishing the pain from his leg and wrist. "Where is she?" Kurilla smiled, her eyes brimming with tears, she was so jubilant. "Trub." "This is bollocks," Jennifer sneered. "I have the code," Kurilla yelled at her, abruptly furious. "It's in the message. I can unlock the wormhole. Do you understand that, you dumb bitch?" Jennifer took an angry step toward her. Chang's hand came down on her shoulder. "Is she going to evacuate us to Aqueous?" he asked. "No. She thinks she's found a way to defeat the Fallers. We have to get down to the crypt under the palace. Once it's unlocked—" Her hand flew to her mouth as her eyes widened in shock. "The space machine!" She ran across the study to the windows overlooking the rose courtyard. "Oh, no. No! No!" "Crudding Urarchus!" Faustina exclaimed. She was standing in the middle of the rose courtyard, staring up in astonishment at the square of sky framed overhead. "Are you getting this?" she asked Joey, very loud and very clear. She twisted her head around. There were only 3 of her staff left, delivering chemicals in big glass doors. They were giving her strange looks. "Where's the tractor? Oh, crud, it's back down in the garage." She spun back to face the space machine. "Can you do it? Can you open a terminus to Trub if the code works?" "Yes." "Then we have to get you back down there." She froze as she was link-pinged,
and jerked her head up to see a figure looking down at her from one of the big arching windows above.
"There's a 300-kiloton bomb in here," Carilla told her, "and there's a PSR lunatic desperate to detonate it." "What?" "She wants to spare us all from suffering the apocalypse." "Sweet fucking Geo!"
"I'm not sure my force field can stand up to that," Joey said. "Not at all."
"What have I done?" Faustina wailed. "You should be down there with the wormhole. You could have gotten us to Trub by now."
"I still can be. Get the other me out of the jail cell and run, Faustina. Fucking run!"
"She's playing you," Jennifer said heatedly as Carilla pressed herself against the window overlooking the Rose courtyard.
The red light on top of the link detector was still glowing.
"Give me the keys. I'll do it. I'll end this if you can't."
"Not a cradding chance, Corporal," Chang told her. "This is what I was waiting for. It's also what Stonel was waiting for. Now you need to calm down and carry out your orders."
"Paula is Commonwealth."
"She's going to save us. Can't you at least give her a chance to prove herself? It's what Stonel and the Prime Minister wanted. Or do you consider yourself above them, too?"
Jennifer clenched her jaw but said nothing.
"I know admitting you might be wrong hurts," he said more gently. "Believe me, I know."
Carilla turned back from the window.
"We need to get down to the crypt. Now!"
"I thought you said the space machine had to be there," Chang asked.
"Our senior palace agent has a way around this."
Chang couldn't help but grin at the apoplectic expression on Jennifer's face.
"Let's go, then."
It was Carilla who led them down to the crypt. They went along interminable corridors, down cramped little stairwells that had only a couple of bulbs lighting them. After the first 5 minutes, Chang was thoroughly lost.
"How do you know where we're going?" he asked.
"Link," Carilla said. "It gave me the route." "Who linked to you?" Jennifer asked belligerently. "Is this coming from your reactionary agent? How do they know where to go?"
"Every Elita knows," Carilla answered. "Same as we know every city's street map, every train timetable. It's all there in the general bands." She paused, then gave Jennifer a sly glance. "Once we're back in the Commonwealth, you can get yourself upgraded. Then you'll know what it's like." As he limped along painfully, Chang caught the way Jennifer glared at Carilla's back. He unclipped the leather strap on his holster, just in case. Finally they turned out of a dank, narrow passageway into a much larger corridor. At the far end, tall double doors were set into the wall. There was a desk beside them, the kind guards would use, fussing about to check if you were authorized to enter, establishing their own status. There was no one sitting behind it. Chang approached cautiously. Something as important as the wormhole gateway should be guarded.
"It's in here,"
Carilla said eagerly, and turned the big iron handle. Chang gripped her arm.
"Wait."
He still couldn't understand where the guards were. He took his pistol out before leading the way into the crypt. Given how far they were underground, the chamber was surprisingly large. Ahead of him, a broad circle on the stone floor had been covered by a sheer white plinth, which was empty, apart from odd piles of components that clearly belonged to some larger machine. Tables with scientific research equipment lined the walls. He barely paid it any attention. His gaze was drawn to the big circular machine at the far end of the crypt. It was almost featureless, a thick rim of cerulean-shaded metal, with a center of a weird grey substance that his eyes couldn't quite focus on. He couldn't help the little burst of admiration he felt at the sight of it. This was true history. The gateway had been built in the Commonwealth thousands of years ago, then used by Mother Laura to destroy the primes in Bienvenido's darkest hour. The foundation of legends. Now here it was in front of him, solid and real.
"Great Geo,"
he murmured, pushing the pistol back in its holster. Carilla was standing beside him, her expression of awe matching his.
"We can do it," she said. "We can help the warrior angel defeat the Fallers."
The sound of a safety catch being snicked back was loud, even in the big crypt.
"I don't remember being given orders to do that," Jennifer said softly.
She was holding her pistol in one hand. The other hand was turning the door lock.
"We don't need orders to save the cradding world!"
Chang shouted. Jennifer pulled out the link detector, its green light shining on top. "If you link to that Commonwealth artifact, you little Elita whore, if I see this light go red, I will put a bullet in your head."
"For crud's sake, Jennifer!"
Chang began. She shot him. 6. Reports coming into the command bunker from Varland's riverside were intermittent and confused. There were a dozen red flags on the city map table to mark the Faller incursion now, but Stonewall still didn't know what they actually represented, outside of panicked shouts over the radio claiming monsters and large guns. 3 of the marine boats had been removed from the River Kolbal, and there had been no contact with the remainder for over a quarter of an hour. Dvorki hadn't yet ordered their emblems to be removed, foolishly optimistic in Stonewall's view. One of the communications staff had a fast shouted exchange, and 2 of the red flags by the river were moved farther into the city, progressing down Vaunfall Street.
"Crud!"
Dvorki grunted. The column of reinforcements dispatched from the palace was almost at the waterfront, but 3 kilometers west of Vaunfall Street. A new red flag was added to the city, placed in the middle of Bromwell Park at the far end of Brian Anthony Boulevard.
"Where in your raucous did they come from?"
Stonewall demanded. "They're inside the perimeter."
"Size and ability?"
Dvorki demanded. "Sirs, scouts report several hundred, including large breeder types," an aide reported. "All heavily armed, no vehicles." Stonewall looked at the long straight line of Brian Anthony Boulevard, leading directly from the park to the palace. A knife to the heart. "They're coming for us," he said. "Sir," one of the communication staff called, "the gate guard is reporting a very large crowd massing outside the wall. He says they're asking to come in." "Absolutely not," Stonewall said. "Sir, they have children with them." Stonewall strode over to the communications staffer. "Give that to me." He grabbed the phone handset from the tense man. "This is Director Stonewall. Who am I talking to?" "Captain Fitzand, sir, assigned to the main palace gates." "Then listen to this very closely, Captain Fitzand. Under no circumstances are any civilians to be allowed through the gates. Is that understood?" Yes, sir." "Sir, the crowd is claiming their children have been promised sanctuary inside the palace." "Let me be very clear, Captain. They have not. Do not let them in." "Sir, they said they're here because the warrior angel told them to come, that she's opening the wormhole under the palace, that she's going to take us all to safety, or something." Stonewall stared at the phone in shock. "I'm coming up to the gate. Arrest whoever claims to be the leader of this rabble. I want to talk to them." "Yes, sir." He hurried back to Dvorki. "Deploy some reserves into Brian Anthony Boulevard. Stop those fallers getting closer to the palace." "I'll do what I can," the Master General said, "but I've got the regiments positioned around the outskirts. Getting them back into the center will take time. Just hold them off. I need to find out exactly what's going on outside." Faustina was panting heavily by the time she got to the cells where Adolphus was incarcerated. Even now she had trouble thinking of him as Joey. She looked along the corridor suspiciously, but there were no guards in sight. That wasn't right, but she wasn't about to complain. There were 20 identical metal doors set into the wall, all numbered. She told her U-Shadow to ping Joey. "Faustina," came the answer. "Yeah, hang on." Her U-Shadow flipped a location map up into her exovision. She hurried along to cell 8 and lifted the small flap on the door. Adolphus's face stared back at her. "I've come to break you out," she said. Do you know where the guard keeps the keys?" "What? No." "Where are the guards?" "I'm not sure. A lot of them are deserting." "Bollocks. Okay, stand back. I'm cutting through." She hurriedly took some steps back. There was a loud bang from inside the cell, then another. The lock mechanism began to smoulder, and the metal sagged around it. Another bang. Then Adolphus Joey was shoving the door open. Faustina couldn't help it. She gave him a big hug. "I screwed up," she said. "I moved the space machine out to the courtyard."
"Okay,"
he said cautiously.
"Why is that, screwing up?"
So she explained about the message from space, how Paula was ready to fight the Fallers somehow. "Can you operate the gateway?" she asked, almost fearing the answer. Joey grinned widely.
"Oh, yeah. Piece of cake. I'm actually a hyperspace theorist, you know."
Faustina smiled back weakly. There was something not quite right about that oh-so-familiar face appearing so happy. "We have got to get down there. I'm not sure about Chang's loyalties. I got word that he was on our side, but—"
"Right."
He turned to face the cell opposite and opened the hatch.
"You catch all of that?"
"I did," Roxwolf's gurgling voice agreed. "We might run into guards. I'm armed with this e-pulse, but we could do with some backup."
"You got it. This is my only chance to get the crud out of here."
"Joey!" Faustina breathed.
"It's okay. We've been talking, and he's with us."
She gave him a very sceptical look, but he pushed his sleeve up and brought his arm around. There was a flash of light as a rigid thunderbolt stabbed out of his skin and struck the lock on Roxwolf's cell door. It only took one more shot, and the lock was ruined. Joey pulled the door open. Faustina braced herself, but Roxwolf walked out nonchalantly. "You cradding well watch him closely," she sent to Joey through their link.
"Don't worry. Remember, I got caught by Fallers once before. Actually, 1,000,000 times before."
Making sure Joey was always between her and Roxwolf, Faustina led them through the maze of passages, then up 2 levels. "This is it," Faustina exclaimed as she hurried toward a huge pair of doors. She frowned at the abandoned desk. "The guard must have deserted."
"Good,"
Roxwolf grunted. She turned the big iron handle and pushed. The door didn't move. She pushed harder. "It's locked!" she exclaimed. "From the inside."
"I'll get it,"
Joey told her, and raised his arm. Chang felt nothing as the bullet struck, only his good leg collapsing, sending him tumbling to the hard stone floor. Carilla was shrieking in terror. Then the pain hit, spiking through his thigh like an incandescent spear. He couldn't even cry out, it was so overwhelming. He gulped for air as he finally found the courage to look. The bullet had hit halfway between his hip and knee. A neatish wound at the front, a horrific crater of tattered flesh and trouser fabric at the back, with blood pouring out. He instinctively grabbed the wound with his good hand to try to stanch the bleeding. His fingers slithered about as the blood soaked them. "What are you doing?" Carilla yelled. Her whole body was rigid with shock and fear. "Remember?" Jennifer gloated. "One flash of red and pow!" She walked toward Chang and stood over him, her eyes gleaming with joy. "He's an Elita. He was going to evacuate his kind off this world and leave the rest of us to the Fallers. Weren't you, sir?" Chang clenched his teeth, shaking his head. "Call!" He grunted against the pain, took another breath. "Call Stonal." "Your little whore isn't calling anyone," Jennifer said. "You're a cradding traitor, Captain. Admit it. I want to hear you say it. Say you're an Elita."
"Go fuck yourself,"
Chang spat. She smiled and kicked the wound. Chang screamed. There was a moment when only pain existed. Then thin strings of bile were spewing out of his mouth, and he twisted around in agony. Both hands clutched desperately at his leg as more blood pumped out. Jennifer was laughing delightedly. "Tell me," she demanded. "I want to hear it. Confess, Elita." "Stop it!" Carilla yelled in shock. "You're killing him. Can't you see that? I told you to shut up." Jennifer pointed the pistol casually at Carilla. She nudged Chang with her toe. "Come on, traitor. Say it." Chang shrank away from her touch, whimpering softly.
"Let her unlock," the gateway. Paula can save us.
You? She can save you and your kind, right? Jennifer kicked him again. I'm going to squeeze every drop of blood out of you, she said contentedly. I'm going to make you die in so much pain your mind will break first. Now admit it. Chang could see she had dropped into that same strange zone she'd dropped into when they'd held the helpless Joffler ready for interrogation. Her rational thoughts were gone, engulfed by raw desire and frightening determination. She would not stop this until she heard him confess, no matter what the cost. I...
Yes.
Jennifer bent over to catch his faltering words.
Watch this.
He pressed his thumb against his knuckle. A rectangle of faint green lines shone through the blood. What is that? A mesmerized Jennifer whispered.
That, Corporal, is how non-elites call the warrior angel for help. You see, you were wrong about me. You were always wrong.
He started laughing at the fury that blazed across her face. You fucking traitor, Jennifer screamed. She slammed her boot into his wound again. Chang blacked out for a few seconds. When he came to, Jennifer was in a defensive crouch, her pistol pointing at the doors. There was a loud bang, and a bright flash searing out of the chunky iron lock. It was very weird. If he could just concentrate, he was sure he could work out what was happening. Strangely, the pain was diminishing, and he seemed rather pleasantly light-headed. His hands closed around the wound again, to stanch the awful flow of blood.
It worked, he thought happily. I called for the warrior angel, and now here she is, just like she said she'd be. How wonderful.
Jennifer had grabbed Corilla and was holding the distraught girl in front of her like a shield. The door swung open. Joey was first into the crypt. He took a couple of confident paces, making it look like he belonged there. Then what he was seeing registered.
Holy bollocks,
he grunted. The semi-conscious man on the floor had one leg in a cast, and the other leg bleeding heavily from a bullet wound. In front of him, a compact female PSR corporal was holding a frightened girl close to her chest, but her pistol was aimed unwaveringly at Joey's head. "What the crud is that doing in here?" she shouted. The muzzle jabbed toward Roxwolf.
"You brought him here,"
Faustina said, coming up to stand beside Joey.
"You should know. Roxwolf is helping us."
"Bollocks!" the corporal spat. "The only person that creature ever helps is himself." Roxwolf opened his mouth wide, showing off a prodigious quantity of fangs.
"Hello, Corporal Jennifer. Bad day, huh? Join the club."
"Put your weapon down," Jennifer said. Joey reduced the power level in his Ock Tattoo E-Pulse function. Targeting brackets were jumping all over the profile of the crazy woman with the gun and her hostage shield, trying to get a decent lock. "What weapon?" "The one that burned through metal," Jennifer said. "The Commonwealth weapon. Where is it?"
"Oh, that. It's part of my body."
"How?" She gritted her teeth. "You were the Prime Minister."
"I know. Listen to me. Jennifer, is it?" he said, using the best kindly patriarch voice this stolen body could muster. "The gateway has to be opened. We are going to defeat the Fallers."
"Yes, you are," she said, breathing hard. "Elites, every one of you." Joey grinned.
"That's what you call us, but I'm more than that. A lot more. I'm from the Commonwealth itself, and we're here to take you home."
He saw the uncertainty in her eyes, the way she shifted her grip on the pistol, making sure she was extra steady. "No," she grunted. "No, that's a lie." Joey's targeting program still couldn't get a decent lock. Behind him, Roxwolf took a step forward. "Move again, freak monster, and I blow your crudding head off," Jennifer said without taking her gaze off Joey.
"You need to calm down," Joey told her.
"Yeah, You want to see what makes me calm?"
Targeting graphics finally framed her face perfectly. Joey linked to Roxwolf to tell him to distract her for a moment so her pistol would waver and allow him a shot. The green light on the little box she held turned red. Jennifer tensed. Joey tried to jump aside, forcing the body's ancient, flabby muscles to perform the impossible. Jennifer shot Roxwolf. Joey fired the e-pulse. It hit the shield girl on her neck. She spasmed wildly as she dropped to the floor. Jennifer jerked the pistol's trigger again. Something punched Joey in the gut, sending him sprawling backward. The next thing he knew, Jennifer was standing over him, her face eerily expressionless. Then she giggled. It was a sound that terrified Joey far more than the massive pistol, which was slowly descending toward his head.
"Traitors, all of you," she said. "I was right. I was always right."
The sound of the shot was thunderous. Half of Jennifer's skull exploded, sending tatters of brain splattering across the floor and Joey's chest. He turned his head to see the man with the wounded leg holding a pistol in a two-handed grip, a satisfied smile curling his bloodless lips.
"No, you weren't, Corporal,"
he grunted and collapsed. The world was placid for a long moment. Joey rather enjoyed that. Then he finally noticed all the red medical displays crawling through his exovision, so many and so bright he could barely see anything else.
"Jews bollocks!" Faustina wailed. Joey, are you alive?"
She took a couple of steps forward and hesitated, looking between him and Roxwolf.
"Unlock the gateway," Joey said. "Quick, I don't think I've got long."
He banished all the bad news medical icons from his exovision, not that their absence made the world a whole lot clearer.
Hey, Roxwolf! How you doing, pal?"
The mutant faller coughed and flopped over, clutching at his hip where the bullet had torn through.
"Last time I jailbreak with you, my friend. Keep pressure on the wound. Help is coming." "Help?" "Yes, I think."
"Got it?"
Faustina cried incredulously. Joey's U-Shadow told him access to the Gateway SmartNet was now open. He linked to it and pulled the operational routines into his exovision. The BC 5800D2 systems were all recognizable, though there were plenty of specialist functions he didn't even consider. He started to load instructions in.
"It's turning violet,"
Faustina exclaimed. Uncomfortably warm liquid was bubbling away in Joey's throat, making it even harder to breathe. He scanned the displays that showed him the BC 5800D2's initialization process running. Then he had to work through the more complex terminus coordinate selection procedure. Hyperspatial resonance revealed planetary masses orbiting their solitary star. Only one had moons, though they were exceptionally small. He shifted the coordinate again, opening the terminus close to Trub's surface. It must have been about right, for a lovely purple glow spilled through the open wormhole to shine across the crypt and its grisly contents. Trub's mauve surface was alive with subtly shifting patterns of colour, like solid rainbows rippling gently around the smooth globe. His body was trembling now, and growing cold.
"Faustina, send a signal through. You have to contact them. Tell Paula she has to take charge of the Gateway's SmartNet. Quickly. I'm losing it."
"Joey?"
The anguish in her voice was plaintive.
"Don't worry. This is just a copy of me. I've body lost before. The worst bit is waking up in a clinic's emaciated clone. They always fast grow them. I think it's 'cause it's cheaper that way."
"Don't talk,"
she told him. He hadn't known he was. His U-Shadow reported several new links opening. One connected directly with the BC 5800D2 SmartNet. Faustina started crying. Cassandra stepped through first, her nose wrinkling up at the carnage on the floor of the crypt. She was just about to embrace a sobbing Faustina when she froze in shock.
"What the crud is that?"
she demanded.
"I'm Roxwolf. Good to finally meet you."
She grunted in bemusement.
I guess it really is the end of the world.
The wound in his side looked bad, but his paw was pressed against the ripped flesh, slowing the ugly pulses of blue blood. "Can you do it?" Faustina asked. "Can you stop the fallers?"
Paula thinks she can.
She saw Chang lying on the ground, a nasty bullet wound in his thigh.
"Hello again, Captain. You really need to learn how to duck faster."
He nodded weakly. She didn't like how pale he was. The blood loss was getting serious. Rai and Florian came through the wormhole behind her.
"Rai, first aid the captain now."
"I'm on it," he exclaimed. She stared at the mutant faller.
"I warned you about the bombardment," Roxwolf said. "I've been helping you. I had a deal with humans. You said you'd let me live."
"That's true," Faustina said. Cassandra found passing judgment was unusually difficult. So many years had been spent exterminating fallers, her instinct was just to fry him with a disruptor pulse.
"Florian, you take Roxwolf. Paula can decide what to do with him later."
"Welcome to the reunion, my friend,"
Roxwolf grunted at an uncertain Florian.
"But he's alien," Florian said. "The medical kit won't treat him. Just apply basic first aid, stop the bleeding. Fallers are tough beasts."
Florian dropped to his knees beside the mutant faller and opened the kit. He took out a big dressing patch.
"Thank you,"
Roxwolf said with a sigh. Cassandra turned to the third victim.
"Prime Minister?"
she said in surprise.
"No, I stole his body.
Don't worry about this. Everything is backed up. I'll re-life later. Just get us back. Oh, bollocks. Here we go again." His chest juddered as blood gushed out of his mouth. Then his body went limp.
"It was Joey," Faustina explained. "Okay. Brief me, please, and quickly."
Cassandra took a minute to study all the files Faustina sent over, along with listening to a fast summary.
"Oh, crud," she muttered at the end. "Paula, did you get all of that?"
"Yes. It doesn't matter. If I can crack Valater, it's all over."
"How long?"
"Not sure. Soon, I hope." Paula not giving a specific has to be a first, Cassandra thought. At any other time she might have enjoyed it. "So," she said to Faustina, "we've got a crowd of Elita children outside thinking you're going to protect them, and the Fallers are moving into the city."
"Yes,"
Faustina admitted miserably. "Okay, Dmitri, the gateway is all yours. Take it back to Trib."
"Inverting now,"
the anadroid replied.
"Right then.
Right, Florian, let's go and make sure those kids are going to be safe." Stonewall heard the crowd as soon as he emerged from the palace. It was a low growl of voices, all merged into a continuous animal rumble, charged with fright and anger. Shrill individual cries pierced the clamour, anguished children venting their distress. He tightened his jaw against any instinctive urge to rush and help as he stalked across the wide, empty parade ground. Palace guards on the walkway at the top of the wall saw him coming and nudged their comrades. A small group of guards was clustered at the back of the big reinforced gates. He saw a man in a splendid blue and gold captain's uniform arguing with a furious woman in a smart charcoal grey suit. She was holding the hand of a 5-year-old boy who was on the verge of tears. "Captain Fitzand?" Stonewall said as he joined the group. The captain saluted. "Sir."
"Are you in charge here?"
the woman challenged. "And you are?" Stonewall asked.
"Mary Beth, you have to let us in."
"Why are you here? What message did you get?"
"We were told there's sanctuary here. The Commonwealth is going to protect our children."
She gripped her son's hand tighter, pulling him even closer. "Who said that? What sort of sanctuary?"
"It was a signal in the general network, verified by people I know. It said there was a Commonwealth machine here with a force field."
"Joey," Stonewall muttered disapprovingly under his breath.
"Then there was another message, a signal from space. All of us received that. And now we have the code to unlock the gateway."
"From space?" Stonewall asked disbelievingly. "Who sent a message from space?"
"That would be me,"
a voice said behind him. He turned to see the warrior angel walking across the parade ground, her coat-tails flapping wide, brown suede hat at an angle, long glossy Titian hair flowing like a cloak down her back. She was smiling knowingly, which made her young face beguilingly lovely. Two men were walking beside her. Stonel recognized them easily enough. Rye Evine and Florian. Both carried thick black cylinders on shoulder straps and wore ribbed matte overalls that had to be Commonwealth built. He was surprised to see Faustina walking with them. He regarded her with extreme suspicion. She seemed more nervous of him than of Cassandra. It appalled him to think she might have been sneaking information to the Elitas all along. Up above him, the palace guards on the walkway were cheering the warrior angel. She walked right up to him and gave him an impish grin of appraisal. "Director Stonel. Finally. Cassandra, did you tell these people to come here?" His hand waved toward the gate and the strident crowd outside. "Partly, yes. But right now, you need to get them through the gate and into the Rose courtyard. Joey will throw a force field around them while we hold the fallers off. The space machine is in the Rose courtyard." "Yes," Faustina said. "I moved it there. I told the Elitas their children would be safe here." Stonel kept very still. "You're part of this? Since before you were born. Slavasta might have been your stepfather, but he was my husband." "Husband?" "I've rejuvenated Bethany several times," Cassandra said. "She knows her way around the capital and government departments like no one else." "No," he said quietly. "I cannot have been so unaware, so wrong." "You can't be." Somehow it seemed like a defeat every bit as grave as the fall or apocalypse, and he hated himself for thinking like that. "I've given my life to securing Bienvenido, and everything I've done has come to nothing." "I was Bethany," she said relentlessly, "the first of the elites, their original leader. I planned the revolution. I watched Slavasta corrupt it with his paranoia, and I was there when Nigel flew into space. He was genuinely trying to save us, you know. His companions saved me and Slavasta. Did he ever tell you that? I saw Eurakis open and expel us from the void. I have lived life in the void and here. Neither is of any worth. We need to go home, back to the Commonwealth, and Paula can finally take us there." "You've opened the wormhole in the crypt, haven't you?" he said. "Are you going to take the Elitas to Aqueous?" "No. There are no factions on this world any more, Stonel. Only humans and fallers. And now Paula's found some allies. We just have to buy her time to contact them." He stared at the sweet old woman who had fooled him for decades, and knew he'd lost, that he was no longer in charge of anything. "I can't risk fallers getting into the palace." "Neither can I," Cassandra said. "I'll check the crowd as they come through. Don't worry. My field function scans will spot a faller easily." He wanted to say yes, but the word wouldn't form. "Paula is the one Nigel trusted to finish the job if he failed," Faustina said. "The apocalypse is starting, and she's all that stands between us and extinction. Open the palace gates, Director Stonel." "Captain Fitzand," he said, "please open the gates. The warrior angel will be vetting everyone who comes through." "Yes, sir," the captain said, and saluted. He followed Cassandra as she hurried up the stairs to the walkway and stood almost directly above the gates. She hopped up on top of the wall so everyone thronging outside could see her. A massive cheer went up. People screamed. Kids were jumping up and down, waving excitedly. "You're coming in," she told them. "Take it slow and easy. No pushing. When you get inside, you'll be under a Commonwealth force field so the fallers can't harm you." Stonel raised his gaze over the heads of the volatile crowd and along Brian Anthony Boulevard. Such a neat, clean line on the map, but in reality a chaotic thoroughfare of people pressed together, fenced by tall government buildings streaked with a century of grime. Beyond the rear fringes of the Elitas was a long gap where nothing moved, the purple-grey cobbles cut by tramlines, perspective shrinking back a couple of kilometers to bulky vehicles that rumbled slowly forward. "What are those?" Stonel asked as the gates opened below him. Naturally, the crowd surged forward. "Stay calm," Cassandra told them. It didn't make much difference. People were agitated and close to panic. Rye was peering forward, studying the approaching vehicles. "They're troop carriers," he said. "Yours?" "I don't think so," Stonel said, wondering what had become of the troops the vehicles had taken to their staging post. "Faller," Cassandra announced levelly. She pointed, and a green flash erupted around her hand. 200 meters away, a man collapsed. Screams rose around him as people pressed back from the corpse. Blue blood was leaking from his nostrils. "Take it easy," she commanded. "They will not get past us." Her field scan swept over the crowd. Targeting graphics closed around over a dozen figures, 2 of whom were children. "Those troop carriers are picking up speed," Stonel said. "They're going to be here before everyone's through." As he watched them, he heard the sound of machine guns. Tiny sparks zipped out from the vehicles. He saw flames shoot from a big 10-story office block they were passing. More flames began to take hold on the other side of Brian Anthony Boulevard. "I know," Cassandra said. "Boys, we're on." She decided there was no point in fancy tactics. Actually, no real point in any kind of tactics. Even she found the number of fallers massing behind the troop carriers intimidating. They kept deliberately igniting the elaborate government buildings on either side of the wide road as they came, firing hundreds of dazzling magnesium incendiary rounds through the prominent windows and ornate doorways. Flames formed the solid wall, pumping out thick black smoke. After the last of the anxious, noisy refugees scurried through the palace gates, she started walking down the center of Brian Anthony Boulevard. Rye walked on one side of her, Florian on the other. Both of them had unslung their molecular severance cannons, holding them ready. When the troop carriers reached the junction with Pointer Street, the giant human fallers, walking alongside the vehicles, opened fire with their pump-action bazookas. Cobbles exploded just in front of her, stone fragments erupting into the air. Tramlines were ripped up, blast waves twirling long chunks of steel rail about as if they were nothing more than twigs in a breeze. They slammed down, impaling walls and pavements. Cassandra's integral force field protected her from the furious chaos. She sent disruptor pulses cleaving into the lead troop carriers. They detonated into fatal shrapnel clouds that shredded the big fallers. Their fuel tanks blew up, vivid energetic fireballs that engulfed the tall Wirthwald trees lining the boulevard. The second rank of troop carriers crunched over the flaming debris and kept on coming. Behind them, the huge beast fallers started to spread out, disappearing into the alleys between the buildings. "Crud," Florian muttered. He dropped to one knee and fired his molecular severance cannon, chopping the hurrying fallers apart. Very heavy-caliber projectiles pummeled his force field, knocking him back 5 meters. Cassandra chuckled at his outburst of profanities. "Were you expecting the apocalypse to be easy?" A bazooka round slammed into her force field. It wasn't fully rooted in the ground, allowing the blast to send her staggering backward. She retaliated with another blast of disruptor pulses. "No," Florian replied. "They're trying to outflank us. Yes, you and Rye will have to take out the big brutes on each side. I'll keep going for the main group." "The kids must be under Joey's force field by now," Rye said. "All we have to do is sit tight. There are a lot of people in the palace that aren't under the force field, as well as the rest of Varland's population. Right now, we're what the fallers are concentrating on. While they're fighting us, they're not killing anyone else." "Oh, great Geo. Okay." Paula waited while Dmitri enacted the gateway's location inversion and watched as the circular machine extruded itself out of the wormhole to stand on Trube's copper and emerald surface. "What state is it in?" she asked.
"There's a degree of component degradation," he said, "but it will do what we need."
"Okay. Let's bring the other floater here."
Dmitri redirected the BC-5800 D2's terminus coordinate to Ursel and pinged the floater. The response showed them it was drifting 80 kilometers above the surface, being pushed along at 25 kilometers an hour by one of the turbulent storms. He manipulated the terminus again, moving it closer and closer to the floater as it twirled about erratically in the conflicting winds. Once again, Paula was impressed by his control. It took less than 10 minutes until the terminus had closed within 20 meters of the floater, and they established a link to the duplicate Laura personality in its SmartNet. Dmitri connected the wormhole to it and brought it back to Trub. The three devices rested close together on the hard purple surface. Dmitri stood in front of the BC 5800D2 that had come from the palace. Fergus had the newly arrived floater, while Valeri linked to the gateway they'd brought from the Viscount.
"Are you ready?"
Paula asked the planter.
"We are."
Her heartbeat started to increase, which she couldn't entirely blame on teenage hormones.
"Dmitri, let's have some power, please."
Exovision graphics showed her the BC 5800D2 open a terminus 128 million kilometers away, just above the star's corona. The terminus at the other end of its wormhole opened 50 million kilometers, directly above the star's north pole. Dmitri increased the internal length to 20 kilometers and modified the exotic matter's internal structure to pull power directly from the plasma flow.
"The induction efficiency is poor," he murmured, "but we have an unlimited supply of plasma, so it really doesn't matter."
The terminus above the corona began to move down into the seething ionic storms thrown off by the prominences. Long, powerful streamers curved around to streak into the dark throat. Paula steeled herself, supremely conscious how close she was standing to the wormhole generator. Not that she'd ever know if there was a confinement breach. It would all be over too fast for human nerves to react, even nerves as enriched as hers. Superhot plasma from the corona began to roar down the wormhole before venting into space like a God's own firework rocket. Density, heat, and velocity increased as the terminus penetrated the chromosphere. The power level generated by the induction effect along the wormhole was phenomenal. Fergus used the floater's wormhole to form a channel between the energy generated by the BC 5800D2's wormhole and the connection between Trub and the barrier generator.
"Is it enough?"
Paula asked the planter.
"Not yet."
"Down we go, then,"
Dmitri said evenly. The BC 5800D2's terminus sank deeper into the star's interior. Plasma at incredible temperature poured out through the wormhole, its velocity approaching half-light speed.
"We are patterning the energy to override the generator's warp effect," the planter said.
Paula was sure she somehow picked up a resonance of excitement from the enigmatic alien. She walked over to the arch of outlandish planter substance that was protruding through the gateway and onto the barrier surface. There was a small gap between it and the edge of the wormhole, revealing the midnight black crescent of the generator. Close enough to touch, had it not been shielded by the gateway's force field.
"You're going to have to be quick," Dmitri said. "There are instabilities building in the exotic matter. The wormhole won't hold for long."
"Applying now,"
the planter said. Paula held her breath. Abruptly, the blackness was gone. Paula could see a tangled knot of translucent energy bands, loops kilometers across, gyrating around and through one another as they glowed with the telltale violet of Cherenkov radiation. As she watched, stains of darkness sluiced through them, contaminating the intricate formation deeper and deeper until every band was shading down to obscurity. The negative energy they were composed from dissipated in a last burst of gamma radiation and exotic neutrinos. The barrier collapsed. Freed from the harsh pull of its artificial gravity, Valater's colossal gas envelope exploded both outward and inward. Vast surges of cooling hydrocarbon vapor slashed past the floater, which held steady amid the moon-sized hurricanes. The fake gas giant was now the center of an expanding cloud storm that would continue to grow over the weeks until it was thin enough for the solar wind to blow it out across the intergalactic night. Paula watched the start of the process as the hot lower layers surged into the gulf exposed by the barrier disappearing. Nothing was visible through the ever-shifting ochre haze. Titanic energy swirls tried to equalize, flinging off oceanic-sized lightning discharges. The planter withdrew from the wormhole, allowing Paula to stand directly in the center of the gateway. Her U-shadow transmitted the message she'd composed, what seemed an age ago now, sitting in Cassandra's dining room the night she'd realized what Valetaire was. She waited with growing desperation, seeing only vast swirls of the drab gases rushing past her tiny window.
I am not wrong. It has to be them. It has to be.
Her hands clenched into fists so tight her nails were digging into her palms. An answering signal came out of the billowing ionized mist. Then shapes began to emerge, serene and massive. Thousands of them. Paula smiled beatifically at the glorious Rael warships as they headed toward her. Cassandra watched the Fallers abandon their troop carriers, finally realizing they were easy targets. Several of them were sneaking forward through the smoke, dodging between trees and statues in the neat gardens that moated the government offices. She used disruptor pulses to take out the corners and core of the People's Transport Ministry. The entire 9-floor building tumbled down in a slow-motion cascade of stone and concrete and tortured girders. The Fallers, creeping furtively along its sides, ran frantically into the open road. Cassandra tugged her mazer rifle off her shoulder as targeting graphics locked on, her secondary routines designating them for the rifle. It saved power. Her bionics didn't have unlimited reserves, and there were still more than 2,000 Fallers closing on the palace. She started jogging toward the Ministry of Agriculture. Sure enough, Fallers began to follow, which made her grin savagely. It was like a magnet drawing iron filings along. Huge swells of black smoke churned along the length of Brian Anthony Boulevard, forming a roiling ceiling above her. A sheet of incendiary bullets slammed into the Ministry of Agriculture. Fires bloomed behind shattered windows. Cassandra's secondary neural routines brought up light amplification imagery to compensate for the growing darkness. She ducked around the side of the building, where the smoke wasn't so dense. The light kept dimming.
Cassandra? What is that?
Florian asked. An icy phantom ran slowly along Cassandra's spine. She stopped jogging and looked up.
Skylords,
Rai said.
The Skylords have returned. That's not a Skylord,
Cassandra said solemnly. She remembered the Skylords from her childhood. Exquisitely alien crystalline mountains, shimmering in refracted sunlight, that floated nimbly through the sky as they collected the souls of humans beginning their journey to the welcoming heart of the void. This dark thing, descending on Valan, was so much larger, orders of magnitude greater than the city itself. Its umbra had already engulfed the surrounding countryside, pushing the sunlight away to a slender fringe clinging to the horizon. Clouds broke apart on its base, and a fierce wind began to blow across the rooftops as it displaced a monstrous amount of air. It was all Cassandra could do to stay standing. The most primitive animal instinct she possessed was shouting at her to bow down, to run, to scream hysterically. The only thing she could hear now was the crackling of the flames. Even the Fallers had stopped shooting. Like her, they were silent and still, staring up blankly at their fate. Paula stood beside Yathal in his command chamber as the Golek Koth lowered itself into Bienvenido's atmosphere. The Titanic warship moved with a sedate grace, ensuring that the air it deposed didn't howl away in wayward hurricanes as it slid down toward Valan.
There are many conflicts underway in the city,
the Rael captain said.
Which one involves your friends?
Paula was using the warship's phenomenal sensor suite to observe the city. She had to block most of it. The sheer quantity of information contained within a complete sweep could probably fry a human brain. The warrior Rael, however, seemed quite capable of total engagement. She moved her perception focus directly underneath the warship. There was a confrontation on a long road stretching out from the palace. Pinprick graphics bloomed emerald, revealing energy weapon discharges. The answering deluge of more primitive chemical weapons were designated a dull yellow. Her perception spiraled in on Cassandra and Florian and Rye. They'd stopped shooting to gape up in awe.
"That's them," she said. "You've shocked everyone into stopping. But we need to end this. Now."
"Of course," Yathal said. "The other ships are almost in position." Outside Golakoth's sensor image, Paula was aware of 4 other Rael warships lowering themselves out of the sky above Lamaran. Their T-fields were already reaching out. She shifted her focus again, zooming into the palace, identifying the overstretched force field covering a courtyard, then diving deeper, her augmented sight flowing through walls, seeing the crypt where the wormhole had spent so many centuries waiting. New home to bodies and the badly wounded. A deep bunker filled with frightened, defiant regiment officers organizing Varlan's last stand. Cellars where the big building's ordinary staff cowered, awaiting the apocalypse.
"It's over,"
she whispered, surprised how the omnipotent viewpoint made her feel so benign.
"We've got you. You're safe."
The Golakoth sensors classified humans and fallers, tagging them. Within seconds, she was looking at every sentient entity in Varlan, no matter where they were.
"Lift the humans out," she said.
"The faller species is undesirable," Yathal said. "We removed them from our galaxy. We can do the same here for you." Paula cancelled the warship's perception and turned to face the warrior Rael. He was different again from any she'd encountered in the Commonwealth galaxy, larger, and with wings that evolution had long discarded in the Rael of her time. For a moment that worried her, but Rael nature was an absolute. Of that she was sure.
"I ask you not to.
They will be perfectly harmless if we simply leave them behind. This world, it is as much a prison for humans as Valater was for you. There is nothing here for us. We have to leave now." A soft sigh escaped from the Rael's thick lips. "Very well, Paula Mayo. We acknowledge our debt to you."
"Thank you."
Cassandra's U-shadow reported a link opening.
"Paula?"
she asked in amazement.
"Yes. You did it?"
There had been so many years spent holding things together, fighting this wretched eternal rearguard battle, that somewhere along the line she'd stopped thinking it could ever end, that they might actually win. True belief had been extinguished that day Nigel had left her. Inside, she felt a hysterical laugh gestating. Nothing could be more real than a multi-billion-ton alien spacecraft hovering over your head.
"Yes, this is the Golakoth, a Rael warship. So you were right then. Yes, I was right. Thank you."
"It's what I do.
It's what I am."
"Are the Rael going to destroy the Fallers?"
"No, there's no need. And I did promise the planters. But stand by. We're going to teleport you on board. We're going to teleport everyone on board."
Cassandra's field function scan reported a weird quantum effect establishing itself around her. Then the flaming wreckage of Brian Anthony Boulevard vanished. The habitation dome they'd been assigned on the Golakoth was apparently small by Rael standards, barely 8 kilometers across. Its buildings were cubes and cylinders and hemispheres with narrow paths between, illuminated by coloured strips set into the translucent surface. Walking along the gloomy alley, Florian could have sworn part of the darkness around him came from fog that lingered between the high, blank walls, except when he waved his hand at the grey wisps. They were never there. His U-shadow guided him around a few more turns, and a doorway opened at the base of a cylinder. Bright white light shone out. The doorway put him in mind of a bussalor hole gnawed into a skirting board. 3 days ago, the inside of the cylinder had been a gloomy grotto, with walls that seemed to flow as if they had a sheet of water constantly running down them. A typical Rael dwelling, Paula told him. Now it was very different. Walls and floors had rearranged themselves, not just their layout, but their texture too. The cylinder's interior had grown itself into something that resembled a plush human hotel, except it had no windows, which was why Florian spent as much time as possible standing beside the bottom of the crystal dome, staring at the wonders unfolding outside. The entire Rael Armada was orbiting Ursel, unleashing energies he didn't understand, to dismantle the benighted planet and use the debris to build 5 awesome new structures. DF spheres, Paula called them. He went up the curving marble stairs to the 2nd floor, where the big lounge had been established. Paula was already sitting at the head of the table, with Yathal standing beside her. Florian had been on board the Galakoth for 3 days now, and he still felt intimidated by the Rael. Yathal was as big as a sea-bear, but that was the only valid comparison to any creature Florian knew. All the crew were warrior Rael, Paula explained. Presumably that explained why Yathal appeared to have a hide made of obsidian armor, with inbuilt twinkling jewels. The Rael's various tentacles were woven with black threads, and the folds of loose flesh around the back of his head had been groomed out to form a mane of white fans. Oddest of all were the leathery wings folded along his flanks that seemed far too small to allow him to actually fly. The one time Florian gathered up enough courage to ask the Galakoth's captain about them, Yathal told him they were vestigial, and the Rael only kept them for tradition and decoration. Cassandra was sitting beside Paula. She acknowledged Florian with a sly smile and a wink. When he sat beside her, he felt her hand close on his thigh, squeezing playfully. He blushed, as he supposed he always would when she was with him. Since they'd been teleported aboard the Galakoth, they'd spent half their time in bed together, both of them devoted to recreating the happy few days they'd enjoyed after she'd rescued him from Opal. He knew it wouldn't last, that the voyage home was just another interlude before his life truly began, but that didn't bother him anymore. The Commonwealth was in his future now, a dream made real. There weren't many others at the table. Rai, of course, and Dmitri and Karilla. He'd been somewhat disconcerted by Paula's insistence that Stonal and Captain Chang be included in their small council, but she wanted alternative viewpoints included. For a fair representation, she claimed. Prime Minister Therese was also given a chair, though she'd said very little in their meetings. Florian thought she was still in a state of shock. He could relate to that. The decisions this small council had been making were momentous. That didn't seem to perturb Paula. He was finally starting to realize why Nigel had chosen her to carry his plan forward if he failed. "If we're all ready," Paula said. Roxwolf materialized at the opposite end of the table. The mutant faller glanced around, keeping his face expressionless. Florian noticed that a lot of his fur was rising, so maybe he wasn't quite so unnerved as his posture was trying to promote. "Is this my trial?" he asked. "Not at all," Paula said. "We acknowledge you were genuine in your attempts to side with humans, despite your earlier activities. We will honor that arrangement. However, there is a slight problem." "Of course there is," Roxwolf grunted. "We exterminated your kind," Yathal said. "You did what?" "Long ago, before this fleet was ever built, the Rael determined your species was too aggressive. You conquered all the worlds you encountered, whose civilizations were not technologically advanced enough to stop you, destroying all the biological life you found without mercy. So we stopped you the only possible way." Roxwolf nodded slowly. "But those of us captured by the Void survived your massacre." "Yes." "And now we're all that's left?" "Yes." "So you're going to finish the job?" "No," Paula told him. "I gave my word to the planters that this situation would be resolved with minimal violence. And in turn, we acknowledge our debt to Paula," Yathal said. "The Vatni are coming with us. Paula said, as are the macule units with their precious gene banks. They are already in stasis along with Bienvenido's population. The Rael are using Ursel's mass to construct colossal wormhole generators. Even so, the voyage home will take several years. We will not permit your species to accompany us, Yathal said. We will not turn you loose on our galaxy again. So, Bienvenido is yours, Paula said. It's far enough away to prevent you from ever posing a threat to us again. Roxwolf peeled his lips back. I can't live on Bienvenido. I know, Paula said. So you have a decision to make. What decision? We can repair the distortion that afflicts you, Yathal said. We can make you whole again, and return you to Bienvenido. Your kind will never know who you are. Or, Paula said, we can download your memories into secure storage. Then, when we're back in the Commonwealth, you will be given a human body, or you may transfer directly into Anna. The choice is yours. Roxwolf held up his arms, looking from one to the other, from fur to skin. I am both, and yet neither. I know too much, and I am curious. That alone condemns me to my kind, no matter how pure my physical body. Above all, I want to live without fear and without limits. That's all I've ever wanted. So, I choose human. He grinned his fearsome grin. Until something better comes along.
Clock is ticking loud and clear. Sooner or later we'll disappear. Running fast from that old fear. Stepping forward into somewhere near. Stars align, but sky's still gray. Sooner or later we'll find our way. Lost the map, but that's okay. We'll build a world out of today. Ooh, sooner or later we'll rise. We'll fly. Falling doesn't mean goodbye. Sooner or later we'll touch the sky. Sprinkle like summer rain. Can't rewind the days we gain. Sooner or later we'll break the chain. Laughing wild without restraint. Riding waves on an endless sea. Sooner or later we'll be free. Holding hands, just you and me. On this road of mystery. Ooh, sooner or later we'll rise. We'll fly. Falling doesn't mean goodbye. Sooner or later we'll touch the sky.
Book 8. Commonwealth. This was the bit Joey Stein welcomed, yet dreaded. The fact he could think at all was welcome. It meant he was alive, which in itself was rather surprising, given his last memories of the crypt under the palace. Way too much pain and blood, and that psycho PSR officer. Although now he considered his last moments, they were mixed in with another set of memories, of operating within the lifeboat package SmartNet and throwing a force field over the Rose courtyard, so that children and parents alike could cower together. Then the sky had darkened as the gargantuan Rael warship had arrived above Valen. His eyes snapped open, and he sat up. That was what he was dreading. The abysmally thin force-grown clone body provided by the Relife Clinic. Pain and depression for months, attended by well-meaning, self-righteous therapists, too weak to resist their patronizing ministrations. Except there was no pain, nor even stiffness. He didn't feel hungry or weary. When he brought his hand up in front of his face, it seemed perfectly normal, the hand his 20-year-old self had possessed oh so long ago. Before the colony starship flight to another galaxy, when he was so tired of the jaded lives lived by Commonwealth citizens, before Shuttle 14's science mission into the forest, when his body was suffering from a glitched tank-yank procedure, before being caught by Fala Rojas and forced into contact with the egg, the terror of slowly being exhumed, before his uncharacteristically noble suicide to save Laura, before Nigel's intervention, before being downloaded into the lifeboat package's SmartNet, before 250 years stuck to a sodding tree. Joey blinked and looked down at his new body, which lay naked under a sheet on a bed. He tugged the sheet aside and saw he wasn't some spindly bag of bones covered in tight skin that was all protruding veins. The body belonged to a fit, healthy adolescent, ready to conquer the universe. Cool! Real-life clones have really come on while I was away. Now that he was awake and thinking, his U-shadow brought up a host of initialization icons into his exovision. I'm back in the Commonwealth! Fuck me! We actually made it! He chuckled. The clinic room was pleasant enough for an institution, all pearl-white plastic walls occluding the medical systems, a wide window looking out over a leafy suburb with a broad lake in the distance, triangular sails of big yachts sailing around, mountains cluttering the far horizon. Another bed next to his, with a bemused youth looking at him. "Bollocks!" a startled Joey blurted, and tugged the sheet back. "Who are you?"
"Is that any way to greet your fellow jailbird?" Roxwolf asked.
Earth's T-sphere deposited Paula in front of the neoclassical Capitole de Toulouse at the centre of the city. With a quarter of an hour to go until dawn, the splendid building was illuminated by strategic floodlights, which imbued the region's famous pink bricks with a warm glow. The vast Place du Capitole, where she'd materialized, was deserted apart from a formation of bots, slowly clearing the night's snowfall from the ancient stone slabs. Chang stood beside her, his body rocking back and forth from the impact of the teleport.
"That's impressive,"
he said, staring at the Capitol.
"A bit like the Captain's Palace."
"Really?
"Not as big."
Chang turned to complete circle.
"Where is everyone?"
"Earth has a very small population these days," she told him. "It was already heavily weighted to the old and wealthy back when Anna was built. Not decadent, just stayed. Younger people were leaving for the newer worlds, so the ones who stayed got older and more conservative. Then they started downloading themselves into Anna, so the physical population declined further. It's holding steady at about 60 million these days." She waved her hand around the centre of the city. "Anna preserves our cultural heritage. The buildings mostly have stabilizer fields, and armies of anadroids perform caretaker maintenance on the infrastructure."
"Anadroids? You mean like Dmitri?"
She gave him a small smile. "Not quite." A compact ellipsoid-shaped regrav capsule slipped down out of the grey sky, its chrome-yellow fuselage reflecting the city buildings in weird contortions. A doorway opened in its midsection.
"Come on,"
Paula said. There were only 2 seats in the cabin. She settled in one and waited for Chang to sit beside her, before ordering her U-Shadow to turn the fuselage to full transparency. He gripped the seat as they rose and headed toward the northeast.
"So, these houses, they're all empty?"
he asked, in faint bemusement as they passed over the rooftops.
"Lucky for you and your people," she said.
"I remember after the Starflower War, when we had to build entire cities on the new planets to house the population of the lost 23 worlds. It effectively bankrupted the Commonwealth for a decade, and that was very basic housing. You've got some of the greatest houses on Earth to choose from."
"I'm not ungrateful," he assured her. "I just don't believe anyone wants me as a neighbor."
"You'd be surprised," she told him as they passed the city boundary. The landscape below them was dark, revealing little. Not that there was much to reveal, she acknowledged. Earth's rural areas had been encouraged to revert to their naturalistic pre-farming state. Towns and villages decayed and fell to the encroaching vegetation, with only historically significant structures and a scattering of private homes remaining. With woodlands finally reclaiming their original vast domains, wildlife also prospered. Even previously extinct species had been reintroduced, thanks to modern retro-DNA sequencing. Effectively, Earth became a park planet, with all the ecological damage that centuries of rampant industrialization and agriculture had wrought slowly healing.
"This person we're visiting," Chang said. "Did you tell him everything about me?"
"Yes."
"And he still agreed to help?"
"You're not quite as unique as you think, Captain."
"Don't call me that. The PSR doesn't exist anymore."
"As you wish."
"What kind of person is he?"
"Someone who had it a lot rougher adapting to the Commonwealth than you. He'll tell you all about it, I'm sure."
"That's part of my problem. So many of your citizens have volunteered to counsel us. Millions, almost one for each of us, and from every Commonwealth world. That level of kindness is... I'm not used to it."
"I know. Culture shock can be overwhelming. Just trust me, and meet him."
"Of course. But I am curious why we don't just teleport to this place. I thought you could teleport anywhere on Earth."
"Almost everywhere. People are entitled to seclusion if they want it. There are many reasons, political, personal. Anna doesn't discriminate, but it does enable."
5 minutes later, the Regrav capsule was approaching a modest valley, barely a couple of kilometers wide, and meandering away to the west with a small river churning away along the center. Thick forests coated the slopes, the denuded deciduous trees and pines glinting pale gold as the rising sun caught the ice and snow clinging to their branches. Several ancient houses were dispersed between the trees and the water, their frost coating making them difficult to distinguish as dawn light seeped across the land. It was the long trails of wood smoke rising from their chimneys that gave them away. Paula brought the capsule down in a broad clearing, whose tall trees isolated it from the houses. She quickly buttoned up her fur-lined winter coat as she stepped out onto the thick grass. Her breath was white in the still air. It was several degrees colder here than it had been in Toulouse. A narrow path led from the clearing, down the slope to the homes.
"This way,"
she told Chang, setting off. After a moment, he followed. An old moulin stood on a small rise beside the river. Its thick stone walls didn't need any stabilizer field to maintain them, though they'd clearly been renovated at some time in the last century. Paula walked up to the big wooden door and knocked loudly. It took a while. There was plenty of noise from inside. Voices, clattering kitchenware. Then the iron latch was lifted and the door opened. Ediard stood on the worn step, wearing a burgundy-colored dressing gown, framed by a wan yellow light. He grinned in welcome.
"Investigator Mayo. It's been a while."
"It has. How are you doing?"
"Pretty good, actually. And you must be Chang?"
"Yes. Thank you for agreeing to see me."
"No problem.
Come in. We're about to have breakfast." Downstairs was mainly one large room, furnished with old-fashioned chairs and settees and tables and chests. There was no ply-plastic or mal-metal anywhere, although she did see a holographic projector on top of a dresser. It took a moment to recognize. It was such an old system. A galley kitchen at the far end boasted a big old iron range cooker, with coal glowing pleasantly behind its grille door. The smell of fresh-baked bread filled the whole place. Paula breathed in deeply. It was a smell that took her all the way back to her own childhood, when her mother had prepared most of the food by hand. Salrana was standing behind the kitchen counter, filling a copper kettle with water at the white porcelain sink. She gave Paula a quick smile. "Investigator? Tea or coffee?" "Tea, please. Milk? No sugar." "Chang?"
The same, thanks."
Salrana put the kettle down on the range's hot plate. "How's Burlal?" Paula asked, as she, Chang, and Edyard sat at the long table in the middle of the room. "Practicing," Edyard said with a martyred tone, and pointed his finger at the ceiling. "Practicing. He'll be a teenager in 8 months. He's asleep." "Ah, right. Well, it is only just dawn. Everyone in the community gets up at dawn, especially in winter-time," Salrana said. "We make the most of the daylight." "Of course. And how's Inigo?" "He and Corylyn are fine," Edyard said. "They live next door if you want me to get them." "Maybe next time." The kettle started to whistle. Salrana took it off the hot plate and poured the boiling water into a teapot. Then she came around the counter. Paula raised an eyebrow. "Congratulations." "Thank you," Salrana said, putting a hand on her bump. "Only 2.5 months to go now. She'll be a spring baby." "That's lovely." "This is a sweet place for children to grow up," Salrana said firmly. "When they're older, they can make their choice about which culture they want to be a part of. Until then, they have peace and a gentle community to nurture them. Those are the best values a person can start their life with." "Like Ashwell?" Paula inquired. "Yes," Salrana agreed. "Just like Ashwell. Or as close as we can get in the Commonwealth. Plus, nobody bothers us here. I'm not having our children grow up as freaks for the benefit of the Unisphere and Gaia Field. Nobody is going to dream their life." "That's over," Edyard said, "especially now." He gave Chang a long look. "There are a couple of disused cottages farther down the river. A bit dilapidated, but you can stay with us until we make one ready. Projects like that always fire people up around here. It shouldn't take too long."
"The wonders of Commonwealth technology," Chang said sarcastically. "Makes it all worthwhile."
"One step at a time," Edyard said. "You can run away into the Commonwealth, if you like. It's easy enough to alter your features. Nobody would ever know who you are. Except yourself, of course. And that's the problem, isn't it?"
"Is that what you're offering? To help me forget?"
"No. That's another Commonwealth perk. Any memory can be ripped out. But I don't think that's what you need."
Chang shrugged.
"I don't know what I need. I used to be certain about everything. The second great transition took that away. I look around at where we are, and I don't see how I can fit in. I'm wrong for the Commonwealth."
"I know a bit about having people judging you for the things you had to do."
"Do you?"
Chang asked skeptically. "Oh, yes. I did things that were necessary at the time. Terrible things. And nobody ever forgets. I believe this little valley might be able to help you come to terms with your past. We live a life without the complications of the Commonwealth mainstream here. Time and understanding are our healers. One day even I might be able to consider leaving."
"I killed someone," Chang said bluntly. "Someone I knew. Someone I liked. She was very similar to me. Just opposite. She's what I see when I look into a mirror. There might have been another way, but I just couldn't let her win. Bienvenido would have fallen if she had. So I did what I had to. It's not what I am, and that sets me apart from everyone.
Ediard smiled in sympathy. I learned a long time ago that sometimes, to do what's right, you have to do what's wrong. Perhaps I can teach you that. Rai and Anala had to take a commercial starship to Oricum. The external world was a long way outside the network of wormholes that linked the inner worlds of the intersolar Commonwealth. It took 3 hours to fly the 46 light-years from Balandan, the closest planet with a wormhole. 3 hours in a small cubicle together, with no viewport. However, the gravity was variable, from 1.7 Earth standard, the heaviest H-congruous world ever settled, to 0. They set it to 0. A regrav capsule took them from the starport out across a continent that was still mostly pristine hills and plains, devoid of human settlements. Finally, it dived down through the spindly clouds. The house was easy to see, a plain white circle with glass edges, standing on a central pillar that was also glass-walled. The gardens extended around it for acres in every direction, looking strangely unkempt and boasting several small stone ruins. They landed in the shade of some giant rancata trees, whose reddish-brown leaves cast a gentle dapple.
"Do you think they'll take us?"
Anala said nervously, as they emerged from the capsule, holding hands tightly. "Sure they will," Rai said, with a lot more confidence than he felt. "We're exactly what they want." He had to put sunglasses on, the light was so bright. She puffed her cheeks out and exhaled. "Okay." A couple came out of the house to greet them, a beautiful young woman with the most carefree smile Rai had ever seen, accompanying a huge, rotund man whose scowl was a classic counterpoint. He was wearing a shabby old toga suit, while she had a gauzy white cotton summer dress that seemed to glow in the intense blue-white sunlight. "Hi," she said, her smile growing even wider. "I'm Katrina. We've been expecting you. Come on in." The lounge on the house's lower level was lined with a rich honey-brown wood, giving the impression it was a cavern carved out of some mighty trunk. Windows overlooked the lakes at the far end of the garden, where a small waterfall ran down the stony ridge between them. Rai was intrigued by the man waiting for them by the balcony door. Unusually for the Commonwealth, whose every citizen seemed obsessed with maintaining a physiological age of about 25, he had allowed signs of aging to contaminate his body, with wrinkles on his face, and receding hair just starting to frost above his sideburns. "Oscar Monroe?" a nervous Rai asked.
"Yes."
He shook hands and waved them on to a long settee.
"I have to tell you, this is a bit unorthodox, even for us."
"I know," Rai said, "but thank you for agreeing to see us. We'd love you to consider us for your company." Oscar smiled softly.
"Well, you do both have a very unusual resume. You flew into space on a chemical rocket. Seriously?"
"Yes."
"That must have been pretty intense."
"It was glorious," Anala told him. She and Rai pressed together a little tighter. "We're astronauts," Rai explained. "That's all we've been and all we want to be, to get out there and explore the other side of the sky."
"My company doesn't do a lot of outright pioneering. We tend to do follow-up science missions for the Navy Exploration Division."
Oscar mock grimaced.
"Plus a few off-the-file excursions."
"Sounds fabulous," Rai said.
"Yes. Well, your technical knowledge and skill set are a little behind what we need. If we do take you on, you'll have a headache for a year with the amount of information we'll have to cram in to bring you up to Commonwealth standard. That's not a metaphor. It will hurt.
If it means we fly actual starships at the end, it'll be worth it."
"Great, Ozzy,"
Oscar muttered, blinking in surprise.
"And you got married yesterday. Shouldn't you be on a honeymoon?"
"This is our honeymoon," Rai explained earnestly. "What could be greater than an interview for this kind of job?"
"Well, okay. Ordinarily I'd hold off a decision for a while, but you have Paula as your sponsor. So, I guess, welcome aboard."
Rai and Anala whooped and hugged exuberantly. "Do you know Paula, then?" Rye asked. "Our paths have crossed." "Thank you so much for this," Anala said. "We won't let you down." Oscar grinned wryly and sat back. "I know. Hell, you flew a genuine rocket ship to fight enemy aliens attacking your planet. I don't know anyone else with so much right stuff." Only a few years ago, Florian would have been utterly terrified of the grand welcome ceremony thrown by the President of the Commonwealth in his official residence, a mansion that could have given the captain's palace in Varlan a run for its money when it came to scale and opulence. There were 400 planetary senators in the ballroom, along with representatives from every major dynasty and grand family, with the Brants taking centre stage, plus alien ambassadors, from the downright scary-looking to the bizarre. Then there'd been a swarm of media representatives, celebrities who'd managed to snag an invitation, officials, friends of friends. President Timothy Baker had made a long speech about how the human race was now a complete family once more. Prime Minister Therese had made a bland response about the wonders of the Commonwealth. A bit rich, Florian had thought, coming from a politician who had spent her life suppressing anyone on Bienvenido who even mentioned trying to find the Commonwealth. But her title was honorary only now, and in a couple of weeks no one would remember her. The Golakoth had delivered Bienvenido's citizens to Earth, where there were so many empty homes waiting for them. Apparently there were only about 60 million people living on Earth these days. Only 60 million. Those were the kinds of concepts Florian was struggling with, even though it had been years since the space machine gave him the Commonwealth files. Their epic flight back to the galaxy had given him time to prepare himself. For the rest of Bienvenido, snatched to salvation without warning, only to materialize in the New York reception center with a mere second of personal time-lapse, it was a shocking revelation. Everybody, Elita or not, was struggling to adapt to the second great transition. Consequently, many Commonwealth citizens had generously volunteered to move back to Earth temporarily, to help counsel the refugees as they acclimated to their new circumstances. Florian had been deeply touched. More than anything, that proved the Commonwealth was a society where he truly belonged. Anna and the councillors were helping to reunite families and friends. They were also diplomatically separating elites from former PSR officers, as well as keeping an eye on known criminals. Once things began to calm down, people had to make a lot of decisions. Commonwealth medical treatments could rejuvenate them. Their advancer gene sequences could be repaired and upgraded. Bionics was a strong option. Education packages and training were available, probably a necessity if you wanted to live in a modern technological society. Then, of course, they had to face their final decision: where to live. At the welcome ceremony, the Commonwealth had formally offered the refugees their own planet, so they could live among people they knew, and preserve what remained of their culture. Florian still grinned at the idea of that. Here, have an entire planet. We've got more than we need. After all, the Rael had already found an ocean planet for the Vatni, and the macule units had been delivered to a fresh world, where their gene banks could re-establish their entire biosphere. A new Bienvenido was tempting to many, although every existing Commonwealth world had extended an open invitation to the newcomers. For himself, he hadn't quite decided what to do and where to go. He'd spent the last couple of months in London, occupying a grand apartment in Kensington overlooking Hyde Park, sharing its luxurious rooms with his mother, Lurgi, and his wife, Naniana, and his complete handful of a niece, Zoanne. It was a blissful and addictive, happy family life he'd never known before, with Aunt Terania and Mathieu in the apartment underneath. Commonwealth medical technology had swiftly repaired Mathieu's hands, and he was playing the guitar again. They'd all been avoiding thinking about the opportunities that now lay open to them, content with a quiet life. However, the welcome ceremony had made him realize it wasn't a decision he could put off for much longer. There had been a moment when Timothy Baker had called Florian up onto the stage to shake his hand and present him to the assembled dignitaries. Apparently, Baker was one of the oldest humans alive, a fact never more obvious than when you met him in the flesh. It had only been a brief handshake, a few private words, when the President had asked what he was going to do now. Florian had mumbled he wasn't sure, and just knew he was being judged for saying that. "The Commonwealth can give you a good life," Baker had told him. "It's up to you, of course, but take my advice. Don't waste it." And for an instant the ancient man had looked terribly sad, before smiling and greeting the next guest. Florian had managed to duck out of the official reception after an hour or so. Laura Brandt had pleaded, teased, and coaxed him along to a nightclub in Paris, only 3 transstellar wormhole stations and a quick teleport away. Who knew that Mother Laura was actually quite fun and sassy and friendly, and a good dancer? So here he was, in some kind of medieval cathedral, sitting in a big curving settee that seemed to vibrate like a purring cat, with music that was far too loud, and weird semi-solid light blobs that oscillated their way through the air, like angry sparrows. The sticky mauve cocktails with bubbling vapour that Laura ordered helped damp down the initial discomfort. By the third, he was quite chilled. It helped that Carilla had joined them on the settee. If anyone had learned how to embrace Commonwealth society, it was Carilla. She was busy telling him how she'd started her quantum physics degree at Oxford University when he caught sight of a tall blonde on the other side of the dance floor, wearing a very small black dress. She kept looking at him when the gyrating bodies parted. He was awarded a sultry smile.
"Justine Bernelli,"
Carilla said with breathless excitement in his ear.
"She helped get rid of the Void. She's even more famous than we are."
Really? News that the Void had transcended had always seemed slightly unreal to Florian. Just another aspect of living in the Commonwealth, with 10 impossible things happening every day.
"Very rich, too,"
Carilla said in a slightly slurred voice.
"You should go over and say hi."
"Don't," Laura said. "She's like 1,000 years old. I remember her from before we left the Commonwealth. Looks like a seraph, but she's a real hard-ass. Her whole family is hard-wired that way."
"Thanks for letting me know,"
Florian said, and now he, too, seemed to be slurring somehow. He almost said, "Thanks, Mother." But he'd made that mistake with Laura once already today at the welcome ceremony, and it wasn't something you repeated. Besides, he couldn't quite see her in the wholesome matronly terms history lessons at school portrayed. In her new real-life body, Mother Laura looked absolutely stunning, especially in a clingy scarlet dress, with so many interesting splits. Shame she didn't seem to like Carilla much. For some reason they were acting like rivals.
"So do you know where you're going yet?"
she asked. He shrugged. "No idea. Still catching up with my brother. We hadn't seen each other for years, you know. I like family life."
"Oh."
Carilla smiled at him, her hand squeezing his leg in a sisterly fashion. He smiled back as she wobbled in and out of focus. A bot held up another silver tray of the mauve cocktails for them.
"Cheers."
The 3 of them chinked their glasses and drank. Carilla downed hers in one. Laura took a long sip, giving Florian an intimidatingly level stare over the bubbling vapour. He found it impossible to look away, unless it was at one of those splits in her dress, which, he began to realize, were very exciting in a bad, bad way. With Mother Laura? He was abruptly sober, and her smile widened in recognition.
"There's no need to rush a decision," she said. "You should take a while. Look around to see what the Commonwealth can offer you. Maybe find someone who could show you." "That'd be a blast," Carilla said merrily. "Hey, we could scope it out together. What do you say, Florian? I've only been to 9 planets since we got here."
9? He asked slightly enviously, which, judging by Laura's expression, was the wrong way of saying it.
"Oh, wow. Is that her?"
Carilla demanded, gazing at something over his shoulder.
"For real?"
Florian turned to see Paula leading a teenage girl over to them, except it wasn't quite Paula as he remembered. She seemed to have aged 10 years. He stood up and peered forward as Paula pushed through a scarlet and emerald light blob.
"Paula?"
There was a lot of quizzing in his tone. She produced a wry smile. "Yes, Florian, I'm the original. Pleased to meet you, finally." "Ah, right. Likewise." Florian knew he was blushing. His cheeks were terribly hot when she gave him a very Parisian kiss on both of them. "And this," Paula said in a slightly pained voice, "is Melanie. We go back together all the way to the Starflower War, though it seems longer sometimes. Okay, you've been introduced. Favor repaid. I'm out of here." Hello," Florian said automatically to the teenager with long golden hair. Paula was turning to leave. "Wait," he blurted. "What's going to happen?" "Happen? Well, there's two of you. I know that's a huge no." She grinned knowingly, and it was reassuringly familiar, even though she wasn't his Paula. "Trust me, Florian. There's only one Paula Mayo, and that's me. But I've assimilated my bienvenido memories. My spare body will be put in storage." "Will be? Ah, you are quite sharp, aren't you? I remember." He shrugged, for what could you actually say to that? "She has one last thing to do," Paula said, "which is fair enough. I always finish my cases." She chuckled. "And as you looked after me so well, if Melanie asks you to go for a walk with her, think very carefully before agreeing." "Okay. Thank you." He turned around to face Melanie, and decided she was probably the sexiest girl he'd ever seen. He had no idea how she did that. Her nose was long, and her chin too prominent to be classically beautiful. But the way she carried herself, the wayward self-confidence, impish smile, there was something primal about her, as if she'd just walked out of a Pliocene forest. Okay. Strange first impression. And for some reason Laura and Carilla were spiking her with disapproving looks. "So," Melanie said with a husky purr, "the hero of Brian Anthony Boulevard himself. Did you really stand between a horde of alien cannibals and a crowd of helpless children?" "Oh, well, you know." "I don't." Her finger tapped playfully at the base of his throat. "But I'd love to hear all about it." Nigel walked along the Martinique Loop for most of the afternoon. It was a tropical environment, 5,000 kilometers wide, with a 27,000-kilometer circumference, revolving slowly to produce a 0.85 gravity effect on its inner surface. 3 other loops were interlocked with it, in turn knitted with more loops. The inside of the Dyson shell contained thousands of them, all rotating at varying speeds in the most fantastically complex piece of clockwork humans had ever created. The underside of the loops contained terminus strips, wormhole-linked to coronal flowers in close orbit above the A7 star, scalloped rings of exotic matter absorbing the searing light to shine it across the shell's interior. Looking up, he could see the full multitude of loops in their awesome, 3-dimensional lattice chain, stretching away into a distance that gave a far greater impression of infinity than naked space ever did. Some sections were in darkness, as the terminus strips fluctuated their emissions, creating night times for the loops. It was a sight that still mesmerized him, despite watching it grow and develop, the first nest of a true post-scarcity society where accomplishments were driven by culture and artistic whimsy rather than economics. At home, that encouraged self-development and experimentation. Bionic transforms were already laying claim to the air between the loops, humans body-shifting to giant avians that soared amid the churning thermals. Oceanic loops were alive with the first colonies of Aquarian body-shifters, while outside the shell, rock-like transforms clung barnacle-fashion to the surface. Already they were trialling integral solar sails. By the time the next generation of Dyson shells were complete, they'd be able to surf the ion gales between them. So many possibilities awaited, but for now he was content to keep his human identity. "You are so rooted in the past," Ozzy had taunted on one of his increasingly rare visitations. "You have to know where you've come from to see where you're going," Nigel had replied. "But dude,
you stopped going anywhere."
And onward he walked, across tropic loops and subtropics, Arctic wastes to wind-swept moors, and more exotic environments garnered from the records of the Commonwealth Navy Exploration Division and reproduced with interesting twists, content simply to examine the newness and diversity firsthand. An old factory boss performing an everlasting quality control check. Late afternoon, local loop time, he emerged from a line of royal palms that were only just taller than him and onto a long, sloping beach. Small waves lapped against the fine silver-white sand. Kilometres out to sea, coral isles jutted enticingly up out of the clear water. He took his boots and socks off and walked along the shoreline. After a while he sat down and watched the astonishing array of fish venturing into the shallows. When he tipped his head back, he could follow the Martinique loop's turquoise and green cartography curving above him. It was 2/3 sea, with lush emerald vegetation spreading across the small continents and various archipelagos. Its only fault was how small the palms and ferns were, but then it had only been commissioned 7 years ago. They'd learned a lot from terraforming Zorea. Thousands of asteroid-sized biovat stations formed a bracelet swarm around the Dyson shell, growing the necessary bacteria to bring the loop soils to life. Equally vast clone houses grew the seeds. Such quantities meant they didn't have to wait decades for the biota to establish itself. What had taken years on Zorea was complete in weeks here. Already photosynthetic vegetation was established on 70% of the loops, though, of course, trees still had to grow. Fast-grow versions had been rejected. The humans of the Dyson shell wanted a genuine feel to their environment. Nigel still laughed at the irony of that. In a couple of 100 years, the jungles and landscapes would have a decent primordial feel to them. He watched clouds streaming over the edge of the loop, floundering in wispy curlicues as they lost the integrity provided by the artificial gravity. Intraloop weather currents were still a huge challenge for the shell climatology engineers. They were having to intervene more than any simulation modelling suggested. Nigel rather liked that. "We haven't perfected everything yet." "Can you bump these waves up?" he asked Central. Induced gravity pulses could simulate the more basic effects of moons, given the loops didn't have any. "Now there's a thought for a shell." "What sort of size are you looking for?" Central asked. "I just thought I might go surfing. Give me some decent ocean rollers, maybe? That way I can rip down tubes like they did off Hawaii back in the day." His neural augmentation rose to run routines calculating the kind of gravity field orientation and power necessary to create the required effect. "When have you ever done that?" Central queried. "First time for everything." Ozzy was right. You are regressing while everyone else is moving off into the new. "Yes, Mother." "Would you like me to select a surfboard based on your size and ability?" "My size?" He looked down his chest, which was rather well muscled these days. Muscles he'd earned by all his exercise, not bought with bionic manipulation. He grinned at the foolish vanity. "Maybe Ozzy is right. I am sliding back into the primitive. But that's allowed. The loops can embrace any foible." "Nigel, I am detecting a quantum field displacement point coming toward us." "A what?" "A node similar to myself. This one is traveling FTL."
"You mean we're being visited by another post-physical?"
"It doesn't have the same field depth as myself, but it's decelerating from 900 light-years an hour."
Nigel sat up fast.
"Holy shit!"
"The trajectory indicates it could have come from the Commonwealth Galaxy."
"Ah, the infamous deterrent fleet."
"A strong possibility, yes."
Nigel's primary routine meshed with Central, allowing him to observe the twist in reality hurtling toward them. It reached the star system's outer comet belt and dropped to ordinary hyperdrive speeds before approaching the Dyson shell. A signal was transmitted. "This is Paula Mayo. I'd like to visit Nigel Sheldon, please. And I am bringing a guest." Nigel laughed. Who else? Give her my coordinates. The quantum fluctuation changed, a swirl of energy rising up out of the field interstice and phase-shifting into two physical structures. They teleported into the Martinique Loop Beach. He raised his arm in a cheery greeting as Paula materialized 5 meters in front of him. Paula, younger than the last time he'd seen her, which was unusual. Twice in 15 years. I'm flattered.
Hello, Nigel.
She stood aside, and Nigel saw who it was standing behind her. More than 1,000 years of experience in controlling his emotions, neural augmentation running routines to objectify any situation, meant nothing now. For it was her standing there, wearing her familiar brown suede skirt and white blouse, the wide-brimmed hat he'd bought her perched at a very spry angle on her lush red hair.
No, he moaned incredulously. You're dead. I saw Urarchus kill Bienvenido.
It didn't kill us, Cassandra said. The void expelled us.
What? Where?
Intergalactic space. Deep intergalactic space, actually. It's taken a while to get back. We had a few problems there. Nothing I couldn't handle.
There were tears brimming in her eyes, as if she was scared of something. Nigel put his trembling arms around her.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known, I would never have stopped looking. I would have found you no matter what.
Well, now I've found you. And you're the real you, this time. His grip tightened.
Yes, you have, and I'm not going to let you go again. Not ever.
You have no idea how much I wanted to hear that.
Oh, I do, because that's what I've felt every day since I lost you.
He kissed her. Cassandra smiled through her tears as she stroked his face.
You know what? That was almost worth waiting 2.5 centuries for.